that's what we would look for on a completely level plane. I completely agree.
They're not looking for a completely level plane. They're looking to compare to the mathematics associated with the globe.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that's what we would see on a completely flat plane. I'm just asking.
No, stop, wrong, stop. You've got it backwards. The 266-foot drop is what we would expect to see on a ball.
Yeah, we don't see that, which is why we're seeing a straight
Excellent.
line.
That's why we say it's measured flat, because there's no drop.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. That's what we would see.
In that case, then, welcome to Flat Earth.
And all I was asking, and you guys got upset with me, was just what height was the camera on the video because it wasn't listed.
It doesn't matter. It has no relevance.
So it's okay.
No. Oh, Blake, listen carefully. The whole idea is about the laser in comparison to the ground. At one end, it's a given height. At the other end, it's the same height. That's the problem. We don't care how tall the camera is. The camera can be 900 foot in the air. But still, the measurement from the laser to the ground and at the other end, laser to the ground, is the important factors.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Excellent.
That's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to see, what you guys were convinced by. That's it. I haven't delved into this topic a lot.
Well, the issue is there's quite a few laser tests, and they go out 30, 40 plus miles. At 30 miles, you're looking at a 600-foot drop. At 40 miles, it's over 1,000 feet. Actually, what's it say on the chart?
What formula did we use to calculate that? Is there one?
Yeah, there's a spherical trigonometry. 59 past the last hour.
I think I heard of that.
In the side chat.
Spherical trigonometry? What's that?
Well, it says spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a 3959 miles radius. Pythagorean theorem for curvature of a ball with a radius of 3959 miles using AutoCAD 2016 to a 15-digit precision.
Oh,
so there's the Excel formulas there if you want to go and do it yourself.
I see. Yeah, it fails, yeah.
So as you can see, when you're miles away, how quickly that distance grows, that drop in feet grows.
Dang, okay.
That's the problem, my friend. And then you start looking at the military doing laser runs so they can aim missiles and rail guns and all sorts of other shit, and they're not talking 20 and 30 miles. Those guys are playing 50 miles plus. And they're still hitting their targets.
I have one more question. This is just something I kind of brainstormed, I'm not sure. You guys probably have an explanation for this too. But so you know how we can see the North Star, obviously in the what we call the northern hemisphere of the Earth. Why can't we see it really in the south when we get past what we call the equator?
The best analogy for that is: have you been to huge warehouses?
Yeah, I used to work in one.
Excellent. If you're right down one end, you can see the lights above you quite clearly. You turn and look down the other end, you can't see the lights at the other end. But when you walk down there, you can see them quite clearly. Turn back to where you were and you can't see them. That's the same thing that happens outside.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. I just didn't think of it like that.
Just a lot bigger and a lot further away. That's all.
It's called perspective. Vanishing point.
Vanishing point.
So you've got perspective. Shit gets smaller as it gets further away. Then you've got convergence. So as things get smaller and smaller, they converge to your eye line. So anything above it will converge down, below it will converge up, to the left will come into the right, and from the right in towards the left, or in towards your eye line. That's why when you're watching ships sail away, they appear to disappear bottom up. And the reason for that is a thing called foreshortening. So because your eye line is, say for example, you're 6 foot tall, is 6 foot from the water level, So as you're looking out at the horizon, your eye line is actually 6 foot above that. So for a 6 foot tall person. And the ship, because it's 50 foot tall, as it sails away and perspective shrinks it down evenly from all sides, because the bottom is closest to your eye line, it will disappear first, or appear to disappear first. And that's what's happening. That's why it looks like ships disappear bottom up as they sail away. It's just an optical effect. They actually, because of foreshortening and perspective, that is what's happening. It's disappearing bottom up. Not because of the curve of the ground, but just because of how optics works.
Okay. Yeah, I think I need to look up a lot of shit about this because it's intriguing.
Oh, Blade, you can
Yeah,
take a look in the
It's some
chat
crazy
box.
shit, man. When you start looking into it, you'll be blown away. You just sit back and go, holy crap. Why did they teach me this shit at school?
So, you said there's how the fuck? There was some guy saying that there can't be a horizon on a flat Earth. What does that mean?
Can't be a horizon on a globe, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what I heard, I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying what I heard is the horizon is where the curvature starts to dip down. You can't see past that.
Wrong.
What is it then? I'm not.
So how would it
Jump
be
onto
horizontal?
Google. Jump onto Google and see what the definition of horizon is.
Okay.
And see if it hasn't been changed. It's probably been changed. There's been heaps of shit getting mixed.
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
There you go. Does that mention
Yeah.
anything about curvature?
Nope.
No.
It doesn't.
Interesting that. So all that's happening is as you look out into the distance, because of perspective, things get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you've got your angle of resolution, and there's another part to that called the Rayleigh criterion. So your angle of resolution, your eyes can only resolve an image down to a certain angle. So once something gets beyond that, or too small, you can't resolve that image. So when you're looking out at the horizon, everything just seems to turn into fuzz at that line. And that's just your limit, optical limit, that's all. So that is the horizon, is your optical limit. So something that is very interesting, if your eyes are a lot better than mine, my horizon is going to be in a different spot than yours.
That's true. That's all I'm seeing is the horizon is the limit of one's visible capability, perception.
Where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's right. Now, if you think about it, if you're on a ball on a curved surface, wouldn't that curved surface slowly drop away from you?
I'm not sure what it would look like. I'm really not.
Exactly, because nobody's ever been on a ball.
I mean, I would like to think that I would see some sort of curvature.
I'll chuck a picture up for you. Have a look at this. Where is he? Where's that one? I like that one. There's the South Australian coastline taken from a drone about 300 foot up.
Yeah, that's just I don't see anything but lines there.
Oh shit, you do not want to know how far out that is.
I mean, it looks almost all the way to the end, the southern end, or whatever that is.
Oh, it's only a small piece, that. But yeah, it's a pretty tidy little shot. I would love to go and replicate that shot myself. So no, it's not AI. Someone actually had used a drone to take that. But just to give you an idea of size, those cliffs there are 60 metres high. So what's that? 180 feet.
Big ass cliff.
Yeah. So that'll give you a bit of perspective.
Where's the Globers channel? Did they die or something?
They were non-existent in the first place, mate.
That's
But no, there's a whole heap of those laser tests. But I will show you another one. Where is it? I want not that page. I want that thing. Right there. So have a look at this. I don't know if you've seen this before. You've probably heard people whinging about the oil rigs picture. That's what we call the black swan. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest. Where's the horizon in that image?
it's kind of. I mean, it's hard to tell. It just kind of fades away into nothingness.
Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Well, I mean, according to the definition of the horizon, it would be behind because we can see the farther
Yep,
oil rig.
that's right. It's not a trick question. It's pretty straightforward. Now, the problem we've got, they all say that we live on a ball, and that ball is supposed to have a radius of 3959 miles. Now, if that is true, then there is a relationship between your elevation and how far you can see. So the formula to work it out is the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. And that's where the horizon should be. So it should be based off your elevation. Now, that image there is actually one frame out of video footage, and the camera was set below 1 foot, so we just cap it at 1 foot because it's a lot easier to calculate. Square root of 1 is 1 times 1.22, 1.22. Pretty easy stuff. So the problem we've got is we know the distance from where this was shot to those oil rigs, and it's drawn on there for you. 6.21 on the right and 9.41 on the left.
Yeah.
We can see the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. The horizon should be at 1.22. We know it should be at 1.22. We can work it out. But yet we see it beyond. So what this does is it debunks the claim of 3959 radius ball. Now, if we assume it's a ball with the dimensions of what is in that image, it should be more in the realm of about 259,000 miles for the radius. That's a pretty big blowout, isn't it? And that's only one of them. Someone who was at Berserkers posted the other one. That's the nighttime one. The nighttime one's even clearer. But it's set at 8 foot high, I believe. But you still do the math the same way.
Yeah, sorry, my internet cut out. Sorry.
Yeah, so the other one below that is the nighttime one. You can see the GIF image inside chat. Berserkers posted them up. But yeah, there's plenty of long distance observations that just instant globe debunkers. Plenty of laser tests. Plenty of people coming in here crying about it, as you've already heard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing so much flat Earth proof. There's no real globe proof.
There you go.
I mean, at least that you haven't really debunked through your explanation so far.
This is why when people ask us, when you say it's measured flat, and they have a little meltdown, they don't believe us for whatever reason, I don't know.
Like the K2 guy.
Here's just a sook. What do?
Nothing really.
You sit back, enjoy the show. But anyways, mate, the rest is now up to you. What we ask, or what I ask, I won't say we, I'll say I. What I ask people to do is don't believe me. Go outside and check it for yourself. Don't just believe the stories. From both sides.
Look.
Go and suss it out for yourself, man. So at least now that you can, at least now that you've seen this and you understand that, hang on a minute, shit ain't right, at least now you'll take a step back and actually think about and critically analyse some of the information's given. And hopefully you'll, pull it apart, take a step back, analyse it properly, and then question it.
I think that's kind of why I came in here, is I wasn't really trying to set anybody off or anything. I was just trying to learn, you know? So, appreciate that.
Oh, it doesn't take much to set me off. I'm just loud anyway, so it makes me laugh, the amount of people that have abused me. He's yelling and cried about it. He's yelling at me. Oh no. Oh shit. If you knew how far down all this mixer and shit was turned, you'd just go, no, that's not possible. So, anyways. I actually have a decibel meter that I pull out every now and then just to have a look and see how loud it isn't.
That's fine.
Normally it sits in the high 80s. Most of the time over 90.
Yeah, just like a car exhaust.
Oh, yeah, easy. Just loud.
Yeah, old Commodore, eh?
No, I'm a Ford driver.
Ah.
I used to drive a Commodore years ago. I used to have a VP. 92 model.
Those are like your guys' SS, right? Super Sports.
Mine wasn't. But, the SS is for the Commodores or Chev. If you're into the Fords, you've got your XR6, XR6 Turbo, XR8. So depending on what you're into.
I like Japanese shit.
Yeah, the little JDM cars are pretty cool. I don't mind some of their stuff. Some of them get along quite well for little toy cars.
Shit, I'll be right back.
Cool.
One thing I have always been curious about is the world's obsession with making something as simple as the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean? Why put so much effort and money and time into fooling as many people as they can?
It's just about control. That's what it looks like to me.
Because the way I think about it is maybe if they can convince so many people or trick so many people about something like the shape of the planet they live on, then they can make them do anything they want.
Yep.
Matrix.
Yep.
Do you know if Neil is from New York? Is that New Yorker accent? He doesn't he sound like Joe Pesci? Do you know Joe Pesci? every time I hear him, I hope I would be able to throw him on a glober like Joe Pesci. Oh, funny? What do you mean funny? Do you mean I'm a clown?
That's funny.
Yeah, I think he has a New Yorker accent, right?
Yep. Sounds
Yeah,
like it.
I like the guy. I like how he talks. I'm asking because I'm wondering, does everyone in New York has the accent that he sounds like Joe Pesci? He sounds really like Joe Pesci. He's awesome. And by the way, I meant it as a compliment. Please don't let Joe Pesci jump on me. I think today Indio needs the double portion of the coffee.
Well, he did say he just got out of bed. That he
Yeah.
trigger pretty quick. So
Yeah, people think that you're aggressive because of the accent. That's the Australian accent. It's more aggressive than the British accent. I mean, even the British accent compared to the American accent, it sounds a bit aggressive.
see,
And,
to me, the most aggressive sounding accent is German accents.
really?
Yep. Like if I was to pick one and say this one to me sounds the most aggressive of all of them, I'd say German accents.
Yeah, maybe I don't perceive it because I understand the language. I don't know, but I have to
Maybe.
agree with you. I have to agree with you. I speak most of the time. How would you call it? High German. So the correct German, the German which you read in newspapers, in books, novels. But if I go to the countryside, I wouldn't understand 50% of the talk. And yeah, I agree with you. They sound very aggressive, very aggressive.
I suppose it makes it worse with me that just the fact that my voice is loud, so that probably doesn't help much.
Yeah, I think it adds to it that you kind of get angry, just like me. I mean, you have certainly witnessed a couple of times when I get angry and I start to shout like you.
My voice actually goes really
But
raspy when I'm pissed off properly.
yeah, but mate, it is a justified anger. I mean, bro, why? I mean him when I say bro. I am addressing the third person. I mean, why don't you think before you speak and say stupid thing like when I look with the telescope, then I see planets. Okay, you cannot touch them. You cannot validate and prove that they are spheres. Why do you think that makes the ground beneath your feet a sphere. And Indio gave the same example, which I wanted to give him. I wanted to tell him when I look out of my window, because he said when he looks out of his window, he sees the planets. So I look out of my window and I see trees. So does that mean that I'm a tree? And yeah, a couple of weeks ago, I also made the same example like Indio, when he said, if I would go to the forest and see only trees around me, would that mean that I'm a tree? Would that mean that I'm a tree? This is stupid
Hello,
argument.
everybody.
Hello. Welcome to the funeral. Welcome to the funeral of the globe.
The funeral of the globe.
Yeah.
Sadly, I'm yet to see it.
Yeah, you can see it in the chat box.
Chat
You're not
box.
going to find it in your computer screen. So what globe
Anyways,
proof
how's
have you got
everyone's
for
day?
us?
What globe proof do I got for you today? Oh boy.
None.
Do you think the moon landing was staged?
What's that got to do with the shape of the?
Well, can you answer my question first? And I'll reveal all later.
Okay, what globe
It's
proof have
irrelevant.
you got? And you've gone. Do you think the moon landing was staged?
I'm just asking, do you think the moon landing was staged?
It's irrelevant. Doesn't prove the curvature of the
It might
sphere of
not
the
be.
globe.
It might not be irrelevant.
Yeah. Yes, it's irrelevant. Next.
Okay. You didn't even answer my question.
You're laughing,
Well, you
but
didn't
we
bring
don't
us proof.
discuss outer space here. We discuss the shape of the Earth.
I get that. All I'm asking is, do you think the moon landing's fake?
That's
Yes.
another topic. If you want to make
You
a
do think it
wish
is
chat
fake.
for a moon landing debate, then that's you. But we debate the
No,
shape
I
of the
know.
Earth here.
What I'm saying is that if you think the moon landing's fake, then there's not much I can really say. If you think the moon landing's real, then I may have a point. But if you think the
do you know
moon
what
landing,
happens? Yeah, do you know what happens to water if you put it in a vacuum?
I could assume, but do you want to explain it to me?
Yeah, it
Assume
vaporizes.
away.
Sure.
It vaporizes.
So,
So-
what I want to know.
Sorry for my bad English. Maybe, yeah, Matrix. I mean, if
No,
water
you're right.
vaporizes, yeah.
So, when you said, if I believe in the moon landing, you've got one thing, and if I don't believe it, you've got something else, shouldn't your evidence stand on its own merits without regard to what my beliefs are?
Well, more so the
Exactly.
point is that if you believe it's fake, then no matter what I say about the moon landing, it's not really going to change your beliefs.
Yeah, but
if you
it's
believe the moon
evidence.
landing is real, if you believe that the moon
Like I
landing
said,
is
you
real,
missed
then
what
I
I
can
said.
make an argument.
You missed what I said. My
Okay.
beliefs
It could
should
stand on
not
its own.
make a difference to any of your evidence.
Sorry for
Sure.
interrupting, Matrix. Isn't that a yes or no question? A closed question?
Yeah, I'll let him go at this one. But
And-
yeah, like, when you're putting forward evidence, it doesn't matter what my beliefs are. If I believe one thing and the guy next to me believes something else, you still drop your evidence because it might be enough to go, holy snap and duck shit, he's awesome. And the next guy might just go, well, I saw that coming. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter what our beliefs are. All you're doing when you say, well, I can't post my stuff down because you don't believe in this, it's called poisoning the well. So straight away, you're making an excuse to not put your evidence down.
I mean, I guess so, but I more see it as redundant to like give you evidence based off something you don't believe in. Hold on.
Okay, I don't believe in a globe. There you go. You can never place evidence down. That was easy.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Let's just watch you get destroyed now. I don't believe in a globe.
You don't believe in a globe. Okay, well,
So
that's
there's no
different.
evidence you can put down now.
No, there is evidence. What I'm saying
Now do you understand what I was saying my beliefs don't matter. You still put your evidence forward with just, you don't care about people's beliefs, just drop the evidence like a bomb. So because you said, if I don't believe in something, you can't put forward your evidence, I'm going to say I don't believe in a globe.
Okay, that's not exactly, no. I'm not trying to
You've just realised what you've done now.
No, I haven't realized anything. What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to prove to you whether or not the moon landing's real. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to prove to you. What I'm trying to prove to you is if the moon landing is real, then blank. But if we can't even get to step 2, why should I talk about
There's no step 1. You're missing it.
Step 1.
Stop, you're missing it. Ike, let's go back.
Okay.
You're missing it. My beliefs have no bearing on your information.
Okay.
So put forward your information.
Okay. Let me give you an example. If I do give evidence based off of the moon landing being real, all you could say is that you don't even believe in the moon landing in the first place. So what's the point?
Poisoning your own well. Your information has nothing to do with what I believe or don't believe in.
Okay, fine.
So why are you basing your information on maybe he does believe, maybe he doesn't? So let me just try this little hypothetical. Room 1. You've got a dude in there who believes in the moon landing. Mm-hmm. Are you going to tell him something totally different than room 2 who does not believe in the moon landing?
No, more so that either I would try to convince him that the moon landing.
So why are you doing it to me then?
What I'm saying is, if someone doesn't believe in the moon landing, I would first have to convince them that the moon landing's real. Then I would have to convince them that the Earth is round using the moon landing.
So how are you going to convince somebody? So let's go into your lounge room. What we're going to do, you're going to convince me that the floor is round because the light bulb is round. Please proceed.
Why? I guess because they're following some consistency, I guess.
It's stupid, isn't it?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not arguing because the moon is round, the Earth must be round. Although that is a valid
that's what you
argument.
Just put forward.
No, that's not even what I was going to say. Actually, that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say.
Well, you're sidestepping what you're going to say because I don't believe in.
Okay. So what I was going to say is if you were to first believe that the moon landing was real to begin with.
Oh, so this is circumstantial now. So if then go to someone else. Were you programmed with BASIC?
Hold on. If you are to assume that the moon landing is
India's probably laughing his shit up at the moment.
Basic programming matrix. It's from my period. Basic programming.
If you were to assume that the moon landing is real, there's evidence to support that the Earth is round. Because not only did we take pictures while on the moon of the Earth, and not to mention the satellites that also took pictures of the Earth, but we also have first-hand accounts of the people who went up to the moon and are on the moon of it being round. Not only that, but also same with space stations. Obviously, space stations exist and there's people up there. I don't think anyone's really denying the existence of space stations. Maybe you are, and if you are, then I guess my point is also invalid. But even with space stations, they're up there all the time, floating around the Earth. In fact, it's live streamed. They live stream space stations floating around.
How do you know it's live streamed?
And that's a good point. You know,
because
maybe
it says live on the YouTube video.
Maybe it's just completely CGI.
No, I didn't ask what maybes. How do you know it is live streamed? How do you know it's real?
Well, because
What? Because it
it's
says
on-
live on the video, you just assume that it's live.
Sure, but I mean,
So you
me
don't
personally,
know.
I trust
Just
NASA,
be honest and
but
say
also,
I don't know.
I have my personal reasons, but I understand why you may not
What
also
are they?
agree with my personal reasons. First of all, I do trust NASA. I trust that
Noted.
they have some level of integrity and are recording the space station up in the sky.
No, they
And
don't.
I believe.
No, they don't.
Okay, I'm talking about my personal reasons. I'm just talking about my personal reasons right now. But I trust that they have some level of integrity. I also trust that it's definitely some level of trust. But also, I can use logic to kind of deduce that they're not faking it, because if it's live for however many hours, it would take a lot of effort to fake that. Not only would you have to have people somehow floating around in the space station, which I don't know how you would do that without CGI, and you would have to maybe CGI the background, and you also have to CGI their faces and everything. If you look at a NASA live stream of the space station, maybe they're using wires to lift the people up, but you never see any wires and they're spinning around. It's just kind of hard to really, like, you can maybe say that they're CGIing days on days, weeks on weeks of footage of the Earth being round and people floating up in space, potentially. That's like the furthest I could see that going, but that costs so much money and so
No,
much
it doesn't.
effort to CGI.
It's just a video on repeat.
Hello.
Hey, what's
Hello.
up?
What up?
What up? And even like maybe you can make the argument that it's a
Wait,
video
not
on
interrupt.
repeat.
What the fuck? Can you hear me or not?
Not really.
Yes, you're
Hi.
lagging a bit.
What's up, man?
All right. So I'm listening to the conversation.
Yeah.
You know what typically happens, what's happening now, and you brought your incredulity to the table. How does is that why you came here to use your time to tell us about moon landings we already knew about before we became flat earthers? Is that serving
Not
you?
exactly. I'm more so talking about the logic and behind these kinds of things. It's more so
There's no logic in it.
partially picking your guys' brains, asking you why you guys
Listen.
believe what you believe and what you think about my counter arguments.
Hello. Hello.
You can talk. I was in the middle of answering your question though.
You have to have some sort of like when somebody's interrupting and it's
Uh-huh.
not a bull interruption, you gotta be like, my bad, are you trying to interrupt? Are you saying are you interrupting? Wouldn't that be fair?
I was just trying to answer your question.
You didn't.
I mean, do you want me to re-answer it?
Listen, it's a yes
Okay.
or no question.
Okay, what's the question?
If you come here with incredulity, does it really serve you to tell people who also grew up in America, who also used to believe in people for how we is that why you
I mean, I guess, yeah, it does serve me. I just, I'm doing it kind of for the sport. I find it entertaining. It's
if you
fun
don't know?
to debate people, and also I could potentially sway opinions here. So,
He thinks he's here to debate. Oh, how sweet!
You don't know anything. I mean, well, you don't know enough. You, oh my, but like you can't sway. You can sway an opinion, but you can't sway a measurement.
maybe not.
Obviously,
I don't know.
no. Listen to what I'm saying. Take your mind out of flat Earth and put your mind into I was born and I understand English and comprehension. And I'm
Okay.
not being if you're answering straight up and you weren't talking to a flat earther and a person is like, so as a measurement and opinion, you'd be like, no, dog.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Right. So, long story short, if you, I mean, I don't know why you're here. Um, the bottom line is the Earth. So the next question is bullshit. Show me. That's the reasonable response. Usually, people stay talking about things that are opinion based or things that they believe they know, like space travel and the moon landings.
Mhm.
But for a fact, everybody can logically deduce that if there's no curvature, measurable curvature, measurable curvature, like they say there is, on a scale that you and I can actually test, if we can do that and there's no measurable curvature, it really doesn't matter what anyone says ever. There could be a million quote unquote scientific proofs, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't measure to be curved, can it measure to be curved after somebody gives you their opinion about the moon landing? Yes or no? Granted, everything that I
I
said is
guess,
true.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess not,
All right. So
but
that's why we're here. Now you're gonna fight tooth and nail not to listen to any of that information. You'd rather talk about moon landings and help mankind by getting us to realize we're delusioned or something like that. I really don't care. It's too early in the morning for me. I just wanted to let you know nobody else did, and it might be 3 hours before somebody else does. It measures flat, and if you wanted to challenge us on that, we'd be happy to oblige.
okay. What way are you measuring it?
I'm going back on mute, guys. I'm working.
Okay. Anyone want
How
to?
about, how about
Okay.
I present to you one of the laser tests that has been done? How would you like that?
Sure.
Excellent. I'll go and snag one. Hold on. That one's 21 miles. That's a good start. Come here, you. Copy.
Also, you do have to keep in mind the Earth is incredibly big. Having a massive ball and having us
Really?
be so small.
Oh, it's so big. How big is it?
Hold on,
I'm
stop.
sure I
No,
could
no
get you an exact measurement.
questions to ignorant people. That was the most. Let me tell. Let me just tell you why what you said was ignorant. Mind you,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not calling you dumb. I'm not calling you stupid. Now, you're saying the Earth is so big. Of course, we're not looking for impossible ways to determine things. We're looking for possible ways to determine things, right? So that being said, we were told the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet because the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. So in geometry, that's a tangent to a tangent point, and globers call that the horizon. This claim is easily testable. So again, when you're like, "Ugh, first of all, before we do anything, let me let you know that you're so small, you wouldn't be able to measure the curvature. Tell that to Nat Geo then. Maybe you should do
Okay.
more listening than sharing your incredulity.
Are
You
you
don't
claiming
know.
that the Earth is a globe?
Okay. Matrix, you said that laser test was 24 miles.
21 miles.
21 miles. So if the circumference is, well, according to what I found,
I wanna say Earth is more like a
24,900
It's not a globe.
miles. So we could round up to 25,000 just for simplicity's sake. Let's say the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference.
Yep.
Your 21 miles is less than 1/1000th of the circumference.
We're not measuring
Meaning-
the circumference. We're measuring the drop over distance.
And what I'm saying is that it's 1/1000th
You're not
of
listening.
that drop over.
Dr. Ike. Dr. Ike,
That
take a
curvature.
step back. Dr.
Okay.
Ike, take a step backwards. You're not listening again. We're not measuring the circumference. We're measuring for drop over distance.
Okay.
So look, no, but this is the way you
More,
respond.
more is your hot
Listen,
pocket, mate.
listen, this is the way you listen. Like I fucking hate myself for stopping work. I can't help but say I'm not going to do it. Fucking interrupting, getting hating and shit. Justifiably, I know I'm annoying. Yo, stop talking and learn a little bit before you talk. Why are you like what you're saying is completely irrelevant in the face of the methods that Nat Geo and everyone before we got here gave?
Try not to be too hard on him. He's clearly programmed badly.
No, but let's not also you pour too much of that on and he's gonna be like apathetic. Like, listen, the bottom line, listen, you're matter of fact, why don't you answer your question? You understand that curvature is what's the word? You got the Navy, and they would define curvature as rate of change of slope of non-zero. So the only way to measure that is to have a straight standard to measure against the curve. So now you tell me how much is in 1/1000 in realistic terms with the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. How much drop over a horizontal plane at the observer's point would there be? Why don't you tell us instead of this incredulity that's taking us all morning long? Because we already have the answer.
Who's we? You guys? Like you have it pulled up?
No, we just know.
Okay. What I'm saying is that
I heard what you said. I just responded. I heard what you said. Respond to
okay.
me.
I get that. If you have
Okay,
a
so
circle, hold on.
dude, you said it would be so infinitesimally small. I get your point.
Yes.
So figure out how much there is because there's a value.
So what I'm saying is 24 miles isn't enough.
What you're saying is ambiguous, and second of all, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. Why?
Okay.
Do you want to sound? Matter of fact, who do you listen to that you think what you're saying is true? Why are you saying what you're saying?
I don't necessarily listen to one specific person.
So why do you
It's kind
think
of this
So why do you
everything
think?
I've ever heard
why-
except from you guys.
So why do you
Yeah,
think?
you've heard it, but it's not true.
Okay. Certainly a claim.
Like, if you just
Okay.
look
Guys.
around, if you go on a plane, you will see the Earth is flat. I've been on a plane. And
I've been on
I
a
was
plane
not
and
going-
it looks like it curves.
No, it does not. That is a lie. That is a lie. It does not
Okay,
look
then
like
we
it
have different opinions. I mean,
Dr. Ike, just so you know, remember not 3 minutes ago, you said it was so big that we couldn't measure it? If we can't measure it, how the hell are you going to see it?
do you know how incredibly high planes go? Planes go
38,000
really
feet.
high. Yes, exactly.
Mathematically, listen carefully, mathematically, you are not high enough, even if it is a ball, to see the curvature.
Not
Then
from the
why
ISS.
do you?
Well,
You
the
don't.
people at the ISS.
Okay, then what are you seeing? What is the curve that you see while you're in a plane?
Hey, do you not
I
understand?
did not see a curve.
Yo, shut up. Everybody else, other than nature.
All right, hold
My
on.
bad.
Excellent. He's starting to ask sensible questions. 52
No,
minutes
that
past the...
his original statement was that the Earth's too big to measure curvature. Now we're talking about not measurement, but just an observation in a plane, which we all know the truth. We don't have to debate him. That's like me saying Dawson's Creek was trash, and somebody coming in arguing against that. Well, we all know it was ass. Anyway, back to the point. You seem to think that it is too small of a value to matter. Now, T Dub, why don't you go ahead and tell them what the value is for 21 miles?
20 miles, you're looking at 266 feet of drop. So as you look in the side chat, you'll see the little graphic there showing curvature and a straight line and the deviation. You can see that, Dr. Ike?
You talking about the chat?
In the side chat, yes.
Yes. Are you talking about? Oh, this one. Yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah,
So,
straight line, curvature. Right, you're claiming is it's so big that this would not exist. Well, in actual fact, at 10 miles, it should be a 60-foot drop. At 20 miles, a 266-foot drop. At 30 miles, a 600-foot drop. At 40 miles, over 1,000 feet drop. Now, the issue is, when these guys are out there doing these laser shots, they're not measuring any curvature at all.
okay, then what are they measuring?
Flat, horizontal, planar. That's the issue we've got. You guys keep going, but photos, but the moon, but the sun, but the satellites, and Katy Perry, and yous are just talking about all this shit that doesn't mean a thing. It is measured as non-curving. It is measured as planar, as flat, as horizontal.
Okay, what about these plane photos then? How do you explain the curvature from the plane photos?
The windows are triple laminated. Have a look at the side chat. 52 past the... Oh, sorry, Eli.
What he's saying is true, but fam, how you gonna say, well, I understand that it measures flat, but it looks like, do you understand which trumps which?
Okay.
But I guess because you haven't done a method of measurement, it's not really real to you yet. You don't even understand what's going on. You don't even know the hundreds of observations we have. You don't know the physicists that we've spoken to. You don't know the people who've sounded more silly than you with degrees out the wazoo. Maybe you do know, and maybe you're just a troll. I don't know. I'm treating you as if you were a genuine person. That being said, trying to give you information is very hard because we're not trying to convince you. We're trying to give you information. In turn, you're stopping us from doing that by asking us questions. And I don't understand how that serves you. It just brings me back to asking you, why are you here? To
Okay.
convince us that
Yeah, dude, I know for absolute fact the Earth is round.
All
So
right,
how do you know that?
I'm not. If you can somehow convince me, sure.
Dr. Ike, you've just
What?
put forward, you know for
Hey,
an
I really hate
absolute
to cut
fact that
I
it's
really
round. What causes you to know this? This is what we're trying to get out of you.
I have a question about
How
the
do you
picture
know
you
this?
sent. I'm sorry to cut you guys off. So if you can see that curvature from inside the plane, right? Why can't you see it from right outside the plane?
Yeah, you can.
That just does.
Yeah, you can. We got videos. Like, again, stop being ignorant for us to turn around and show you demonstrations upon demonstrations of how wrong you were. Oh, yeah. You can see it curved from the ground. Yes, you can. Out of the airplane. Yes, you can. Just another distraction on top of. Look, listen, T Dub. He just told you he's going to be a global. That's like somebody coming up to me and they're like, I'm going to be a I don't have any better example. I'm going to be a Christian forever. I don't care what you tell me. I already know. Why do we care? Stop engaging with him so hopefully he goes quiet so that we can actually engage with someone who's willing to learn something. I don't understand these, like, why you guys feel compelled to talk to these people that pull your fucking chain. I will never, every day I'm gonna come here and tell you I don't understand it.
Okay, I understand your frustrations, but you understand that our debate is listened to by people who are on the
It's
fence.
not a debate. Dr. Ike, it's not a debate. That's what we're
And
trying
when
to
you
get through your head.
saying that I was talking
This
to you,
conversation, whatever you want to call it, this conversation is heard by people who are either on the fence or not fully sure of whether or not they believe in flat earth or round earth. Sometimes they're a little on one side or the other, but not fully convinced. I'm here not only for self-entertainment reasons, but also because those people deserve to hear both sides and hear in a debate or a conversation.
It's not a debate. Obviously, you missed that bit again. There's no debate. You can't debate measurements.
Hey guys, this is the second time he said he's here for entertainment. Do you mean, are you calling us clowns? I mean, guys,
I'm not calling you clowns. What I'm saying is
pride issue. When somebody says they're here for entertainment,
what do you mean? What do you mean you are here for the purpose
of stopping them from just having the conversation the honest way?
I'm not saying you guys are
for the purpose of entertainment.
I'm not saying debating can be fun. Conversating can be fun. Talking about can be fun. I'm not saying you guys
is not a word. Conversating is not a word.
I'm not sure we should necessarily be focusing on that right now, but what I'm saying is that I'm not calling you guys clowns or ignorant or anything. All I'm saying is that...
Hey, Doctor, you said it was a good idea to hear both sides. I don't know, what's your side, dude?
Listen, everybody...
What's the evidence for your side?
Everybody right now. Yeah. Trained in the background. I'm not. We have a person who's like, I'm not going to change my mind. I'm here for the sake of the debate and the conversation. That's all well and good. That's all well and good. But he's not even that capable because he's not letting anybody get to the conclusion of a point. So, how are we going to have a back and forth when he's not listening? He's going to be religious about how it's a ball. And then when we respond a little bit, he's going to stop us from showing a demonstration. Or when we show a demonstration like the laser test, he's like, well, why did they show us curved images then? Which isn't a rebuttal or anything. It's just, again, more incredulity, which you can put in the waste bin. But again, as far as the audience, don't let him trick y'all into a 2-hour conversation where he doesn't let you tell our audience how flat the earth is. Stop doing that shit.
Look, at the end of the day, no matter how deluded he wants to be, the earth is flat. It always has been, and it will always be flat. So let him say what he wants to say.
Yeah, I don't care what he says. It's how flat earthers respond. Y'all don't really see me getting heated with Glovers too much. After 2-3 times, I know they're not listening. It's like, get them out of here. It's y'all I be mad at. For y'all's sake. It be for y'all's sake. I come in and I say some shit like, hey, did you like getting your time wasted? Why did you ask him all those questions you know he couldn't possibly know when you could have just shared with the audience how flat the earth is? How the fuck is that against your interest? It's not. So get it the fuck together.
May I give Dr. Ike the appropriate Answer, Dr. Ike. We are here to be entertained by the stupidity of the Globers. Okay? You are not here for the purpose of entertaining yourself. Your globe doesn't hold water, and the model doesn't work, contradicts itself. The curve is not to be observed. All observations show a lack of the curvature. And you used to tell us that the horizon is a geometric, um, the curvature is the geometric horizon behind which the boats disappear, bottom up, until the observations from the Black Swan came out. And since then, you started to invent stories like there is no geometric horizon. And McToon came out with 3 horizons. So you're funny as shit. We are here every day waiting for Globus to come to be dismantled and destroyed so that we can laugh at you. So to make it short, you entertain us, that we entertain you, okay? Thank you. And if you want to prove me wrong, just put forth a proof of the curvature of the drop. The sphere should have a curvature. Without a curvature, there is no radius. Without a radius, there is no sphere. Without a sphere, there is no globe. Okay? It's that easy. We don't need to talk about your telescope looking into the sky and the movements of the stars and how seasons work and how time zones work. Just show us the curvature. The Earth is not that big. You know why? It's not big because in relation to boats or buildings, when they should be dropping 2 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, or 60 feet at a distance of 10 miles, that is a great amount of feet which could be observed missing from a building. So the building should be missing, or the shore, or on the opposite shore, of the lake, at a distance at a distance of 20 miles, should manifest a drop of how much is it? 10 miles, 66.68. 20 miles, 266 feet. 266 feet. But we can see the shore. Are you telling me the shore, which is not a high wall like the shore of Great Britain or Australia, some places, a normal shore under your feet on the other side of the lake? Are you telling me that's 266 feet high? It's at sea level. It's at sea level. We can see it. So if you cannot explain these observations which destroy the globe, don't dare to come here and tell us I'm just here for the purpose of entertaining because I think you are clowns. You are the clown here. You and the bunch of globers. Get the fuck out of here.
That was a great speech.
Thank you, mate.
Hello. I've been unmuted. Again, I don't think you guys are clowns.
All right, you know what you must do, Dr. Ike.
What should I do?
You're going to present your argument.
Okay. One thing I did notice you were talking about seeing certain things at certain distances. What I would ask is, are you necessarily taking elevation into account? Because
Yes. Don't say because.
Okay.
Yes. There's your answer.
Okay, because
Next
if
question.
it was if
Yes or no question. Not if. Yes. So what's the next follow up? Yes or no question. So we could. Bam, bam. Did we account for
okay,
X, Y,
I would
Z?
rather I would you know I would
You
like to
should
say
just look.
more than just ask a question and you respond yes or no.
Well, you should just look at it so that you can determine or discern whether what you're gonna ask now before seeing shit, right? Because I don't know why the fuck kids. Are we there yet? What's gonna be there? I don't know. Yo, look at the fucking demonstration and figure it out. Like you got to be 5 on top of intellectually bankrupt. Come on, it's taking all day to have this conversation.
Okay, can you don't have to go on a rant every time I answer a question, by the way. Another thing that I've noticed about what you said is you talk about how you guys are here to laugh at Globers because Globers are so wrong. So why is it wrong for me to do the same? If I think you guys are so wrong and me showing up to talk to you guys for entertainment purposes, just like you guys talk to me for
Because your
entertainment
model
purposes.
doesn't work. The math on your model doesn't work.
And I could say
Flat
the same
earthers
thing
actually have
about
proof.
yours. And
Listen,
I could say the same thing about mine.
You're arguing about absolutely nothing, and this is why I get fucking frustrated with him. Who gives a shit? That was his opinion. I'm not out there doing that. I don't give a shit. Don't
Well, I
ask
wasn't
him.
talking to you.
All right, but you said why flat Earth? Why is it okay for you not to do something, but for flat Earth, no, it's not okay. All right, there's your answer. Are you going to commence with the evidence or whatever you have now? Are you going to do that at all anytime?
Just bringing things up as they come. Anyways, but yeah, one thing I must ask is, if it is not a sphere, then what is it? Is it a disc, a square? And what's at the end of this disc and or square?
Don't know. Haven't measured the whole thing. That's what you would need to do.
They have zero clue.
So again,
You have no. So you have no. So.
So
this is kind of. Hold on. I'm gonna ask another question because this is important to my overall point.
Like I said, other guy, you want to chime in right now or what?
No, I'm good.
Where is
Say
it that you can see
that again?
where is it that you can see the shore 10 miles away?
You're not even new. So now, again, in order to give the dimensions of something, you have to have measured it. So the only claim on the table was a measure of the shape of the earth for people like you. No, I don't claim to know the shape of the earth because I haven't put a tape measure around it. I haven't presupposed that the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles so that my calculations of orbits and satellites will work. I didn't beg the question. No. I understand that the surface is horizontal. I don't know what length it is across. Don't know what size it is. Sometimes I don't know what the size. I don't know the size of. I don't even know the shape of the lake over here.
But you
I
could
don't know the
find that out, right? But you could find that out, but with the Earth, you cannot.
exactly. That's the point. Is this the school?
I got a question. So, do you guys just not believe in satellites?
Not the ones that show CGI space, no.
Lordy mommy. Lord.
But you do think there's satellites in the sky?
Yeah, there's machines in the sky, yes.
Hmm. Okay. Like permanent? Like how long are they up there for?
Gorgeous. How do I get into this goddamn school? Oh, I can't. This can't be it.
Okay, so yeah, you finally unmuted. I believe the question was about satellites.
My bad. I unmuted the wrong person. Sorry. Go on.
What was that?
I meant to unmute. So, my bad.
Thanks, Elijah. You brought me to. You made me laugh. I was still angry. I was still cooking.
They want to do
Bro,
everything but have a conversation about whether there is curvature or not. It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest thing in the world. You want to see somebody tap dance? Ask them if they want to know how much measurable curvature they have. That should be a meme. Anyway, Dr. Ike, you're unmuted.
bro, Elijah. I can feel your frustration. I can feel your anger because me too. I also, from time to time, I ask the question and tell the mods that they are very tolerant and very patient with these guys who
I
are
don't. I
trolling.
mean,
Who are trolling?
I don't have
Go ahead.
time.
Sorry.
My girlfriend, her children, my child, my mother, nobody can respond to me in a non sequitur or a red herring fashion. I'm gonna call it out. Like, what was that? That didn't answer what I just. What are you talking about? I will say that to anybody's face.
Yeah, me too. Me
So,
too, bro. Sorry for interrupting you. He still didn't answer your question. Your question was actually not a question, a request. You requested from him, please provide the evidence, and he evaded your request and started to talk about something else again. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
no, yeah, that's a surefire way to piss me off. Like you like I even woke up and showed up to this BS. Now I'm not talking about this place. I mean, when I'm that's a line, that's a bar. I, like I'm talking about in general. Yesterday I had a conversation where um this teacher was online talking about she doesn't like the state of her kindergarten class because some of them don't even know how to zip up their pants or unzip their lunchbox. And I thought, damn, that's kind of sad. I was reading at 3 years old. I think. I think it was three. It was between 3 and 5. My mom got me some hooked on phonics, and boy, oh boy, the world opened up to me. So anyway, like, what was my point? Um, like, dude, I showed up to your conversation. I asked you how you want to do this. This is what I do with everybody. You want to give information or you want to receive information? Okay. Once we determine which one that is, it's like the last thing anybody wants to do is address the first item on the table, which is whether or not there's curvature. Because why is that the first item on the table? Well, if you're asking me why I'm here, I'm going to tell you because the earth measures flat and is practically used as flat. Do you want to know how? How did I get here? Okay, I'll tell you how I got here. The first thing I did was realize there was no measurable curvature. So if you want to engage with me, you have to at least, there's no way to prove that wrong because I'm already coming with the demonstration. Like, so there's not
Yeah,
at that
yeah,
point.
exactly.
Not okay. So if you guys have proved it's flat, then why are all the governments lying? Like, and why do I have these pictures of Mars? Look at Mars. It's so. What are you talking about? I just demonstrated that the surface is horizontal. And you're asking me about galaxies. I understand how religious people are, but I don't understand how they could be hypocrites about religion while simultaneously being religious. That that killed me. So I'm never upset because of a conversation specifically, like, oh, I'm annoyed with it. It's the fact that the person is literally being disrespectful by not responding to what you're saying and what you're showing, and then the room just lets them stay. Like, that's not okay. That's that, that's not okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Does it?
I agree, bro. I
Does it have
agree.
yes, but it's not okay. It's never okay in any scenario to cut somebody off unjustifiably, to change the topic, or to ask a dumbass question. The only time you should be interrupting somebody is if they put words in your mouth, didn't understand something you said. That's literally it. Or if somebody's repeating themselves.
Exactly.
That's the only time I interrupt somebody. When you're getting repetitive and saying the same thing, and I'm trying to move forward from point A to point B, I'm gonna get really impatient really quick.
I agree with you, bro. 100%. I also get angry for the wasted time and going in circles and then being dragged into, yeah, being obligated to explain the movements of the stars and what the skies are doing, bro. You can ask him. I think it was Dr. Ike when he came before you were here. When he came, I tried to cut it so that he will not ask a stupid question. Uh, yeah, he asked something like, "What you're doing here?" or "What's up?" I told him directly. I told him immediately. Yeah, uh, we are having a funeral for the globe because the globe is dead. Then he laughed. Then I said, "Because the globe is dead." Why? Why? As you said, because you have witnessed and found and posted the observation. I did the same. All the other flat earthers did the same. Found the truth that we are unable to measure the curvature. We are observing a lack of curvature, and according to the radius of 3,959, it's not so big so that the lack of curvature can be explained. So when there's no curvature, there is no radius. When there is no radius, there is no sphere. There is no globe. The globe is dead. That's simple.
Because this is a definition of popularity, and mind you, manufactured popularity, so it isn't even real. That's why pop artists could be, famous today and irrelevant tomorrow. Because if the machine is pushing them, then they're consumed and people know them. If not, it doesn't matter how much music they put out, even if you love, even if it's your favorite artist. Once the label is not kicking out all of that exposure, the perspective of you, like you're gonna think, well, they're not really doing this. They fell off. It's this, it's that. It's not real. So I say that to say I can go to the beach any day of the week to Coney Island, okay? And I can see New Jersey, which will always be there. Unless it's a rainy day, wouldn't be on the beach. So you're looking at Jersey Shore, 6 miles from Coney Island. And right to the left of that is open ocean. The horizon way 6 miles. So if I had a anti-flat earther for whatever dumbass reason standing with me, right, at the beach, and they had said to my friends, "Oh yeah, that's just refraction." My friend goes, "What does refraction mean?" My reply is, what they're saying is, you see Nathan's hot dog stand? Yeah, yeah, yeah. The air would make it so that it's behind the cyclone line instead of in front of it. That's what they're saying. Oh, that's
Yeah,
retarded. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
The place that this bullshit works is here in Discord
Yeah.
and all. Like, it's the only place it works, which is why I want to get more conversations with physicists and all of these people face to face if possible. There's nothing stopping us from going to universities anymore. COVID's done. Until I'm pretty sure as soon as we decide to start doing that, they're going to COVID's, you know, COVID 2026 is going to come out. But I mean, what the people are missing is us trying to expose how bad these people sound. You know, when a Glober says something retarded, that shit just
Yeah.
goes like to the wayside. Like the people you really want to hear it, they don't really hear that shit. Like, you know, we know because we're fans, right? We love this shit. We know, oh my God, that was amazing. But I'm always like, damn, that's such a good clip. I wish somebody would clip it out so that I could use that, so that, you know, my nephew can hear them say that. Because the only reason people still believe this bullshit is because they're not actually reading what these people say. What I mean by that is Einstein, Newton, Hubble, all of them. If people actually read up on what these people said, what these people actually did, they realized that they were in a religion. I wouldn't have to do any work. But you know what? Why would I even believe? Like, what? Why would I not know that that is a great feat when I know that most Christians have not even read the Bible and don't know that Christian, like the word Christian, only comes up 3 times, and that it was used as a derogatory term. Like, majority of the Christians have never cracked open the Bible and read it themselves. That's crazy. So how are these people going to learn about their religion?
Yeah, you're
How
right. You're right,
big it
Elijah.
is.
You're right. You're right. The word Christian comes very seldom. I didn't count it, but I remember only one verse. So if it's three, okay. But you're right. In the Bible, in the New Testament, yeah, I just remember one verse. And talking about the stupid things that Goldberg say. I think you were here yesterday. Did you hear that guy who said level is curved?
Right.
do, do you remember him?
Yeah, man. I think was I part of that? I feel like I was a part of that conversation because
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
force people to think.
I remember because you were talking and he chimed in, interrupted you, and told you level is curved. And I remember it because then I laughed. And I told you, wow. And then muted myself and you continued. That's why I remember you were here.
Yeah.
He said level is curved. Level is curved. That was the guy who was who was putting forth the proof of level being curved using the definition from Merriam-Webster. Am I wrong? You were here yesterday when the guy was here. I'm sure you were here. I remember it. Yeah. Anyhow, sorry for interrupting you. Yeah. I can understand
No,
fully. I mean,
it's it's
that's why
it's it's
I'm. Yeah, go ahead.
no. I'm just saying it's ridiculous. I wouldn't really have much to add. I'm just saying it's ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. Sometimes I can't find the words. I can only find the phrase, I'm speechless. I mean, it cannot be true that these guys are so stupid. That's why I tell the fellow flat earthers and the mods that they are very patient with these guys because these guys cannot be that stupid. That's why there is only one conclusion, that they are trying to troll us. But why should we let them troll us? They cannot be that stupid, bro. But as you said, the explanations, the things they say are so stupid. They are not stupid, bro. They are not stupid. You can hear it even in their voice. And you heard him, Elijah. Didn't you hear him? What what made me furious? He said it twice, and he said it in a very cultivated way. I'm just here. I'm here just for the purpose of entertainment. Just for the purpose. This is a language which someone who is educated use, and someone who is in control of his feelings.
Right.
I'm here just for the purpose, and the tone in which he said it. I'm here just for the purpose of
Right.
entertainment. Of course, he is calling us clowns by using this sentence and by articulating his sentence in this way and using the tone which he used. Of course, he is being passive aggressive, but still calling us clowns. And that's why I told him how dare he does that, because he is the clown and we are the ones who are sitting here. And that's why there are periods where we are muted, because we are waiting for Globers to come, so that we, from my side of view, so that the native speaking, the English, native speaking English, dismantle them, and I sit back and enjoy the show and entertain myself. That's why I told him, to put it short, that he is here to entertain us, but we are here to entertain him. I think you're hot micing, Elijah.
Earth is donut shaped.
that one?
No, there ain't no girl involved at all.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little kid. There's a boy. I guess the boy kind of looks like a girl.
Yeah, so Quagmire, open your microphone up and let's have a conversation.
Okay. So
What's up, man?
I'm good. So don't get offended by this, but would you mind showing me anything that like proves that Earth is flat besides you saying so? Yes,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, long distance observations and laser tests that are impossible on a globe.
Why they are impossible? Any example?
Because the globe has curvature, right? It has a certain amount of curvature based off the radius, and these observations would be impossible on a globe that have that curvature because...
Which observations?
There's plenty of observations. You want to see one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just give me a second. You know how much curvature there is over 21 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how much curvature there would be over 21 miles of distance?
I don't.
Okay, so the answer is 293 feet of curvature.
293 feet of curvature?
Yeah, that's like,
21
that's like
miles.
80 something meters. Yeah, 21 miles. That's how much curvature there would be over 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers approximately.
Okay. Let me just open up my browser so I can cross check.
Okay.
You believe in Google, right?
I believe Google's a search engine.
Good enough.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denies Google's a search engine.
Trust me, I have seen plenty of people. There are people out there who deny the existence of Google. Google is a cult, they say. Globe curvature per 21 miles. And that's 8 inches per mile. So 20 miles, the curvature would...
Squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
No, not squared. It's not squared. The Earth's curvature is... I am reading
the Earth. Okay, so if it's 8 inches per mile, that would just be like a ramp. Okay, so to have a sphere, you would have to square it. Do you understand?
You don't. No, you don't.
No,
because
come on, man! Don't make me have to explain really basic. I'm going to put the Pythagorean theorem up on the screen for you, so you can have a look at the actual formula. Right, so it's 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. Look, listen to me. Okay, there's an 8 inches per mile is an approximation.
No, dude, 8 inches per mile would be a ramp. That could not form a sphere.
Why couldn't it form a sphere?
Do you know what a ramp is?
I know what a ramp is. Hear me out for a second.
So you could have a ramp that goes at 8 inches per mile, but 8 inches per mile squared is the formula, right? Look it up. Go to chat. Go somewhere else and look it up, right? Look it up properly. Type in Earth curvature calculator.
Okay.
And go to an actual Earth curvature calculator.
Okay. Earth
I mean, you're here defending the globe, and I mean, I'm having to teach you the basic formulas. My goodness.
Okay, my goodness. Okay. Distance, kilometers, no, miles. 1 mile
Whatever. Yeah,
is
miles.
equal to curvature is
8 inches.
Nope. 0.67 feet. How many inches is that?
It's 8.
Let's check. 0.67. feet to inches. 8 inches. Yep.
Right.
It's
And
8
over 10 miles, you would have over 10 miles. You would have.
Would you
60,
mind if?
Over 10 miles, you would have 66 feet of curvature.
Should I screen share?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I can't screen share in this for some reason.
Yeah. So 1 mile would be 8 inches. Right. So I can. 1 second.
Look, hear me out. Okay, I love India.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to debate over basic. Right. This is like super basic mathematics based off the radius value.
You are thinking the Earth as something that's small as a marble.
No, it has a radius. Okay, so according to the globe, right, it has a radius of 3,959 miles. Is there a marble that size? No, obviously not.
If a marble is at that size,
you think the Earth is a ramp, bro? You think the Earth is a fucking ramp, like because you can't do basic math.
Okay, show me anything.
Okay, I'm going to show you the formulas. I'm going to show you the formulas. I'm going to give you citations and links.
Yep, please do. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's an Earth curve calculator, Earth curvature calculator. Now I'm going to pull up some formulas from Washington University, which you can also check out. And then I'm going to give you a chart showing the Pythagorean theorem.
And I know Pythagorean theorem. Distance to the horizon, eyesight level above the mean sea, and Earth's radius about a kilometer. Height of an object. See, it's the same shit.
So I'm on the Earth curve calculator. Okay, so if I put in one,
might slightly wrong in some cases. Why does this happen? Does it mean the Earth is an area? Of course. Okay, so the link that you shared for the curvature calculator, do you believe in that? Yes or no? Simply yes or no.
It's not. Look, this isn't about belief.
Yes
this is
or
about.
No? Do you trust the calculator? Yes or no?
Trust it in regards
then
to
that's
what?
Not a proof.
Trust it in regards to what? Trust it about what?
You send the Earth curvature calculator. Then you trust that website. Yes or no?
It's the same result you will get from any Earth curvature calculator,
yes,
right? Or any mathematics.
Do you trust this one? Yes or no? Simply yes or no.
Don't make me bring Rakesh. Rakesh, you have brought Rakesh to the fight now. Now you are in big shit, my brother. You are
I am in the shit, my brother.
I am Rakesh, and I am going to here to school you, bitch. That is what I will do now. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
Yes. Why are you dodging this question?
Look, bro, you're an idiot.
Yes or no?
You're an idiot. Bro, you don't know my basic mathematics. I'm not going to sit here and argue with a moron, bro. Go back, go to the beach and do a poop, right? You're better off than being here.
Okay, this is not disrespectful at all. You are not going to get banned.
Bro,
I am going to get banned if I try to
go fuck yourself, man.
Where are mods? Where are
I'm a
mods?
I'm a mod. I can kick you out of here if I want to.
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself.
Yeah, bro.
With all
I'm
due
not going to
respect,
talk
fuck
with
yourself.
idiots, dude. You're the one being
Fuck yourself.
disrespectful.
With all due
You're
respect,
you're the one that's being disrespectful to me. Now you're getting it back, right? That's what happens here.
I asked the question, do
Ben
you
Choi.
believe it on the link that you sent? Do you trust that, yes or no? And you started calling me a moron.
You said believe it. Do I believe it? And I said, no.
Did I abuse?
I don't believe
Did I
it.
use any abusive language? Did I use any abusive language? Did I raise my voice? What did I do wrong? I simply asked the question, and you started abusing me.
Oh, you poor little
Who's
snowflake.
the wrong?
Who's the wrong?
Who's in
You're
the
the wrong. You're the wrong.
I am the wrong. Okay.
I was trying to have a good faith conversation with you, and you wouldn't go along and have a good faith conversation. So I decided to start acting as retarded as you're acting.
What do you mean good heart conversation? I asked the question.
Yes,
That's
I was
the
trying
conversation.
to explain to you the basic curvature rate of the globe Earth, right? That you believe in, that you don't seem to know anything about. Right, and then you got an incorrect answer, and then you said it's 8 inches per mile. I said no, it's 8 inches per mile squared according to the globe side, and you said no, it's 8 inches per mile, which would just be a ramp. Okay, that doesn't you can't make a globe with that. Hold on, see, notice how you're interrupting me. This is why we couldn't have a conversation properly because you don't have any knowledge in how to have a regular conversation with people, right? Right?
Who's the one Okay, go to the calculator, okay?
Okay, let's go to the calculator. I have it open. Okay, so I put in 1 mile. It says 8 inches.
Don't.
I put in 2 miles. I put 2 in. It says 32 inches. Why isn't it 16? I put 2. Listen, bro. Yeah, do put stuff, right? 1 inch. Okay, 1 mile. 1 mile. 1 mile, it says 8 inches.
You are correct. Now,
and I put in 2 miles, it says 32 inches. Now I'm going to put in 3 miles, 72 inches. Okay, I'm going to put in 6 miles, 288 inches. Is 6 times 8 288? I don't think it is. Right? So maybe you should listen a little bit more when you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I am a moron. You are correct. Now scroll down. Is this Earth calculator curvature calculator accurate? That's the bullet point. Read that point. The whole point.
Is it not accurate over a certain distance?
Is this Earth curvature calculator accurate? Just read that paragraph. Just read that paragraph.
It's a parabolic formula. It's accurate enough up for about 1,000 miles. There are other formulas that you can use and you'll end up with pretty much the same results. We're talking about point or something, right? You can use different mathematical formulas to come up with the same outcome. If you want to choose a different mathematical formula, you can do so, but it will reach the same outcome.
Yeah, so the observation that I was talking about was 21 miles. Okay, so over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature.
So does that mean it's flat?
If the Earth is a globe that you think it is, right?
You might find, I'm reading this. You might find that if you were to test our calculator versus a real...
I have to mute, okay? Right? You fucking idiot. Right? If the Earth is a globe, Quagmire, that you think it is, right? You didn't know the dimensions. I had to teach you your own bullshit, right? You claim that there would be 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. That's what you claim. There is zero curvature over 21 miles. Do you understand that?
Okay, I sent something, just read it. Okay, I'm not saying anything, just read. I sent a message. that was written on that side? Just read.
Summary. Came in here all arrogant in the side chat. Started talking in VC. Thought the Earth was a ramp that curved away at 8 inches per mile, and got angry at me when I suggested that it could be squared.
You got angry.
Bro, you got upset. You told me that I was wrong. You told me that I was wrong, but actually it was you that was wrong, right? Right?
Jedi, you are listening, yes or no?
You were wrong, right?
Jedi, you are listening, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to figure out why you're upset. I've given you the alternative of other mathematical formulas. Why are you talking for me, dude? That's why other people get upset.
I'm
gave you the alternative.
Who was the one who
That
got
was
upset?
me telling you to shush and so I could continue. Dude, don't be rude. I explained to you that it's an approximation. This one is a parabolic formula. It's accurate enough up to about 1,000 miles. There are other formulas that you can use which will come to pretty much exactly the same outcome. We're talking about the deviation of a curved surface from a tangent. There's mathematics that can easily apply to this. If you don't agree with this one, find another one that you can use. But this is as good as the other ones. And for the short distances, 10, 20, 30 miles, it's perfectly fine.
Right.
Maybe I should ask you a question. Do you think that 8 inches per mile squared, or for an observer standing on the surface, giving you a geometric horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, is a good mathematical approximation to use when making predictions about how far an observer can see something reducing angular size at distance over a surface? Is he gone?
No, he just does this.
Okay, so he's just going to go quiet.
Yeah,
It's just going to be rude. Okay, fair enough. I won't waste my time.
Oh my god, I am so quiet. Why is he so quiet?
But when he's not interrupting, he's just refusing to acknowledge things that were said. He's got to do all his research on the
What
spot
are you
and
yapping about?
ask Google for everything.
What are you yapping about, bro?
Well, if you didn't understand what I said, then that's a problem for you. I'm addressing the subject. You're not listening. That's why I wondered why you were silent, because I was waiting for your response. You clearly didn't understand. I think that's a you problem.
Bro, I was drinking water.
Really, your ears don't work when you drink? I don't think we should speak to you. I think you're just wasting our time. Why should we continue to engage with an unreasonable person? Just go away.
If it could go into your country, go away.
See, there you go. Now he's acting like a child. Go away, child. Nobody wants to speak to you if you're going to act like this. Shall I just mute you? There we go.
Do not redeem.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy.
Wow. Why is the child still talking?
It's someone else.
Oh, good.
It's like working at a soup kitchen. It's like working at a soup kitchen, and the people that come in are starving, but they don't want to eat. They don't want to accept the food from you because it's you.
I've seen those videos. You get like a free pizza and they just throw it on the ground.
Hello.
Hello.
Anyone talking?
Yeah, we're talking. What's up?
Oh, what are you talking about?
We were talking about that there's no Earth curvature.
Oh, awesome.
hmm Yeah, pretty awesome. Did you want to join into the conversation?
No, thank you.
Why not?
If you guys want a good laugh, there's this guy named John Jeet Singh, and he's this white guy where I live, and he thinks he's Sikh, and he just goes to a bunch of. He goes to like where I live. It's like 80% brown people, right? So when he goes on the buses, he goes and like chants in like Punjabi and like, "Oh, my Sikh brothers, hello." It's hilarious.
Oh my
John
God,
Jeet Singh.
does he speak with an Indian accent?
He does, bro. It's hilarious. He's a white guy with a turban.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's a local legend where I'm from. I've seen him for like my whole, like 20 years probably. I was like, is that a white guy with a turban? And then he started making an Instagram account, and it's the funniest thing. All the Indian people are like embarrassed, but it's like funny.
I went to India last year for a month. The Indian people are freaking awesome, but I don't know what the deal is with the ones that come on here.
You went to where?
India.
Oh, wow.
Stayed for like a month in South India. It was awesome. Yeah, the people were super friendly. It was really awesome. Can't wait to go back. But it's not like the young guys we get coming in here, right? Just complete disrespectful assholes. They're not like that in person.
Huh.
Imagine that. Yeah,
Maybe
India's
it's like
cool.
the hood part, the wannabe, like America, we got like black people, right? Are like, oh, what I'm talking about, what are you talking about? I guess that's like the Indian version of them. And it's not just black people; it's like a whole culture thing, right? Like white people can say the same thing, Mexicans, right? It's just an ignorant culture type vibe.
Yeah, I noticed like the Asian cultures, like the Central Asia, like India and stuff, and like Southeast Asia, they hold like huge respect for like the education system. And it's like if you're educated, then you're like higher up in society. And I think we get some of these guys that have been in university, they have like they think they're king shit, right? And they think that they have like an inferiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, they get this like arrogant like attitude, and they think they try extra hard in their studies, so they're like super indoctrinated, and then they think they're smarter than other people. It's kind of annoying.
This is one thing we've seen with like British migration, Southeast Asians coming over to England on educational visas. Now, we understand that, especially within like Asian communities, whether that be Eastern or Southeastern or Southern Asian, Indian or basically Japanese and anywhere in between, education, like you said, DJ, is like right up the scale. Right? If you've got an education, you're by definition better than other people who do not have an education. That's literally the way that it goes. And you see that within the society in which I live, where we give that type of education, the universities and so on. It's very important for, say, Indian families to get their children into universities. Very important. More important than it would be for, say, a British citizen, for example. So yeah, I think it's got something to do with the caste system as well that they have in India. Different, like it's like a class system, right? And education kind of pushes you up the caste system a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anyone you talk to, the first thing that they'll mention after they ask you where you're from and how long you're staying for, blah blah blah, they'll start telling you about someone in their family that's highly educated.
Yeah. Yes, always.
Every person. It's crazy. Same in Sri Lanka was the exact same thing.
But yeah, I see what you see as well, DJ. The arrogance of the people that we've met in this server, particularly. It's crazy.
There was one the other day. It was funny. He tried to debate flat Earth for a bit, and he didn't do so well. And then he's like, "Do you play chess?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." I'm like, and he's like, "Let's play." I'm like, "What? So this is gonna settle like globe Earth versus flat Earth?" And then I sent him like, I was like, "Yeah, right, let's go." And I sent him like a request for a chess game. But like, I could tell that he'd played a bunch by the way he played. I could tell he plays a lot. And then I beat him. I beat him in like a pretty close game. And then he just left.
That's awesome. Lose to flat Earth, and then it becomes best 2 out of 3. If I could beat you in another 2 challenges, and overall I fucking win. Brilliant. Oh my god!
It was funny the way he said it. He couldn't respond to the argument. He just responded with, "Do you play chess?" Get him.
Oh my god!
And then he just left with his tail between his legs without saying anything.
How high can you jump?
It's a weird gish gallop.
That's funny. I'm still smiling. That's funny. Ow, my jaw.
Yeah, dude. What do you squat? What do you squat?
What do you bench, man? How fast can you do the 100 meters?
I have deadlift record at my home gym. I bet you cannot out deadlift me. Oh, dude, that's good.
What are you, Indian Castle King?
Indian Castle King. Temple King. Welcome, Darkness. Welcome to the channel.
Oh my god, it's the darkness. Do you believe in a thing called love? That was a song by The Darkness. I'm so fucking old. I'm sorry.
What did you say, Darkness? Did you say something?
You know it's bad when DJ Rakesh comes out.
Oh yeah, you don't want Rakesh to come out.
How can I fix my voice? Maybe it's low or something?
I turned you up to 200%, but yeah, you would have to go into your settings and turn up your microphone volume. It's not too bad, we can hear you. Do you have questions about the topic?
How can I fix it? I don't know how to use Discord from the laptop, that's why.
It's actually fine. So welcome, DDC Doc. Welcome, Xavier. Welcome. And Killian, hello.
Is it better now?
It is much better. Well done.
You're so, wait. Because I do have the microphone, but the input device here, it was my headphones. That's why.
I see.
How can I lower the volume of your voice or for everyone? The output one? Can
In the
you talk,
settings.
please?
The Earth is not a globe. There you go.
Okay, I guess that's so much better, isn't it?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
I'm from fucking Scotland. I know the Earth is a fucking globe.
What the fuck?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Fucking Scottish geezer.
Really? That's a really bad Scottish accent, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a fucking real one, aren't you? Fuck.
Oh
No, I'm just English, mate.
Oh, fucking Tom, that's even
when I hear one.
What's with all these Aussies coming in here the last few days?
You have a problem with Aussies?
Yeah, bro.
Fuck. I was in one before and there was hella Indians in there.
We don't like
Oh,
Aussies.
wait, you're Indian, sorry.
I am Indian. My name is Rakesh.
Oh.
Wait, sorry. Why is Earth flat?
Because it's measured that way.
How do you measure the Earth?
Do you know what level is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how we find level, a straight line from left to right?
Yeah, right. You put a thing on it, yeah.
No, we will level it and it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right.
Do you know
the horizon's curved
No, the horizon is a limit of observation and it's a circle around the observer when you turn around. But for all intents and purposes, it's on a flat horizontal plane. So
if you're
all
staring straight ahead at the horizon.
Yeah, I get it. So all all level horizontal lines will be parallel to the surface of the Earth. So we get level from the Earth. It's where we get horizontal from. We use the Earth, mean sea level, the water, as a horizontal reference datum. Why? Go on, you wanted to speak, I'll let you.
I just don't understand how gravity would work if the Earth was flat.
But it's got nothing to do with gravity at the moment, dude. If you're going to claim gravity does something, that apparently would make the surface curve, something we don't observe and something we do not measure.
Have you ever been in a
measure the curvature for the gravity story.
The gravity story. Okay, well, you're talking about like levels and shit, right?
Yeah, horizontal. Do you know what horizontal is? I asked you what level was. Horizontal. These things, yes.
Yes, I'm not fucking retarded.
Okay, good.
Right. But like, if you zoom in far enough on any curved surface, it's going to appear level.
That's lovely. Okay. What happens if we measure the surface? Would we measure a deviation from horizontal over a curved surface? Would we measure that?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't measure that over the surface of the Earth. So it's interesting, right? It looks flat. Even if it was a ball, it would look flat. I'll grant you that. But when we physically go to measure and confirm the observation, we measure the Earth to lay horizontally.
You have proof of this?
Yeah, we all do it. I just gave you a very small example of getting level with the world. But we can show that with long distance observations, laser propagation, and all different wavelengths of light. Yeah, loads of tests. It's called surveying the world.
You know what? I'm convinced.
Why? I haven't shown you any evidence yet. That's just now he's being
do you have
stupid.
an
I'll have to give you to DJ. Fucking hell.
No, you got me.
What does the woman have to say? Fuck all, apparently. What's the? So what's another, like, I'm not really convinced. So what's something else that would like
Water.
Water, right?
So you get your bathtub, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of the water flat?
Yeah.
All right. Then we move to a swimming pool. Flat, right? Then we move to a lake.
Yeah.
right? Flat. And now let's move to an ocean.
Right. The thing is, have you ever looked out onto the ocean?
Yeah.
Have you seen that the horizon isn't actually perfectly level? If you
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's what we get level from. Yes.
No, the horizon isn't perfectly level. If you look at it,
Sorry. Horizon has a rate of change of slope of 0. You know what the slope intercept formula is? The equation of line my equals mx plus b or c for us in Europe. It's a straight line from left to right. It's how we get level with the world. All horizontal lines will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, do you require citation from this from educational textbooks?
I don't require it, no.
Okay, so you're saying there's a rate of change of slope of a horizontal line. That's contradictory.
So you're talking about the formula of a line, right? The equation of a line. Yeah. Have you ever the quadratic formula? What about that?
What has that got to do with horizontal?
Right, because just imagine you're talking about the equation of the line, fucking whatever the derivative, whatever, being 0.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but on a curved graph, there will be a point where it is 0, and on a scale as large as the Earth.
No, on a scale as large as the Earth, the rate of change of slope is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. So you admit it's
that means after 1 mile, the surface of the Earth would descended downwards from horizontal by 8 inches. Over 10 miles is 66.6 foot. Over 100 miles, it's 1 foot of descent from a horizontal tangent on a curve.
Right.
Right. We don't measure that.
You can literally measure it.
Can you? Can you show me we literally measuring the curvature of the Earth, please?
Have you seen the video of the flat earthers measuring the Earth and
no,
they get proven wrong?
Dude, I'm a flat earther.
Right,
I've measured the surface of the Earth and it's measured flat. In actual fact, we all do this when surveying the land. It's how we build and construct civil engineering upon the surface of the Earth. Dams, pipes, all of this type of stuff. Water flow requires a horizontal plane. Now we measure this. You said that we measure curvature. Show me the measurements, please. I know you're lying, dude.
You keep going back to this one point here, right?
What, the curvature of the Earth to make it a sphere? Yeah, it's the consequence of a sphere, isn't it? A curved surface.
The only point you have, you've got one point.
Yeah,
and whenever
the Earth isn't a sphere. That's a problem, isn't it?
Have you ever been on a plane, or have you just been stuck in Britain on a madness?
No, I've been in a plane over 24 times.
24 times. I think I did that more in a year, mate.
Okay, that's lovely. But what about flying in a plane?
You can observe the curvature of the Earth from a plane.
You can observe the curvature of the Earth. Do you know what dip angle correction is?
It just sounds like a bit of waffle.
No, it's to do with a measurement of the descension from eye level. So when you're at altitude, the horizon will have descended by a degree. You're saying that when you look out of a window, there's one part higher than the rest. But when you measure a declination of horizontal angle, 360 degrees around you, the angle measurement's the same. We don't measure the curve. Would you like demonstrations of this?
I can't really be fucked, to be honest.
No, because you don't understand very simple things. You think that you can see the curvature of the Earth from an aeroplane.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it like this. Mathematically speaking, you're not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. You'd have to be further away than the International Space Station to perceive that type of curvature. Because if you are standing on a sphere and rise in altitude and just keep circling 360, the horizon's going to appear like a circle around you, with no part being higher or lower than the other.
So how would we explain the pictures of Earth from a space station?
How would we explain them? What do you want me to explain?
they're round.
They're mathematically incorrect.
The Earth is round, is it not?
No, they're mathematically incorrect.
But they've been taken, right? So it had like
No, they haven't been taken. You can curve horizontal lines just with a lens. You know that, right?
Sure.
like a fisheye lens.
Yeah, barrel distortion. Yeah. Pin cushion distortion also bends it the other way.
You can clearly tell when that's occurred.
So, wait,
and
what's
this would
the
be
agenda?
fine.
Why convince us the Earth is round?
It's Jedi. But this would be fine if, say, for example, NASA showed the Earth is here and give us its dimensions, radius, diameter, and circumference. Then we should measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth with the equation that I just gave. We don't measure that curvature upon the Earth, so there seems to be a problem with verifying those pictures.
Well, the curve of a circle isn't linear, right? So your argument is
8
on a
inches
linear.
per mile squared, 7.98 inches per mile squared to be slightly more accurate. That means
Right, and
over 1
that's
mile.
not a linear. That's
I
not a linear
gave you
equation.
the math earlier. You didn't listen, did you?
No, but the Earth is round though. Type shit.
Is it? Have you got those measurements of it?
Yeah, I had measured it just then, actually.
Just then, what in your imagination? We should probably not talk to you and move on to someone because you're going to start wasting our time.
No.
No. So we should deal with you just making shit up, should we?
Making shit up. You missed your
now
point
he's
today,
just
did you,
trying to
Eddie?
mock me. He doesn't want to deal with the conversation at hand.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing for you because you can't stand it, can you?
Classic.
Common amongst people with cat profile pictures, which is kind of weird.
Classic.
Classic
Around
cat
Earth
profile
issue,
picture. Yeah, classic cat PFP tard.
Wait, so
you are, bro.
So you're also not a round earther, are you?
Not a round earth. No. What, that's crazy. Why would I think that I live on a spinning space ball? It's nuts.
So your argument is that you find it hard to believe because the ball's spinning in space, correct?
No, actually, no. Long distance observations, laser transit tests, infrared photography over huge distances, right? Seeing things that would be huge distances below the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah. Like consistently, there's thousands of these observations that have been done now. So yeah, I mean, I used to live on Lake Macquarie in Newcastle, and it's like a 20-kilometer stretch across that lake, and I lived right on the lake there. I had a boat. I bought one of those super zoom P900 cameras, and I could set my camera up just off the surface of the water and zoom in all the way and see the white sand shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. That's not possible if the Earth's a globe, right? There would be a huge amount of curvature over that distance that would be obstructing like the line of sight view.
Yep.
So yeah, it's based on like things that anyone can go and validate for themselves, but I get why you're skeptical about it because you've probably never looked into this before. I thought it was dumb too.
I'm just saying, right? Like, so you're saying this lake is 20 kilometers in radius, correct?
No, there's like a point in the lake that's 18 kilometers from like one shoreline to the other shoreline.
So 20 kilometers in radius, yes?
Not in radius.
Where's radius from?
Well, no, it's not the radius, bro. It's like a lake shaped, you know?
Yeah, but like if you were gonna like just simplify it, right?
Well, look, there's a point if you stand on one little like beach on the lake, it's like the longest section across the lake is 18 kilometers.
Right,
Yeah.
so it has a radius of 18 kilometers at that point.
How is a cross from one side of a circle to another a radius? You might be trying to use the word diameter.
No, he's saying from the middle.
No, I never said from the middle, bro.
You said
So from
the
one
middle.
shore to the other.
Right, 18 kilometers. Okay, it's the diameter then. Same shit.
Yeah,
right?
no shit.
Okay.
Listen better.
Fuck off then. So you think 18 kilometers, right?
Go on.
18 kilometers on the scale of how large the Earth is. You think that would represent a massive curve, correct?
You want me to? No, I can tell you the exact amount of curvature there would be over that distance if you want.
like 8 inches squared or some shit, right?
Yeah.
A mile.
Okay. 83 feet.
83 feet.
Yes, that's like an 8-story building, basically.
Yeah.
So you basically you would have to have a 9-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and then you would only be able to see the top story of it popping out over the horizon. And you would have to have the horizon as well, right? So you would have to have, based on the height of the observer, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, right? So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. But I was doing my observations from 1 foot height off the surface, just holding the camera down low. And from 1 foot height, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. It's 2 kilometers or something. And that means that anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. But that doesn't happen when we go out and test. We got so many observations that have been done where we can go to a huge lake, 35 kilometers across the lake, and we can set up the camera on a tripod and zoom in and literally see the shoreline on the other side of the lake and the whole town and buildings and everything over there. And the water's just flat. There's no horizon at all over that entire distance. That doesn't work on a globe, right? Those are things that have to be there.
But what about? I feel like you pretty selectively choose proofs for your.
No. This isn't selective. This is just a really solid one, right? There's tons more. But long distance observations checking for things that would have to be there. They tell us the exact size of the globe and everything, so we can check and do the basic math and work out what would have to be there in reality. That horizon has to be there physically. It's geometric. It's part of the physical globe Earth, so it has to be there. It can't not be there.
Tight shit.
Yeah, these observations happen everywhere. So usually the problem that we have is either accessibility or known distances, stuff like that. But no, this happens everywhere.
Yeah. Tight shit.
Because the Earth is flat everywhere.
But everywhere, right? So space and things like this? If the... Right, okay. If the Earth is flat, why would we see every other spatial body as a circle? Is my you can see the stars. And
what's happening in the sky does not dictate what you're standing on.
Yeah, it's if my floor is flat, why are the lights on my ceiling?
So, yeah, but it's a bit different, isn't it?
Being as I now see circular light bulbs on my ceiling, my floor can only be a circular light bulb.
Maybe.
You understand things can be different, right? Let's just get this out of the way.
Because the floor is circular. Because the Earth is
circular. That's two-dimensional. A circle.
Yes, it's circular. Because the Earth is.
Is it? Yeah. No, circular, that's two-dimensional. A circle is a two-dimensional thing you can draw on a piece of paper that's flat. Every time you say round and circle, you mean sphere. That's three-dimensional.
No, I mean a circle. I know what a sphere is, but I mean it's circular.
It's circular, so there would be curvature.
No, but it's a circle.
No, it is a circle, so there would be, by consequence, curvature.
No, but you were just saying a circle is 2D.
No, dude, I've conceded on you're talking about a circle, not a sphere. We're on to two dimensions. Trying to ascertain if you understand that still the consequence of a circular line is curvature, isn't it?
There's a line and it's curved. Yeah, probably it's a circle.
Good. So that would mean if the Earth was a circle, it would curve over distance, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's how the Earth works, isn't it?
Okay, so without you declaring this, do you have the evidence to back up the claim?
The evidence to back up the claim?
apart from you just saying the claim.
I'm sure I could find evidence in like 2 seconds.
Okay, good. Would that be like NASA pictures?
You could do a test with like a laser and shit.
Okay, we have done a test with a laser and shit.
Yeah.
In actual fact, this is how surveying is done. This is how surveying is done.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
Yeah, good. This is also how early warning systems work and targeting systems. Lasers? Yeah. All of these things work on a horizontal stationary surface because if the Earth was curved, there would be a limitation due to that curve, right?
You're saying a lot of words right now. If you could...
No, it's all right. I'm wasting my time. I said this 10 minutes ago. I should remember what I fucking said.
Dude's having a really hard time tracking with this conversation, it would appear.
Me?
Yes, you.
Who's talking right now?
No, Jedi's doing great. He's exhibiting patience beyond belief with you. You're having trouble tracking with the words that are being said, including using words that aren't correct. But that's cool, brother. Keep up with it. Maybe you get there one day.
You said words a lot of time in that sentence. I'm a bit confused about the amount of times you said words then.
So he's descended into being a troll or an idiot now. That's what we're dealing with.
No, I'm saying the Earth is circular, right?
It says who it's par for the course, it would appear, right? Feet get to the fire, and then they start getting stupid.
Why would you say the Earth is a circle?
I said it's a sphere. So you got to listen here. So like a sphere is in.
It's a sphere now. A 3D plane. Okay, I'll try to understand that. The Earth is a sphere. What's the evidence for that?
Probably like there's like how flat are you thinking the Earth is? Like when you say the Earth is flat,
It is
like you're saying there's like mountains and shit don't exist. Like it's just
What is the evidence? What is the evidence that the Earth is a sphere, please?
Evidence that Earth is a sphere.
Now it's starting to repeat the questions.
What about the shape of the Earth during lunar eclipses and shit like that?
That would be affirming the consequent. So there's about 1,000 different things wrong with the eclipse that you're referring to. Should we just start listing them off?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so you see the moon sometimes get darker. They tell you it's an eclipse. Are you assuming, so are all the assumptions baked in that the Earth is a sphere, the moon is a sphere, the sun is shining light 93 million miles away, the Earth is moving in front of the moon? Is that what you think is happening?
That just is what's happening, like scientifically.
No, you can't just, no, not scientifically, not proven. You don't have any evidence for that. Give me all the evidence for those things, please. Starting with the Earth being a sphere, what's the evidence for that?
You can't.
Can't. You can't.
Can't, did you say?
Yeah, you can't come up with the evidence, it would appear.
Well, I haven't actually I haven't put much thought into this because it's just quite common knowledge, you know.
Yeah, it's common indoctrination. So everybody's been given the same story. They all repeat the same story, but they don't have any evidence for the problem.
All right.
It's fact.
Okay. You can't seem like it's a bit hard to tell someone this when they just can't wrap their head around like.
See if you can wrap your head around something simple.
Like the moon is a sphere, which we can physically see. It's spherical.
Okay. Right. So let's see if we can wrap your head around something simple.
You're going to pitch the 2D argument here, right?
No. I'm going to ask you how shadows work. That's what we're talking about, the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is between the sun and the moon, so the light from the sun is blocked by the Earth, causing a shadow on the moon. That's your claim, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that would work if the moon was flat.
Right.
Because if the moon was a curved surface, you'd have a complex curve. Do you know what a complex curve is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a curved surface, well, one of them would cause a distortion of the shadow. In this instance, it would be the curved surface of the moon. Have you ever like made shadow puppets on a wall?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you get a sphere, you're going to have to end up with a curved line, but that's on a flat wall surface. If you curve that surface that the shadow's being cast on, the shadow becomes distorted, doesn't it?
Right, but I'm okay.
No, just yes or no. Do you agree with what I said or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so being as this is obviously true, there's a problem with the eclipse that we observe. Because the moon would have to be flat for us to observe this if the Earth was a sphere, causing and casting a curved shadow. Now that's just geometrically easy to demonstrate. You must forfeit your spherical moon for your eclipse idea.
No, not at all.
Yes, because otherwise it'll be a complex curve, as we just both agreed.
Because I just said yes because to get you to stop
because
talking,
you wanted to run away.
But okay, so if you put an object, so if you put a basketball in front of a tennis ball, right? You put a basketball in front of a tennis ball. You shine a light from in front of the basketball. The tennis ball's going to have a shadow on it because it's smaller.
Yeah, it's going to have a shadow on it, but what type of shadow have on it?
It's just going to be in shadow, isn't
it? Dude.
Okay, demonstrate that for us. Demonstrate that.
Light. Have you ever observed the lunar eclipse? What happens to the moon when it's eclipsed? What colour does it turn?
Probably red. Really?
Yeah, red. Is red a shadow, absence of light, the colour red?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Oh my God. Red, a colour, isn't an absence of light.
But you're thinking of visible light here. Right? Like the visible light.
It's visibly red. Gosh damn it.
Is your brain leaking out of your ears at the moment, dude? You don't seem to be understanding
Holy
very simple
shit.
things.
Yeah? How much time do you spend in here per day?
A few hours here and there. A few hours in the morning, maybe get some time in the afternoon, mainly at evening when I'm at home.
What else do you do during your day that's not?
What the fuck has that got to do with you?
Who cares, dude?
I'm just curious what kind of people are in here.
What kind of people? So you're going to base what kind of the people they are by how much time they spend in a Discord server? You're a fucking asshole.
I think that's a great judgment. I think...
No, it isn't.
You can tell the kind of person by how much time they spend in an online space.
So we have engineers, we have military, we have housewives, we have dads, we have all kinds of people in here. Don't make judgment calls about how much time or what kind of people they by how much time they spend in here. College professors.
Yeah, don't leave out the college professors. Don't leave out
don't leave out the architects. Stereotype people now, so you're going to stereotype people.
Yeah, you're stereotypical flat earthers, I would say.
Yeah, that means that we know more than every average globetard. That's what that means.
Globetard, you're using slurs now. Wow.
Yes.
Is this?
Well, you don't even know what we're talking about. You don't know what a complex curve is. You think red is not visible light. So yes, you've exemplified this.
I've exemplified the globetard.
Yes, you are a perfect example of it. You don't know anything about your religious system, but you want to stereotype the people in here to help you feel better about yourself. That's what's going on.
I'm not religious at all.
So you are. You believe in the globe. It's a religious system. You have no evidence for it, but you believe it anyway.
My question for you, okay, if this is a religious system and we just believe this, how come every scientific every time new evidence comes out that the Earth
show it to me,
right?
Show it to me. Show me the evidence.
Have to change.
Show me the evidence. You're making a claim without any base to it. I want you to give me the evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead.
Specifically, scientific evidence. You said scientific evidence.
That would be great. The scientific evidence.
If you look out your window during the night time,
is that scientific evidence?
Are sometimes curved from the lights and things.
What are you talking about, dude?
And that's curved.
Excuse me, what are you talking about? We're talking about you saying that all science, even the new ones, prove the surface of the Earth is curved.
Yeah.
Give us that. Don't tell us to look outside at night time and start imagining shit. That wouldn't be scientific evidence, would it? Imagining shit.
I'm just saying observing shit.
Okay. Observing stuff isn't the fulfillment of the scientific.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it isn't. You're going to need an experiment further down the line, because after your observation, you're going to make a prediction about the observation. Then you're going to test in an experiment. So no, you looking at stuff and imagining shit isn't the fulfillment of the scientific method.
What experiments have you done? I don't even believe you've experimented getting in the shower. Actually.
Sorry, do you think, this is why I asked you the fucking question. Do you think scientific evidence proves the shapes of objects?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so give me a hypothesis for a shape.
Please. A square has four
sides. He's going to try. No, that's a declaration of its geometrical shape. It's not a prediction, you fucking idiot. You don't know, do you?
I think I predict.
Well, let's put it like this. You think scientific evidence proves the shape of the Earth. If I gave you scientific evidence, I think you wouldn't understand it. Do you know what scientific evidence is?
No. Can you explain me science?
Yeah, it'll be the observation of a phenomena, a prediction of cause of the phenomena, and the verification of the prediction through experiment, where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if it changes or not the dependent variable. Science, you did this in school. It's called a hypothesis and experiment. Do hypotheses and experiment exist within science?
No, I just get told shit. I listen to it.
So you just get told you can't think.
Is this what you expect me to?
You just get told you can't think is what you just said. I can't think. I just get told.
I'm saying you didn't let me finish. I said, is that what you expect me? Is that what you expect me to say when you ask me these questions? Like,
I expect you to understand, and from a point of intelligence, address what's been said.
Are you one of the engineers or the architects in this?
Engineers, architects? No, I'm questioning you about your belief that science proves shapes.
Maths proves shapes.
Oh shit! So it's not going to be science then?
Well, they're a culmination of science and maths.
No, maths is a language. Science is a methodology of experimentation. Different things. You can extrapolate math formula from scientific experiments, but that's the language of convention. Math and science are not the same thing.
Excuse me, can I interrupt? Like, who believes the Earth is flat? I just can't understand your conversation. Like, who supports that?
Me.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I was conversing with this guy, but you interrupted.
Wait, what's this guy saying? I want to hear this guy. I was definitely.
Yeah, we all with the flag at least. We could.
Can you not eat your fucking crisps into the mic?
Here. Yeah, Jesus, what's going on, bro? Why are you eating your chips into the mic?
Mate, eating my chips.
All right, for fuck's sake, dude. If you can't act like a fucking adult, I'll just mute you. Shit, the guy has no fucking parents.
You can't handle the conversation.
Shut up. Right, move on to the next guy.
Really got to love how no one's done any research, but they've all seen the Netflix hit piece
Standing or standard operating procedure, one of the indoctrinated religious globe zealots gets wrecked because they don't know what science is. They don't understand that shapes have nothing to do with the scientific method. They're shown to not have any evidence for their claims or any of the claims that they repeat that were given to them by their handlers and their priests. And then when muted, they will bleat in the side chat because they just can't stand losing. They can't be shown to be a fool. And they won't be unmuted because we're already done with you, Finn, or Fee, or whatever it is. So you can hang out and bleat and cry as long as you need to, get it all out, but you won't be unmuted.
Hey man, I have a question. Can I?
Shoot.
I mean, like, how does satellites works in our atmosphere? If the Earth.
How do satellites work in our? Well, number one, if you're referring to a piece of machinery or equipment that was designed to take imagery or data from high altitudes, I don't doubt that that type of technology does exist now. But the idea that there is some kind of technology or equipment that is falling around a sphere Earth through the vacuum of space is essentially impossible because, number one, the Earth is not a sphere. Number two, there's no sphere for that piece of equipment to fall around. So, you know, the idea that you probably have in your head of these geostationary or orbiting satellites, they don't exist. Is it possible that some of these pieces of equipment are hanging from high altitude balloons, which there are many, you know, documents and evidences for that sort of thing being done? Sure, even drones. But no satellites exist in outer space falling around a sphere Earth.
Oh, you're claiming like no satellite, none even a single satellite ever exists in our atmosphere yet.
No. I mean, as far as when you're describing atmosphere, you're saying that air is a shape, and air doesn't have an inherent shape.
Atmosphere or something like that. Just saying satellite, how they works in our atmosphere, just that.
How do they work in the atmosphere? If they exist? Well, like I said, we do have equipment hanging from high altitude balloons and high altitude aircraft. That sort of thing does exist. But the idea of the satellite, I think that you have in your head, doesn't exist.
Okay. So you are also saying that all this NASA and this rocketry thing they do to launch a satellite, to analyze that satellite, they are just fake?
No, I've been to Cape Canaveral. I've seen rockets leave the surface of the Earth. I haven't seen them go into what you would call outer space. I didn't have any view of that. They just kind of went in a parabolic arc and then went out of sight in the distance. So, you know, rockets, those are certainly real. Do they have a payload of satellites on them that they're depositing into the vacuous region that people consider to be space that we don't have any evidence for? No. That's not happening. Now, are you saying, is it fake? Well, you know, that would be a bold claim. But until they provide evidence that they're doing what they are saying that they're doing, because we don't have any, you know, really images of said technology in the vacuum of outer space. In fact, we don't even have any evidence for the vacuum of outer space. That's the problem. So do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, like, also, like, I would put in the second question, like, you also see some spacecraft or some rockets when they launch, they like do a live broadcast. You're saying like these are also fake or something?
Well, they're live to a certain extent, and then they cut to a different feed several times. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want me to go ahead and tell you that I think that some of the broadcast is essentially fabricated or fake, yes, I do.
Okay.
And you know, if that's what you really want to know, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So,
If they are fake,
but
yeah.
let's talk.
Okay.
Let's talk about entropy for a second. You realize that when we're talking about entropy, that high pressure must go to low pressure, high energy or high heat goes towards low energy or lower temperatures. So if the Earth is a pressurized system, because you and I are both breathing pressurized gas, we have air pressure on Earth. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, so at sea level, it's 14.7 psi. Okay? So we have air pressure on Earth. Why is that air pressure not leaving the surface of Earth to equalize or find an equilibrium with the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of outer space?
I mean, like, we have atmosphere around, that's why.
Well, you're using the term atmosphere. I imagine that you are imagining that there is some kind of layer of spherical air attached to the Earth somehow. Is that what you're envisioning?
Not attached. I'm saying it's surrounded.
Well, why is it surrounded to the Earth? Or why is it around the Earth that isn't a ball, by the way? See, the thing is if the Earth is not a ball, then you don't have an atmosphere. You don't have a sphere shape of gas. Does that make sense?
So what do you think? What's your point of view?
No, it's not about what I think. We have gas pressure on the Earth. The only way to create gas pressure is to have a container for the gas. In fact, gas pressure is defined by the collisions of the molecules of air with the walls of its container. Even NASA says that. That's a definition from the NASA website. So anytime that you have gas pressure or air pressure, you're going to need a solid barrier container. That's just the facts. So if we don't have any kind of barrier, a solid barrier, then there's no way for us to have gas pressure on the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the Earth cannot be exposed to a extremely high vacuum. If it were, there would be no gas pressure, or at least I would say 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure on the surface of the Earth, which means you and I would not be alive. There would be no way for life to occur since there would be no gas for anything to breathe. All of the gas would vacate the surface of the Earth as soon as it was leaving the surface of the Earth. Because, there's gas always leaving the surface of the Earth. If you go to the ocean, a lake, or whatever, there's always bubbles coming up. You've noticed that, right? And we also have a gas cycle. It's always coming from the oceans, the algae or the plankton or whatever, creating the oxygen cycle and all that stuff. So the Earth itself is breathing. But as soon as one of those bubbles were to, or, any kind of air was to leave, let's say the dirt, it would immediately try to fill the available volume of the ever-expanding universe that is, put forth as an idea to those of us who live here. So there would be no way for there to be gas pressure in any way. Okay. So the Earth is measurably flat. It is not measured to be spinning or rotating or orbiting or doing any of that stuff. There's at least 4 different vectors we would have to detect. So we have axial rotation, then we have the orbit of the Earth around the sun, then we have the solar system hurling through the Milky Way galaxy, and then we have the galaxy itself hurling through the ever-expanding universe. That's 4 different vectors. we don't detect or measure any of those. Nobody on Earth has ever detected the Earth to be moving, save for the accelerations and the shifting that occurs in an earthquake. But that's it. No rotation, no linear or angular accelerations, none of that stuff. The Earth is stationary and it is enclosed. Why? Because we have gas pressure here. There must be a container to keep this gas pressure.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing?
Awesome. How are you?
I'm amazing, dude.
Great. What brings you by?
What brings me back? Have you spoken before?
No, I said what brings you by. I hope I didn't cut out.
Well, the topic is quite interesting, isn't it?
It is.
Everybody's talking about that Earth.
Yeah.
And I mean, these days, CGI is so good. You know, nobody knows history. Who knows? Maybe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, well, what we've decided to do is take the claims of the globe and then just measure them in reality. And there's no measurable curvature on the Earth anywhere. So
it's like they can't even see. They can't even feel. Yeah. Blew my mind when I found out about it a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Now I'm here.
Now you're here. Are you still kind of on the globe persuasion, or are you on the fence, or?
See, globe persuasion is, I'll tell you, I say that stuff to fit in. Because you cannot say that outright, because they'll put you. You know, they'll block your career, they won't let you say stuff, cancel you. They have been doing it. So I observe people. I try to sway their minds. I try to ask questions and see how they react. Because I know what I believe in. What do you think?
Well, I was just wondering, are you a, I don't want to give you the title, but are you a flat earther, or are you still on the globe?
Well, the globe ones I don't believe in. The flat ones I don't believe in either. But I know that it's not a globe. That's all I can tell you. Because I have a community of people in India that about 14 people there, they're all flat earthers. I am one of the old members there. I don't know the actual shape, but I damn as well know that it's not a fucking globe.
Sure. Oh, fair enough. Well, welcome in. I don't know if you haven't been here before, have you?
No, I have not been. This is my first time.
Okay. Well, welcome.
I just found it very interesting.
Oh, it's interesting, all right.
Oh yeah,
we can
it
talk
is.
about this topic
For
forever.
those who know, they know. I think you have also seen the stuff. You also know the things related to it. You have seen the Buzz Aldrin video and all that stuff. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I ask people. The very first thing. Do you believe in moon landing? That's what I do.
Sure. Well, that's a good gauge to figure out kind of where their head is at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you?
Do I believe in the moon landing? Heavens, no. I don't think that the moon is even. Well, I don't even think that the moon is something that we can go to or land on. But that's just me. You know, there's no evidence that I can see that would prove that. No, I know that the Earth is flat. I know that everybody measures it flat and uses it flat. And nobody uses the globe for anything. They don't even use it for navigation. So there is no way that this place could be curved, because what we've been told by the surveyors and everybody and the navigators, they're saying, well, we measure it flat and we use it flat for convenience or for practical purposes. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if the Earth is curved, the easiest thing to do would be to measure it curved and use it curved, because that would give you your greatest accuracy. So if it's not curved, if it's flat, and you're using it practically as
latitude, just straight, doesn't make any sense.
Right. So everything is flat and Cartesian, and that's going to give us the greatest accuracy, and that's the way that we practically use it. So why would we even entertain the idea that the Earth is a globe?
My question is, the people who show me the images of the globe Earth, I cannot find a single picture on the entire internet, NASA, ISRO, or any space company of the Earth that is not CGI and not fake. Because every single picture that you can find on the internet is fake, CGI, or now AI, conveniently, where people are losing sight of what is real, what is not. So, DNA.
It's an interesting time to be alive.
Even something you say. Yeah. It's. Yep. And about the COVID-19, all that stuff, locked the whole world.
We won't be speaking about that.
Yeah, we don't really want to talk about that. We're live streaming in here, so we're going to kind of not talk about the old COVIDs, just to make sure that, YouTube is happy. But yeah. One of the ways we're being censored, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where is this going to be posted at?
Well, if you scroll to the top of the list of people in this particular Discord channel, you'll see 2 YouTube bots. If you click on those, there are links to the YouTube channel, and you can go there.
Yeah. So can we talk about the NWO?
It's going to be a short conversation.
Yeah, we try to keep it only on the Earth. If that particular topic overlaps the Earth, or this particular topic, flat Earth, then you can talk about that in context. But this is not necessarily just. We did have is Fee still in here? He left. He wore himself out, old tuckered out. So there might be a couple more Globers in here. I'm just not sure.
That must be a great character development for him.
I'm going to go on mute if somebody else wants to keep this conversation going. I got to mute up. Nice talking to you.
So, and if you guys want to share how you came to believe or came to realize that whatever you've been watching on TV, on reading on schools about the shape of the Earth is not as it is, as we are being told. Because I remember in my school, they said something about oblate spheroid, which is like making up words which do not exist. And this blabbering like parrots who don't even know what is real. They just believe everything that is being told to them. So
I have one if you are interested.
Sure.
What do you think about satellite? How they works? Or are they even exist? Or are they just fakes? Faking around?
Well, I believe that they're all ocean-based. You get me?
Well, things in the sky are in the ocean. You said, did I hear you correctly? Did you say they were ocean-based?
Yeah. Because
so the things in the sky are in the sea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? Why do you believe that the things in the sky are actually in the
Well, I'm not
ocean?
talking about the things in the sky that are in the sea. First of all, you have to think, why is there a satellite?
What's a satellite?
Answer that question first.
No, what
Because
is a
of
satellite?
weather control?
Yes.
A satellite is an object that is sent from Earth
You
into the
asked me a
space.
question. You asked me a question. It's a high altitude platform. A satellite, something in the sky at high altitude.
Yeah.
It's a platform because it
High
has
altitude.
devices on it that can record, for example.
Different devices, yeah.
Yeah, so a high altitude platform.
High altitude. Yeah.
Yeah. So why did you bring up it's in the ocean?
Well, when I think about satellites, I think about phones. And when I think about phones, I think about towers. When I think about towers, I think about weather. When I think about weather, that's when the satellite comes in.
Yeah.
The people
So if we're
who
talking
are
about
robots, they usually say that.
Yeah, I'd agree. If we're talking about communication, right, satellites will be part of the communication infrastructure, sending and receiving signal. A time ping, for example, so we can know our location, works in conjunction with undersea cables, towers and masts, for example, that send and receive signals. Your mobile phone will send and receive signal from a localized mast, maybe 3 or 4, so you can triangulate your position, potentially with a high altitude platform involved. So the question was, what do we think satellites are? They're high altitude platforms.
No, they're not.
They're not. So satellites that are high altitude, altitude being above mean sea level, upwards.
No. They can be altitude platforms. But are they some objects that are floating in the space? Is that what we believe?
Space? That's a different question. Space doesn't exist for things to float in.
Yeah,
Hold on, Jeff.
I know that. But
just a second.
when
Hey,
someone
user
asks about
1381. Hold on, brother. User 1831. You want to close your mic so we don't have the echo, please?
Huh?
Close your mic so we don't have the echo. Well, I'll close it for you. No problem. You can ask to be unmuted, but if you're going to say something, say something. Don't leave your mic open indefinitely, please. Go ahead, fellas.
Thanks, mate. So back to satellites, high altitude platforms. Other technology exists. Yeah, you can have things like buoys on the surface of the ocean. Those pieces of technology that are used, it's part of an entire infrastructure. You have contention with this? Or did we lose our speaker and maybe we should move on to the original person who asked the question? Still here.
Yeah, sorry, was that for me?
Yeah, the person who asked about satellites in the first instance.
Was the guy.
Okay. So where are we up to in this conversation?
As I was saying, when people think about satellites, because I have to switch my brains, which one is the flat earther person, and then there's the normie, as I like to call them. When they think about satellite, they think about something that is floating in the space, as the Elon Musk narrative, and usually how they are taught in school. But when we think about satellites, now that's a term that I've heard for the first time, which is a high altitude platform, which is, I believe, is a more correct term. Because, for example, if there are plane crashes, there is also something of a device called emergency locator transmitter, and it uses a satellite to send signals of the GPS of where they are so that they can be rescued. And I do not think that they need something floating in the space to do that when it can be done.
It can be done, Yeah, it can be done on the ground and something that's at a higher altitude than the airplane. Doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space, it can just be at a higher altitude.
Correct. Now, the question that I beg to ask is then why all the stories about space, about aliens, about promoting movies about space and aliens, keeping the narrative alive? Just for distraction?
Yeah, they're keeping the narrative alive, is what they're doing. They want this narrative where the Earth is a sphere that was created by a Big Bang, where there's other life out there, we're not the only ones, right? They want this narrative. Satellites that orbit the Earth that's a sphere are a good way to propagandize this narrative. Space exists, right? Yeah. Satellites take pictures of the Earth because the Earth is a ball and they can go to the moon, which all. It's their narrative. It's why they went, quote unquote, to the moon. They didn't actually go, but it was a good way to fulfill the narrative. Right? Go to the thing that's orbiting around the Earth, turn around and take a picture, quote unquote, of the Earth that's a sphere that we're leaving. Because it's the only way that we can prove it, right, is by going far enough away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also found this video of Buzz Aldrin, where an 8-year-old girl asks him that why isn't there another moon landing program? Why haven't people been to moon again? And he answers very eloquently that it's because we never went there. And there's a reason why we never went there. And I think I know the reason. But that begs a question. Is why? What's the bigger picture? Why are they distracting us? Why are they keeping narrative alive? What is their purpose?
Okay. So within this narrative, they get to give you a creation story, right? How everything was created, sprung into existence, alongside things like the evolution narrative, how life forms develop, how life was created and developed over time to eventually here we are asking the question, how we got here. They give us a new creation narrative, and within this narrative, it's devoid of intelligent creation. It happened all by itself, they can argue. So it's devoid of God.
Ah. So now it makes sense. Because every movie that is coming from Hollywood, every show, somehow the story is being told in such a way to promote atheism. Now, atheism it gives them a person's empty mind to, I believe, mold into something that they want. I think capitalism has a lot of things to do with this. But
I think all governmental structures do. Whether it's capitalism, whether it's communism, whether it's socialism or fascism.
So all of them aren't just regulated by few people, few societies. All government, I don't think that's actually also real. All government. I don't think that exists. What do you think?
I think everything that's been happening over the last 80 years, specifically in recent history, has been an affront or an attack on God, including this NASA heliocentric narrative that gives its own creation story. Right? You just have to look at the way that the world has changed, let's say since the end of the Second World War, how society and how people have changed. Right? The things that we allow today that we didn't allow, say, 30 years ago, definitely not 80 years ago, without underlining any specific topic. But we just have to look at the world around us and realise everything's changed and not for the better. People aren't as great as they would want to think that we are. So I think that it's a changing of our mindset away from the obvious truth of our personal situation within the created system in which we live to something that is devoid of God, where man's in control, and it's going to be like a Pied Piper where they lead us off of a cliff somehow. So I think everything that's happening in the world is very scary.
That
What? Why
begs
do you
another
think?
question.
Oh, go on then. You ask yours. I do apologise. Carry on.
No. Please ask me.
No, please.
So, you're a person, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
Are you a religious person? Are you someone who believes in
yeah.
God?
Yeah, I'm Christian. Yeah.
You're a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. So, he came to know about all this stuff. I was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And strangely, I'm still an atheist. Now, that has been quite hard for me to have a conversation with people who are religious, because they would obviously tell me that I'm lost, as my girlfriend would always say. Also Christian.
Right.
And she always says that you will come to the light. I know that. She says all that stuff. But now that begs another question. That, do you guys believe in God?
In God?
And why? Yeah.
Okay,
You obviously do.
Okay.
I just want to know why.
Okay, so first instance, you need intelligence to create. Right? Without any religious doctrine, whether it be Christian, Muslim, or whatever, the will and the intent of that deity, right, without the religious aspect, answering the question how something was created, you need intelligence to create. So that can be termed as God in that first instance. Now, beyond that, it's a personal choice to, let's say, choose a religion from that point onwards. Personally, me, I look to the God of the Bible, because that's the only one who has ever claimed to be the creator of everything, where all of the other gods, they're kind of God of trees, God of wine, God of like this aspect and that aspect. They're not total gods, they're gods with a lowercase g. Now, you can argue the toss around the necessity for God. That's fine. That's what you get from the earth being a ball, right? This atheism that's devoid of God. But when the earth isn't that, and it's measurably not a sphere, it's obviously a created, ordered system, so needs a creator. It's up to you on this point on to make that choice of which direction you go with regards to how you religiously move on.
I think this might be an important point here, to ask him how he views his belief in the globe and to critically examine that as a religion.
Well, my answer to be, he says that you need intelligence to create. Now that begs the question, because intelligence itself is an abstract word, because it is used to define something that is efficient in doing a lot of things compared to something, right? That is intelligence. Information. More information means more intelligent.
Mm-hmm. So to have information.
So
where do you get information from?
So information itself is something very large, because information has a lot of branches. And for example, if I say that I am intelligent, and if I say a statement that all human life is intelligent, then that also puts the intelligence in an abstract manner, because obviously not all human life is intelligent. Some of them are just downright retarded. But that's just the nature of things. So now I want to ask you that if intelligence is also a spectrum, and now if we put also creatures in them, for example, frog can also create a baby. Now that would not be intelligent life, but then intelligence is different. It can jump.
That's reproduction.
Reproduction.
Yeah, when a frog gives birth to tadpoles. That's a created system. It's reproduction.
That is also creation, right?
It's better termed as recreation.
Recreation.
Yeah.
Recreation.
You have the information taken from both partners, you put both pieces of information together, and that recreates a new being with the information held within the genetic code. See,
That also doesn't violate thermodynamics and specifically entropy.
Yeah.
Whereas the Big Bang does.
No, well, Big Bang doesn't make any sense, right?
No.
Because the Big Bang theory is that everything was created from nothing. Because nothing cannot be created from... That doesn't make any sense. That goes against the theory of matter cannot be created or destroyed, right? But it can be expanded and it can be contracted. Am I using the right words?
Yeah. But the universe that we're told is the thing that's been created in the first, right? It's not a sphere. It's not orbiting around the sun in a solar system that's moving around some Orion's arm of the galaxy. That's not really the thing that's been created. The Earth isn't a sphere. It's something else.
Yeah.
So does the Big Bang exploding the universe to exist really take a part in this narrative?
Well,
because that's the creation of something that's the creation of something that doesn't exist. The Big Bang created the Earth that's a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere. It's measurably flat. So it didn't create that, right? So the whole how did the Earth get here question now starts with the Earth being not a sphere. It's a flat, contained, ordered environment. And when you look at the flat, contained, ordered environment that has laws, then there's a lawgiver.
Now, I want to say that we are getting into a bit philosophical argument.
Yeah, it's all philosophical.
Now, whatever, Now, whatever we're going to say, it's not going to
It's going to be based.
Not going to make any.
It's going to be based upon what the Earth actually is. We can ask the question later how it was created when we figure out what it is that was created. So it's flat. That's what it's measured as. That answers this question about what the Earth is. We can go into another server and ask who created the Earth.
No. That's where I like to disagree a bit. Well, I do not agree that it's a globe. Yeah? No. I don't think Earth is a globe. But is it really flat? That I'm not really sure.
Okay.
That measures flat.
Because you say that because you've seen a bit of evidence, right?
Yeah, because I've measured the Earth to be flat.
You say that Earth is flat because of... So there has to be something beneath, right? Like outside, right?
There's other things. Yeah, there's now a
other things. Yeah,
other things.
So it becomes a bit of, I don't know, like landscape, like square, and where is it floating? All of these things.
Where's it floating?
The landmass, the ocean.
What?
Yeah, it has to be somewhere, right? It has to be somewhere.
Geometry.
All of this.
No, it doesn't. It does not. This could be existence itself. Right? There doesn't have to be an embedding space for an object called Earth.
So,
right? Does the Big Bang cosmology have an embedding space just to draw a parallel?
No. Just if you guys do have to give some examples of how you can, what exercises or what physics experiments you can do at your home to find out that the Earth is in fact flat and not really.
Wouldn't be a physics experiment.
Or water.
It would be surveying the land. It wouldn't be a physics experiment. It would be like sending a transit of a signal or an like light, for example, a laser. Right? How we survey the land. If we could measure the deviation of the surface from that measurably horizontal straight line, that's how we survey the land. But we measure the Earth to be parallel beneath the laser. There's no divergence of the tangent from the curved Earth surface. That's not what we measure. So we know the Earth's flat because of the way that the surface measures. The depth of it, mate, I don't know. The extremities of it, I don't know. Where it exists, like Echo just pointed out, it's probably just the entirety of reality in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just like the Nazi map.
I don't know about any Nazi map, mate.
He's talking about the AE.
No.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
No.
The AE? Would you care to explain what is that?
Yeah, sure. So a common misperception is that Earth is laid out like an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. So the Nazi map you brought up, people recall that in World War II, the Nazis did use such a projection of the globe in order to do their war plan. But it's a globe. Fundamentally, it's a coordinate reference system that is spherical, which is to say that it's a choice.
Oh, no. Then I'm talking about something else entirely.
No, it's a spherical coordinate reference system. I'll give you the geometry. It's flat. Yes, it is. Latitude and longitude, no matter how you display it, is spherical. And you can display and project it flat.
Are you a globe earther?
No, I just understand the globe.
You're just talking about the map, and it is projected flat, but it's a sphere, the Nazi map.
Yeah, that is a spherical coordinate reference system that has been projected flat. Latitude and longitude in any form, because it's derived from the heavens, from a celestial sphere, no matter how you project that, you could project it to look like a freaking banana or dinosaur. It's still spherical geometry that's got a different projection.
So that is not correct.
It's true. Sorry?
Yeah, sure. So if you guys had to recommend a map to be the most accurate, would it be just the Google Maps?
No, I would
anything
recommend
else?
something like a state planar survey map using a state plane coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
There are many examples of those.
So,
I mean, in all the literature that I've read in surveying and geodetic surveying, and even for some military technology, they acknowledge that using a planar coordinate system is more accurate for their applications than using a spherical one. I was just reading a paper by the United States Post-Naval Graduate School on this. So they've opted to use flat planar coordinates, not spherical ones, for drones and for targeting.
Yeah.
It's more accurate.
Yeah, that makes
more accurate than a ball.
So now that we have came to a point where we all agree about something, because I totally get what you guys are trying to say, and it makes a lot of sense. But what exactly is the end game of the people who are doing this? And I think I know, but I have to still hear what you have to say.
I wouldn't pretend to even know, but I'll tell you this. I think we're doing it to ourselves. I don't think it's necessarily being done to us.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
You have a choice to believe in the cosmology that everybody else seems to believe in. But when you go out and test it, it's not true.
Yeah. So all of these people who are here are just listening. Nobody has anything to add. I mean, we can make the conversation really interesting.
Yeah, we can talk about topology, geometry, coordinate reference systems, and projections, cartography. why does everybody seem to use latitude and longitude, right? That's a choice.
Yeah. And nobody seems to question that why do we use it like as if the earth was flat? That's a really important question. And yeah. So about the secret societies, because
I don't care about them personally.
You don't care about them? Okay.
No, I don't.
So all the wars
think
in the
the Earth's
world,
a globe
are they
too.
not? What did you say? Echo. What did you say? I was not able to hear you.
Secret societies have nothing to do with this, really. Truly, you go out, you see, secret societies don't necessarily preach that the Earth is flat in reality, but we're going to fool the masses and tell them it's a globe. That's definitely not going on, from what I can tell.
So from where I'm coming from, I have heard, rather, I have seen the evidence, is that few rich people who are a part of some secret society, they control all the world by funding two countries or two sides so that they can fight and the money keeps running.
Yeah, it's a whole separate matter altogether. Yep.
It's a whole separate matter, you say.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the form of the Earth, the figure of it.
No, because if I'm saying that they are controlling the world, that means they're also controlling the narrative. That also means that if they are teaching in the school, so the Earth is a globe, that means they have something to do with it, right?
I think they believe Earth is a globe.
They believe Earth is a globe. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't know that.
Correct. I don't think they do.
Okay, so all of that bullshit on the media is just them making up stories. As they say, science fiction and fiction, they're both the same thing.
Of course it is. Do you understand that the entire... To go back in time, let's say you rewind the clock, okay? Let's rewind the clock back to the Cold Frickin' War. Right after World War II, America, the West, promoted itself as the victors, the new world power. And the space race quickly commenced. If you read the founding documents of NASA, their purpose is about technology and capabilities projection. Projecting potential technology and capabilities that doesn't actually exist. They can still think Earth is a globe and do that. They can still make you think satellites are orbiting a globe, and they can still believe in a globe because they haven't actually orbited a satellite around a globe. Right? It may have nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever.
Yeah.
They could still be trying to orbit a satellite around a globe and fail because they think Earth is a globe when it's not. And they could be concealing those failures from the public for all we know. I mean, there's an organization called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB, set up by Truman and Eisenhower. It was a psychological operations board, and their purpose was to basically function as America's marketing campaign manager. We're going to market America to the world. We're going to sell America. One way we can do that is to commercialize space. So they make all these claims. They enter the space race. They do a fake moon landing. This technology may not exist because they believe Earth is still a globe when it's not. Can you fathom that? What a crazy idea, right?
The person
yeah, what about him?
The moon landing.
Yeah.
He was killed just before the release of his movie Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, maybe so. But my greater point here is to say that this really may have very little to do, if anything to do, with the idea of hiding flat Earth from the public.
No,
These
no,
people,
because
these people foisting these hoaxes may just be doing it to project technology that doesn't exist, to make America look like a superpower when it's not.
superpower. Are nuclear missiles real? Is that real?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Benjamin, you have some events during 50s, very important events. Shoot the rockets in the sky, and they will realize that they cannot. Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to shift people's perceptions away. The perception of flat Earth being a conspiracy theory, while it could be true, there's far more evidence before us to show that space programs, NASA, all of this has less to do with flat Earth and more to do with projecting technology that doesn't exist, for marketing, for selling weapons and ammunition, selling fear.
So,
and perhaps other countries have figured it out too, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, look at China. China's got so many bloopers and screw ups with their space program. It's freaking hilarious. And countries that figure out that they can project power, succeed in propaganda, go to outer space. They go to outer space on TV and the internet.
China is a monster in itself, entirely, a different monster. And I believe a separate topic as well. Because, you know, a funny thing about China is that the president of China literally knows everything that is going on in this country. Why I say that? Because in their cameras, when the people are walking, there is literally man identifier, like some kind of a technology that has been built by Iron Man. Like if you're walking on the street, it is showing where you live, who you are, who your father was, what did they used to do, who your grandfather was. And that kind of identification is crazy. That kind of technology is crazy. That builds up a system of no mistakes, no human mistakes, using technology as a tool to such extent that your humanity starts to fade away a little bit, because you start to think in numbers and statistics and profits and loss, and then there comes an inevitable decision. And that is also what has been the narrative of the West as well in the movies. But continuously I have seen that they run such stories or greenlight such movies where the situations are worst. Like they are bad, and the person who had to do horrible stuff. Game of Thrones was a great example, I believe. Great fan of the show. Breaking Bad, Ozark, all these things where they show that they are stuck in a situation they have to do something really, really bad. And that somehow proves that there is no God, there is no existence of God. And why I name Ozark? Because if you guys have seen Ozark, there's a scene where because I believe a lot of people are Christian here. She says that it's an emotional dialogue where she has been tied up and probably, well, she's a very bad woman, but somehow the story says that she has gone through a lot of stuff that made her like this. And she says that Adam and Eve would probably not have eaten the apple because it was probably because there was only that apple and nothing else, no trees, and they were probably starving, and they had the only option to eat the apple. That's why they did it. So it's a hypothetical. It's for the sake of fiction. That's what she said. I'm not trying to say that anything is real or not. The local
we know things are real, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything, to be honest.
Yeah, we do. We know things are real. We know what things are real and what things we can't know are real too. Yeah, listen, if you didn't eat breakfast today, how would it make you feel?
See, that's analogy that is not going to make sense if you continue this.
If you didn't drink water, how would it make you feel?
No.
If you didn't take a piss, how would it make you
Obviously, we
feel?
know the answer.
You don't live in a virtual reality simulator that's like free of consequences. There are real consequences.
No. Actually, you are very much sounding like the people. I don't know. That certainty about something that makes me.
Yeah, I do have full certainty about things. I know I'm alive, dude. I know a world preceded my existence too.
I mean, if you run a simulation and you ask the character if you're alive, he would probably say yes, that I am alive. But is he really alive from your perspective? Probably not.
So let me ask you a question, because when you go down these rabbit holes of simulation or brain in the jar, thinking these are all philosophies or ideas of men that create hopelessness and a detachment from your experience, which is purposeful. No matter if you're a brain in the jar or not, the way that you experience life is in the body that you are in right now and the mind that you are given. So why don't you just go ahead and come to terms that that is where you are going to be until the machine gives out, okay? Just live where you are. Don't philosophize. Don't go down these trails of maybe it's this other thing. When what you live in is a body in reality, just be there. Live your life in the reality that you're in.
Yeah, Dasein is the path towards truth and flat earth. I love it.
Now there's a new religion.
Sorry?
Have you guys heard about it? A new religion.
What?
It's called optimistic nihilism. Now that's two both contradictory words. Because if you're a nihilist, you don't believe in anything. And if you're a person who's optimistic, that means you always look for something positive. And a person who's an optimistic nihilist.
Wrong with a positive psychological disposition.
Yeah.
Positive hopelessness. Yeah, that makes sense.
Positive hopelessness. Yeah.
Is that what you're calling?
If it is positive, then absolutely there is a certain hope and belief. That is the main thing, right? Belief. Purpose. That is the center of all the things that we're talking about, right?
So there's a new religion you're saying that's forming based around a godless philosophy?
No. It was just, I was being sarcastic.
Okay.
Just because, you see, my girlfriend is a Christian and she's hell-bent on making me into a Christian, which then makes me turn away because...
Sounds like you have an existential problem.
No. I'm going somewhere. Because if I wanted to be religious, I'll probably believe in my religion and my stories rather than some foreign stories. Then you guys would not have to do anything with that because you would say that as long as you believe in something, a purpose.
Listen, we're not here to talk about our personal beliefs or any beliefs. We're here to talk about what's actually real.
Well, here we cannot even come to a certainty whether what is the shape of the earth. Then I don't. That's only your personal belief that we're talking about what's real.
We know our experience is real.
We don't know. See, that's the problem.
No, it's not a problem. It's a problem for you if you think it can't be real. Like I said earlier, what happens if you stopped eating or stopped drinking?
No.
Oh yeah, you will end your existence pretty quickly, won't you?
Or is that your experience? Just answer this question. There is a problem in this conversation. Is that the truth? Or is that your experience?
The problem is your subjective realism.
Subjective realism.
Yeah, you think what's real is subjective to you.
You also think that. You just
no,
exactly
I don't.
said
I believe in objective reality. I believe in a reality that is objective, which is independent of my own existence. And I know it's actually true because I know the world had to precede me.
Okay, man.
That means if you go to the beach, we will experience the same thing, you, me, and Sporadic. The same thing, that vision and the measurement. We will not. I will not have some different perspective than you.
No, I understand. No, I understand. That was not what I was trying to say. I totally get you.
Yeah.
I know I'm a product of my parents' reproduction. We were talking about reproduction earlier.
Yeah. Reproduction, recreation, how is that different from creation? We're talking about that.
Well, yeah, one is ex nihilo, but I'm talking about whether or not a world can precede your existence and therefore be more objective because it's independent of your own.
No, you don't know
Because for it to be
sure that if it
subjective,
was
you have to
created.
provide it that quality, right, of existence. You must. But if the world exists apart from you, then guess what happens? The world carries on whether or not your subjective preference for what's happening exists in the first place.
Well, there can be a lot of things that can be said about that, but this has been becoming a lot tiring because we came to the same loophole again and again. Because there are some basic things that
Solipsism?
no. It's about I think we are saying the same thing, but we're just talking for the sake of conversation.
Well, good.
That's what I
What if
think.
I said the Earth is objectively, measurably flat and experienced that way?
Because it is.
It doesn't matter what kind of positive hopelessness comes out of that. It doesn't matter if I'm completely nihilistic.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
So this is me trying to bring the subject of the conversation back to Earth, back to 24/7 flat Earth. Because this pseudo-psychology, pseudo-philosophy is really going to lead nowhere. You know, there may only be a few things we can know for certain in life. And this is one of them. The topic of this room absolutely is one of those fewest, most important things that you can know about yourself and your reality. And I think this is why it's so important to us. Now, wouldn't you say that something like that could be empowering, whether or not you accepted it as truth?
I think it has to do
have true knowledge
more
about
of
your
personal
world.
beliefs. Then
No, this is not. This is independent. You could go out and measure the Earth, whether or not I know you as a person exist, and you can discover its flatness for yourself.
No, but I'm not talking about that.
I am.
We've gotten into a hypothetical loophole. We have to get out of this.
You need to get out of it. I'm not in one.
All right, man.
Yeah, I don't think any of us here who are moderators, at least, are in one either. I mean, Sesu, what do you think? Are you in a hypothetical loophole over this topic?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to understand something, and there are some problems.
No, the Earth is measurably flat. It's something that we can experience. It's something that we can verify independent of anybody else. So if all of us are validating the same experience, then that is the foundation of our reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to start to ask more existential questions about that, or even spiritual questions, that's up to you. But everybody experiences and measures the Earth to be flat.
I want to correlate that with religion because I think one of the persons said that If we know that
It's
it was
not a religion.
created.
What is a religion? Is an acceptance of a globe without evidence.
Please repeat what you said.
Yeah, something that's a religion that's pertinent to this discussion is the acceptance of your cosmology, particularly a heliocentric globe, a cosmology, without evidence. This entire world, it seems, the vast majority has accepted the idea of a globe without evidence, and they don't think that this is a religion, but it is. It's a godless religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
here
I
talking
agree with
about
that.
beliefs. We're not here talking about accepting
yeah,
ideas
actually.
without evidence. We're here
How many
promoting
people?
something that is evidently true.
Well, think of it this way, right? How many people are there currently alive that think they live on a spinning ball in outer space and have never experienced that?
It goes almost beyond religion to just straight delusion.
Yes. Right, because
I mean, I hate to put it this way.
Experiences have experiences, but nobody experiences a globe.
Right. I mean, it's uncomfortable to think this way, but the vast majority, at least of the Western societies, are essentially under some sort of hypnosis or mind control where they completely deny their experience in reality and think of themselves in a completely different paradigm that was suggested to them over years of training. Usually the training was achieving through motivation by either reward or shame, right? So if you don't do well on the test, shame. If you do well on the test, then you're essentially elevated or praised for that. And you get to go to a better school. And, you know, you have smart friends. So this mind control, this hypnosis, this programming occurs over many years, and it becomes a delusion.
And they just happened to pick astronomy instead of any other subject, huh?
No, they use all the subjects.
So chemistry is wrong?
There are parts of chemistry that is purely theoretical.
Theoretical
Evolutionary biology.
That brings me to bacteria. Is that real?
Geology. No, the carbon dating scam. Partially linked to chemistry, I guess. But you know, to answer your question, I think it really did kind of start with astronomy. I mean, let's think about what the ancient Greeks did.
4 elements. They did that. How about the fun one, Greek fire?
The 8th day, man built a world in his own image, and it was bad.
Oh, hi, Sporadic.
Hi, Werso.
Having a good time? Okay.
Yeah, on the globe, that religion this old boy was talking about, I forget, I didn't see what his name was. It doesn't work because they told you it's all over but the crying. Einstein, World Leather Truman, said if you do that, if you drop the bomb on the Empire of Japan, you will end the war, but you will start an arms race, and he can't imagine what weapons World War III we fought with, but he knows, without a doubt, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Inside the globalist worldview, that is the only logical conclusion for humanity. It's bombing ourselves back to the Stone Age. There's no rose-colored glasses. There's no pretending like it's not going to happen. You've only got one ending to this story. Just one.
No, man, they're pushing it with the bioweapons. That would mean there is no World War IV. They're all gloomy, aren't they?
Or you can do what flat earthers do, and you can document the downfall, spend some time with some people you can tolerate, doing some things you enjoy. Enjoy life while you got it. Seize the moment.
Hell yeah, dude.
Or you can listen to this Harvard professor talking about some unpredicted comment, making unpredicted movements, is actually an alien life form that's hostile.
Okay, man.
So you got a choice to make. Which one do you want to do? Do you want to live in the fool's paradise, pretending like the end of the story isn't already written? Or do you want to be at the really is level? Where are you at right now? The choice is yours. Make a pick. I mean, this is at the end of the day, you're going to have to decide how you lived life and on what terms you lived life on. You got people in Washington, D.C. calling the police now if they spot a homeless person.
So
that's what you got. You've got the most advanced space age culture that humanity has ever seen. This is America. We landed in the moon 6 years ago and has criminalized homelessness in its capital city. I mean, I saw this movie. It's called Hunger Games. Was that like a big craze about 20 years ago? Yeah, old boy who chimed up. The sun is a light in the sky. That would be a light in the sky.
Sun is a light in the sky.
Yeah. Is it not that?
Something that is millions and millions of miles away, obviously.
Oh, how do you know that? How would you know it's millions of miles away? And if that's right, then how come is Copernicus wrong? You know, like all these other people who came up with measurements to the sun, how are they all wrong? And you were the smartest tool in the shed. They're mere amateurs. Their calculations and measurements, all completely wrong. That you knew the answer the whole time. You just held it back for some reason.
What about all the telescopes? Do you think they're all fake?
Yeah, what about them?
That people can't see by their own eyes.
See what? See the sun? You look at the sun through a telescope, do you?
The moon.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest looking at the sun through a telescope. Okay, whatever this guy's pitching, yeah, don't do that.
I do not want to burn my eyes.
Yeah, so like looking through a telescope. So you're like, what is the sun? And then dude looks through a telescope and says it's a million miles away or millions of miles away. Do you even know? Is it just a guess? You just kind of like said, That must be millions of miles away, because the moon isn't a million miles away, but it's the same size as the moon. So one's a million miles away, the other one isn't a million miles away because of telescopes. Dude, you want to try again?
Well, it's...
Okay, how about this? Are the
I don't
sun and
think you
moon
even
about the same size?
understood what I said, and
Yeah,
you just
okay.
said something on your phone.
Yeah, are the sun and moon about the same size, or are they different size?
Yeah, that's what my question is.
Are they the
I
same
don't
size
know.
or not? What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
But do you think a telescope can help
With what?
finding out whether one
If
is
they're the
bigger
same
one
size or
smaller?
not? No, you look through a telescope and they're
They're
about the
far
same
out of the...
size. Okay, now what?
Now what? Well, I don't know if they will be the same size. What if they are not?
No, they are. Yeah, the
I have
sun and moon are exactly the same size when viewed through a telescope.
Okay. Okay.
With
And
a
there is
very
no way of
minor
you...
variation. Very minor.
And
Their
if they
angular
see,
size is exactly the same as seen from Earth. Okay, so how is it not that? How are they not the same size now? You look through a telescope, you say, the sun and the moon. So view through are you saying that telescopes don't work? Is that your claim, that they're broken somehow?
yeah, I'm asking. I'm trying to just know.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? Are telescopes broken? They don't work?
They must be rigged somehow.
Rigged somehow, huh?
Probably they do not exist. That's what I think, if it happens.
All right, well, yeah, go with
Because
that.
if the narrative is right, then it should work, and it should be able to tell me, what am I looking at? Where am I looking at? What's the distance it is going to show me, right? So if it does not do that, then obviously I would find out that it is rigged. Now that...
Unless a telescope, a telescope tells you the distance now. It displays a number. You look through an object. You look at an object through a telescope, and a number appears and tells you how far away it is.
Well, if the narrative is right, then it can show me Saturn, Jupiter, Mars at the right time.
How far away they are?
If I went in the right direction.
And it tells you how far away?
Yeah, if I fix it in a certain... So the lenses should be pointed at a certain direction, and it should be fixed, the glasses. Then it could show me that you are looking at this distance, and hence this ball of light is Saturn or Mars or whatever you want to call it.
That's incredible.
Now, my question would be, what are they? How are they just balls of light floating? Yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
No, trying to understand you is what you're trying to do. You've looked through a telescope. You don't see any numbers on there. You then added numbers you don't see. You hallucinated numbers. Then you said these objects in the sky are giant objects that are really far away, but they're the same angular size anyway. And then you just hallucinated somehow that told you what Earth was. You've got some back-to-back, deeply contradictory hallucinations
Right. No.
that you're not really understanding about what to do with this. So you asked me a question. I told you what the answer was, that these are lights in the sky. You agreed and then hallucinated that they're millions of miles away. You said that the sun was a few million miles away. So your physics were wrong. You got the wrong answer.
No, I never said
Maybe
that.
someone taught you how to do it, but you couldn't do it.
If it is a million miles away, or is it just a ball of light floating? So I'm trying to understand
it's a ball. It's just a ball.
I'm not trying to attack or say what I believe. I'm just trying to understand. Do you understand it? I'm trying to understand.
Well, I look up, I see a light in the sky, and you're trying to tell me it's not a light in the sky, or is it that?
Obviously, it is a light in the sky, but it is a ball of light. It is very close.
Yeah, obviously,
far,
too.
Or how far is it?
Yeah, obviously, too. Your telescope's not going to tell you how far away something is. That's obvious, too.
Okay.
two things that somehow you disagree with and you agree with at the same time. The sun is a light in the sky, so is the moon. And telescopes do not tell you how far away something is. So you agree with both those things. But then you go on to say that the sun is millions of miles away, but you don't know that. You're just saying it for some reason. Like just saying, bro. And then ask me if I agree with your hallucination. No, I don't. I disagree with you're hallucinating.
There's a certain if that you missed about multiple times. So that is me trying to understand. Now I'm telling you for the second time, there was a if it is something that is a million miles away. Now, I don't know because I felt that there is some kind of that pressure rise, which you're trying to impose on me something that I believe.
Nothing. Nothing, dude.
I'm certain
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to impose anything on you. I really don't care what you have to say, to be honest. I don't even know why you chimed in. We're clear. I mean, talking to this other guy, I bet he probably left. You gave him a golden parachute. This other dude talking about how he's got some sort of fool's paradise and he's got a new religion he was talking about, and you probably gave him a chance to escape. So no, I think a distraction, a massive distraction that you basically just started squawking for no reason whatsoever. I gave you the same answer that you had yourself, and then you're suddenly confused by it. So no, I don't want anything from you. I don't need anything from you. Your ideas are just a hot mess, like hot garbage. Probably even more so than this other guy who was talking about his new religion of nihilism or positive nihilism or whatever he was going on about.
Was Church in here today or something?
Yeah, it was quite bizarre. Yeah, I didn't see his name. It was like Winslow. I think Spravic had said his name, like Windsor or something like that. But I just tried to tab in. There's anyone with that even close to it. There's no W's even in the chat anymore. So I guess he must have ran off.
That was the Church of Truth guy, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that he was talking. Oh yeah. Spravic just typed in chat. WR or WYRSA.
Oh, we're
Oh no, it wasn't him. Okay, it was. Oh, it's someone else then. Okay.
Oh, Weirsa is the funniest dude. He's like, oh, I can't really talk about what I do for a living. It's too sensitive. But I don't want to take a side. Period. He loves hanging out.
Okay, no, I misspoke. There's like two people talking at the same time, but yeah. So anyway, there was like some dude who was thinking that it's great. Everything's good. Don't worry about it. Life is great. Just keep pretending like nothing matters and everything's happy, and you can develop a new religion.
That sounds like Church of Truth, dude. That's who it sounds like. He's been in here and he was saying that. There's another kid in here who was saying a similar thing. Basically, like, none of it matters. Why are we even discussing it? Truth doesn't really matter. I think he was in here last night. He had a strange name too. Did he have like an anime girl profile picture?
Yeah, I was tabbed out at the time. I just kind of I was going to say earlier that was that song Black Velvet? That's basically, he read the lyrics to Black Velvet and then just made a religion out of it. He's like, hey, check this out.
Oh man, I heard a couple good ones today. I was listening to Jedi and Says Who talk to this one Indian dude.
Yeah, Jedi did a good job too. I was off mic for that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's been pretty interesting with these events. You're trying to get through to these people. It's an uphill climb, I tell you. trying to get them to actually listen to what you're saying instead of ask you, well, what is your job and how educated are you and all this other stuff. So
We got Ryan here. Ryan, you want to mic up? Instead of just talking in the chat, Ryan, you could join the VC.
Did that tag me?
Yeah, Ryan.
Are you Ryan?
Come on, Ryan. Ryan? It's Ryan? Gotta have the upward inflection because there's a question mark.
Oh, yeah. Ryan?
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 I'm not sure.
Okay, no worries, Ryan. Dogpiling. So, does that mean that you don't have any defense for your claims? Are you going to kind of appeal to these guys are big and mean and scary, and there's too many of them? Is that how it's going to go? We're just asking you for evidence for your claim. We're not here to dogpile on you. That sounds a little snowflakey, but whatever. You're just going to stay in the chat.
What if he picks one person to talk to, and then that person can take lead? So we'll do it on his terms. Like, we'll roll out the red carpet. Here you go. Here's your chance to talk. Present your evidence, and one person will give you feedback on it. Will peer review you. Does that work for you, or is it just a cop out? Do you think? You think he's going to just like run away again?
Well, we're going to see if it's a cop out. So you were discussing this with T-Dub, so we'll let you speak to T-Dub. And we'll all be quiet. We'll all go on mute, and you can just talk to T-Dub and tell him about your globe proofsies, okay? We'll make a special space for you. It'll be safe.
Do you want to talk to somebody who's more educated than you or less educated than you, Ryan? We could try and work it out.
That sounds like a cop-out. He's saying, I've heard that before, so now he's just copping out. So we gave you an opportunity to speak to one individual. That's kind of redundant, but the point is, you get an opportunity to speak to one guy, and you don't want to take that. Yeah, well, texting takes forever. So, and they're just as weak in the side chat as they are in here, Ryan. It's just about saving time and efficiency. Do you like efficiency, Ryan?
What was Ryan's stance?
I don't understand. I don't understand why he thinks an observation requires an explanation. I mean, you just see it happen. Yeah, and by the way,
describe it.
You're going to be using a flat Earth for that elevation angle to the sun. Yeah, that you're imagining is explained by orbit. Why do you impose upon reality something that you don't experience? Why do you do that, Ryan? Why do you see something and then imagine it's something else? That's what you're doing. And then you say, but it explains it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain it. The observation itself explains itself. It doesn't need explanation. You just go out, take an elevation angle measurement to the sun using a flat Earth, by the way, and that's it. You don't have to imagine it as something different that you'll never, ever witness, ever.
Oh, he wants to infer, T-Dub. He wants to infer that his fairy tale religious system is part of his observation.
When
he doesn't have any evidence.
Invalid.
What?
Since when are inferences totally invalid?
Nobody said that.
Then why
are you
wanting to infer?
Yeah, because he's saying it's evidence, bro. No, it's not. It requires evidence.
An inference is not evidence.
So you've got this idea. Okay, so you've got this idea that what we witness the sun do, from our perspective, is something else, right? That you don't experience, right? Okay, prove it, because your idea is not the proof, right? Your idea requires proof. You're saying it's explained by my idea. No, your idea requires proof.
I mean, his idea.
You can't just say, well, you know, it all works out
idea, but yeah.
on paper, in my imagination, on the TV. It works out. It makes sense.
I made a box fan. That was my idea for the day. Is Echo here? Is he busy? I guess he was busy earlier.
He wrote also that the length of the day during the year proves that Earth is a sphere, but that's opposite. That's not correct. You cannot have on the sphere 16 hours of the day and 8 hours of the dark. That's not possible if you have one source of the light somewhere in the space shining on the sphere. You need to have all the time 12 hours of daylight every time.
Why?
Because you are shining the light on the sphere. You can take the basketball. You can take the basketball. You take any source of light what you want from that basketball. If you can shine more than half of basketball, we can speak.
I think that was a new person, Sasha. Just came in and said hello and didn't understand where you were coming from or who you were responding to. But either way, they were rude and we're cutting you off, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, to anyone joining, one at a time, ask your questions one at a time. Do that in text or in voice chat, preferably voice chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks to all the members of the panel for answering questions, taking time out of their day to come here and, work this proverbial soup kitchen of knowledge.
So now that we do not believe in space, and in space there is very interesting thing going on in America, which is the Kepler telescope, and how it was focused on one light, and the planets that were orbiting that light. That's how they counted that a lot of planets that are like Earth are present there. But we believe that that is all fiction, and that side-to-sides are not real. So that telescope is also not real. Now, the question was, can telescope measure distances? So I think I was answered by Craig that no, you cannot determine that. But I looked it up and it says that there are these parallax, standard candles, redshifts. So parallax is a method where you determine what is the distance of the planets are. But I'm not really sure that if it's a real thing or not, because I'm not a telescope expert. So if anybody knows anything about in that matter, please feel free to speak up and answer my question.
Well, that wouldn't be a telescope, would it? That would be binocular vision. That would be two telescopes at a certain distance away from each other. So you, you ended up completely taking a dunk on your worldview there. You said one telescope can measure distance. Then your Googling told you you can't.
No, I don't.
You would need at least two to get binocular vision, and it'd have to be a known distance away from each other. So I mean, at this point, I would say you should feel pretty embarrassed that this is something you said you learned.
Seaman, Seaman, listen. I'm not trying to do anything here. I'm just asking questions. I don't know why you're missing that every time. You're trying to make it sound very personal. So if you can just answer the
Well,
questions.
that's an appeal to motive or tone. It's a logical fallacy. All I told you was a telescope can't tell you the distance. And you disagreed with that. And you thought telescopes were
what is
fake.
parallax, if you're a telescope expert or not. I've never said all of those things that you try to put in my mouth. Every time
He was basically saying he didn't believe in space. He said that first, like he didn't believe in space, and he was basically taking the side of the flat earthers on the side of the, but still asking the question to get some clarification. So correct me if I'm wrong, Ben. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, just take the position of a flat earther and take a measurement, observation, or practical demonstration of the Earth. The two words there, you've got flat and Earth. No one's talking about sky, outer space, giant balls of dark forces manipulating, mass through the bending and warping of time and space. The only thing we're talking about here is the Earth and the surface of the Earth that is measured, observed, and practically used as flat. If you want to take the position of that, which is flat Earth, you would do that. Otherwise, I don't know what you're doing. It sounds like some kind of LARP, but either way, until you get back to the surface, then you're not talking about what a flat earther is talking about. You're just putting a flat earth sticker on it for some reason, which you really didn't explain or take questions on.
Well, you see, believing something entirely is also, I believe, a faulty way of approaching something. So I'm just asking questions here, again, for some time.
But Ben, let's say that we can measure that, and then what?
Then what?
Then because now we are discussing now. Can we measure, let's say, 1 million miles with a telescope? Okay.
Can we? I don't know.
I think we cannot. But I will ask you this question: can we measure with some optical instrument 20 miles? I think.
Can't measure much for silence.
Yeah, I don't know how much. I don't know if his connection is messing up. But if I'm not mistaken, okay.
Sure.
No, I was just saying, based on his question, I think he was just asking a clarifying question for members, because if I'm not mistaken, earlier you stated that there's a flat Earth group that you're a part of, and y'all get different questions and stuff. So I'm believing, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's asking for a clarification on a question that he's received in the past about the telescopes that are alleged to be out there.
And if there's questions, I have to answer.
Yes, exactly. So this is what I thought. So he's basically trying to figure out if there's a way to debunk that whole notion of a telescope being able to verify a distance of a luminary in the sky. Basically, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're absolutely correct, Joe. Thank you.
Okay. It's easy. You just assume that Venus is not the same size like Earth. You assume that it's double size, and then it's debunked. That's how it's begin. That's how it begins. All these distances in the sky. You know, you have a Venus, you get the radius of the Earth, you get everything, and then you have distance to the Moon, distance to the Sun, distance to the all stars. If you put that double, it's double sizes, and it's working again. If you put that triple, it's working triple, and it's working again, and it's working with only different numbers.
Yeah.
That's parallax. In this case, this is Venus parallax. They assume the same size of the Earth and they make the parallax. That's how they did it. You can do it because you know how they did it. They watched with the telescope Venus and they said it's the same size like Earth. Now you can be new astrophysicist and say, look, when I see through the telescope, I see the double size of the Earth. Oh, and then you get another math and your math is correct and it will work. The same way like it's working. It's only double sizes. The sun is not anymore 93 million miles away. Now you have the sun. It's bigger. That how much? 2 times bigger also, and it's 186 million miles away. And you double all distances. The moon is not anymore 240,000 miles away. It's 480,000 away, and it's working.
Thank you. Thank you, Shasha. Was that you?
Yep.
Thank you.
You can read about that, how they get the distance to the sun. Everything is written, you know, on Google or whatever. You know, you can find everything about it.
No, I'm
I
reading
think
it right now.
They did also, I think, with the Mars. I'm not so sure, but I know for sure that they did with the Venus.
That
And you
gives
can
me a
watch.
lot to think about.
And you can watch to the history of the let's say who measures distance to the sun, and you will see the difference between 1 million miles and 93. Even some guy went over the 100.
You know, because the only chapter that I had trouble in physics was light. Never understood it.
Because they're numbers. It's a math. It's doesn't matter, you know. But that's what is matter. It's what you can do like a human being. You cannot, you know, verify all these distances and stuff because it's not possible. What you can do on the Earth. You can check, is this radius, what everything was assumed on that radius is correct. And that radius is telling you with your height, it's a geometrical horizon, it's there, 5 kilometers, 3 miles. You go outside, you check yourself, oh my God, there is so flatness, and you can see 20 miles, 30 miles. That means there is no sphere there. And plus you need, if you think logically now, the sea level water, when it's still, it's leveled and then, you know, it's not conforming like a sphere. That's not possible. Why is this? And plus you have elevation profile. That's everything above the sea level, and you measure it like that. You have a small hill in the middle of the continent. You cannot have a 20-meter hill above the sea level if you have sea level on the sphere, let's say. Because the sea level is somewhere 2,000 miles away from you, and how you can be 20 meters only above the sea level? It's reality against TV, man. Because on TV you will see the spherical Earth for sure. That stuff must occur also in reality. And it doesn't.
Hello, guys. Are there any flat earthers here?
Are there any flat earthers? Take your pick, man. Good luck.
What is the name of the server of the channel?
Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Are you first time here?
Yeah, first time. Yeah, first time.
Okay. What would be for you first time you're here? The question about the flat, because you said you are searching now for the flat earther. If somebody say I'm flat earther, what you will ask him? First question.
Wait, shouldn't you clarify what that guy thinks a flat earther believes? Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're
we will
going to
find
get into that. Okay.
You'll find out now.
I think they have a different view of astronomy, where the Earth is some model where the Earth is not spherical.
Do you think that it's a model, or you don't know what they are thinking?
Like, do I think it to be true?
No. Do you think that you know what flat earthers, what they are claiming? What is the reason they are calling themselves flat earthers, or you don't know that things? Or you have something in mind? You think this is what flat earthers think?
Yeah, I assume they. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have a different model than conventional astronomy.
They don't have a model. I will tell you in the first place.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah, look at the devil, huh? That's why I ask you, what would be your first question when you want to ask, because you're new here? My question would be this, I will help you. I will find out why they are flat earthers first, what they are, what their main points, and then based on that, I will, ask my question.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Why are flat earthers, I guess?
Because there is no measurable curvature in reality what is necessary antecedent for a sphere. That means if you have a sphere, the surface must curved.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, and there is a size of the Earth, geometry of the Earth, and it's saying 3,959 miles. I can tell you the numbers, blah, blah, blah. It's saying that there is a curve, and you can check it for yourself. And people here did it for themselves, and they realized, oh my God, there is no curvature.
Isn't the Earth? Wouldn't it be a very small amount of curvature?
Yeah, you can look into that. How much is it? I was surprised also when I looked the first time into that. For example, let's say that you're 2 meter height. What do you think? How much you can see on this sphere?
I believe it's 3 miles.
Yeah, and do you know that we have observation with, let's say, 30 centimeter height? Showing 18 kilometers.
Okay.
Sometimes 30 kilometers. Sometimes 50 kilometers. That's the main point. But you can go into that more if you want to ask people more questions, but it's more about the surface. There is no model. Model is that where you are living. You can choose the country, for example, sea, whatever. It's not curving in reality. That's the model, the original Earth where you are living.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, if the Earth were flat, then we would be able to see a lot more of the Earth.
Not more than 275 miles, what is Guinness record.
Okay, because of the atmosphere, I presume.
Yeah, optics and atmosphere, and also very, very important thing, angular resolution.
It's not atmosphere, it's atmos flat. I already told you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Atmosphere is a
that's-
wrong word. That's
it's
wrong.
like,
It should be atmosflat.
No,
Atmos flat.
only,
Oh my god, that's hilarious, bro. Atmos
For flat earthers, I coined this new term for flat earthers. Atmos
you know
flat.
why? You know why he's saying? You know why he's saying that?
Is it because it's
Atmo-
funny? I don't know.
No, not because it's funny. It's not funny. Atmosphere. Atmo mean gas. Sphere is the shape. The gas never take the shape of the sphere.
Yeah, well, it's a little funny. I mean, that's a little
flat.
funny.
Stratos
I
flat.
know.
It should be exhaust flat. Stratos flat. Right.
It is funny, but we are calling that atmosphere. But it's like.
Yeah, you should coin the new term. Flat earthers should coin the new term.
No, it's called Atmos only. Atmos.
No, Atmos flat. Atmos flat.
No, you don't need flat. It's Atmos. That's what is above. If you want to speak about the surface, you can speak about the plane.
Means
Elevation.
atmosphere is a wrong word.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about your worldview, and so then what's his name?
Exosphere is wrong. Stratosphere is wrong. Mesosphere.
Dude, who's that guy who got beheaded? There's that guy they killed because the Catholic Church killed him or whatever because he thought he was killed for nothing then because he was wrong.
Man, I know that it's funny. Can you remember what I told you in the beginning about the surface and curvature?
Which part?
So if surface measure flat, how I will call that surface?
If a surface is flat, how would you call it?
I will call it flat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Can you have 10 miles of flat surface on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles?
Is it a perfect sphere? I guess would be the question.
It doesn't matter. It's a perfect sphere. This is the radius.
Okay, but
it must be perfect also because it has the radius. Yeah.
But as I understand it, planets are generally not perfect spheres.
Okay, and how we will check that? With the words or with what?
I assume with some pretty complicated math, I would guess.
Math in front of computer or something else?
I mean, I guess I could Google how to determine the shape of a planet, but
and how
maybe it might have to...
Sorry.
Oh, I was just guessing it might have to do with measurements of gravity at different parts of the planet, given that the mass would differ if it's not a perfect sphere, but I'm not an expert in the area.
How I will know that the coast from England to France is curving? Should I look on the Google?
Well, actually, you said a cruise, right? Like a boat?
No, I said the coast.
The coast.
Yeah, that La Manche, the canal.
Yeah, well, I guess back in the old days, they used to draw the coast.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That means if somebody give me the coast drawn, I will say this is that coast. It must be that.
Okay. I guess if you drew all of the coasts in the world, it would, would you not come up with a round world? Because, you wouldn't find a drop-off anywhere.
Drop-off?
Yeah, drop-off, like a edge, a cliff, like a
drop of the sphere. When you go over the distance and you're dropping, you're speaking about that.
No, like a flat, in a sphere, there is no drop-off.
Can you tell me something? What contains water?
A cup, I guess.
Something else? What contains lake?
What contains lake? Like the Earth has a lake.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Can I fall over the lake?
The shore. It's called the shore. By the way.
The shore. Okay.
Can I fall over the shore?
I don't think so.
Why are you asking about falling somewhere over the somewhere?
Well, I guess like a flat object has a place where it ends.
Flat object when things ends, and how I can know for that?
When you're no longer on the object. That's how you know there is no more.
And how I will find out there is no more?
By going to the end.
And who did that?
No one has done it yet.
And are you proposing to me now to do that?
Well, I don't want you to hurt yourself if you're planning to jump off.
I will
advise
repeat
you
the question.
against it.
Who did it before?
Who did it before?
Yeah.
I guess, like...
You said nobody. Now I'm asking you, I want that I'm that guy who need to do first one.
Well, I mean, be careful. If you do find an edge to the world...
I was not interested in that. I see that you are interested in that. Did you consider that you try?
Well, I mean, not really, because I am pretty sure that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, what would happen if you are traveling all the way to the end, what you're imagining, and all that way you're crossing the sea level?
I'm crossing the sea level.
Yeah, and then you look behind and you said, I'm now at the end. Maybe I will fall off, but I don't care because these 10,000 miles of sea level, what I passed with my ship to reach this end, it's so sea leveled that I don't care about that sea level. I want to now see where is the end. Is that correct? That 10,000 miles of sea level, what you was, you know, on the level sea, that, you know, not curved sea, level sea, that you will forget, you will think about that end. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. How about this? Can you make elevation profile of your country and tell me where is curving underground?
Where is curving underground?
Yeah, because when you make, for example, from point A to point B on the ground, you will have elevation change, mountains, and down Earth's curving. Is it correct or not?
Like, yes, I guess.
Like, let's say 300-kilometer distance underground, you will show me the curve, but elevation change due to sea level, what is everywhere on the world, but doesn't matter. Is that correct? So all that continent, it's above the sea level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 continents, you know, and all around it's sea level.
Right, but sea level is different on different parts.
Yeah,
like,
sea level is not curved 8 inch per mile square, which will curve for 1,000, 2,000 miles. Incredibly will curve. You know, that's not level anymore. That's the sea. You know, they're 2,000 miles. You know, down. That's not level. That's curved. Can you distinguish curved surface from the flat surface, and how you will do that?
Okay, well, I guess on a macro level, it's probably...
on the micro level of, let's say, 10 or 20 miles. How for you will be the curved surface, and what will be for you flat surface on, let's say, 20 miles?
Okay. Well, I suppose you could do this a few different ways.
For me, I will help you. For me, the flat surface will be flat. There will no elevation change. Everything will be flat, you know. On the curved surface, elevation will change. It will start to drop over the distance. That's how I, like a human being, will distinguish. I don't know how you will distinguish.
My first idea would be to maybe walk in a triangle.
Can we ask other people how they will distinguish? Is it the same like mine, or is the same like your example? And then we'll see who are thinking like human and who are thinking like animal, okay?
Okay.
Okay, try. Ask now other people how they distinguish curve. I will be quiet.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll ask if my reasoning makes sense. Do you think that I could walk in shapes on the earth and then take measurements of the shapes I walked in order to try to figure out if there's a curvature to the earth?
Only if you tell me that for you the geometry is nuclear science, I will say, okay, do not try, because it's too complicated for you. If geometry is something too complicated for you, then leave it, because I'm asking too much for you.
My idea uses geometry, I think, because I'm walking in shapes.
I need someone to prove my claim. I'm telling you it's true, but I don't know how it's true. And can you help me, Flat Earther? I don't know how to prove my claim.
Just go straight south.
They've already given us values for the dimensions of Earth. Those should have been result of direct measurement. Not inference, not calculation, not by looking at something else other than the surface. It should have just been a direct measurement of the surface. That's how they should have derived those values. They didn't, then those values, they're not reality. They don't exist. They're nothing burgers.
Are you a flat earther, T-Dub?
Yeah, bro. The Earth is flat.
No, he's not. TW is Australian, but Earth is flat.
Hmm.
What measurements were done to get the values for the dimensions of the Earth? Anyone? Any globers? Sonny's asking that in the chat. I think that's a reasonable request. Who measured the Earth curvature?
I mean, at some point, don't you just have to use Occam's razor? Like, doesn't it just make more sense that we're living in a spherical Earth that explains the seasons, the days, the years?
Doesn't. Not at all.
The
Like to see
photos.
how.
Yeah, you cannot have winter and flat surface. That's not possible.
It does not make sense that a flat thing is a sphere. It does not make sense at all.
Then how the shadow of the Earth comes to be spherical on Moon?
Now that's your claim. That's a loaded question. That's asking me to accept several premises to be true in the first instance. Why don't you go ahead and present?
Vito, but you said that today.
Premises.
You asked that today, and I told that it was answered.
Yeah, no, it's a loaded question. Yeah, he ran away anyway. What a loaded question! It's like me asking, why do you enjoy beating on elderly people at bus stops? Oh, you don't? Oh, right. So why would you ask me the question, expecting me to accept several things to be true in the first instance, which I might not necessarily agree with? It's a loaded question. Anybody here take a challenge proving that you live on a sphere? Yes or no? Da-dum, da-dum. There's two that are out. They don't want to take up the challenge. Difficult for them to be able to prove to themselves, not to me, that they live on a sphere. I mean, if you can prove it to yourself, I'd be willing to analyze the information that you provide, analyze your methodology that you employed, analyze the results, right, and go and say, oh well, I could go do this and see if it's true or not. Does anybody have a method by which we can go out into reality and test to see if the surface of the Earth is curving, is actually conforming to the rate of curvature which would be required for it to be a sphere of the claimed size and dimension?
I mean, could I just get on an airplane? And then, because like all the airplane flights are mapped accordingly to the curvature of the Earth. So
or do they actually just fly in reality, right? And then say that they did it over a ball, and then show you a picture of what that would have looked like if it was on a ball.
Maybe they hack into my brain and then they change my memories, kind of like a Men in Black movie.
Believe in a globe.
What the heck?
No, bro, you imagine, what you imagine is that they have this method that they need to do, like they need to use. Oh, we couldn't possibly fly from this point to that point if the Earth wasn't a sphere, right? So we need to work it all out and do this math, have these advanced systems. No, bro. No, you're imagining that part. What they do in reality is just fly flat and level for thousands of miles over a flat, non-moving surface. And nothing about the data that's recorded in any of the systems indicate that it has changed accordingly to
Bro, T-Dub, I think, sorry to interrupt you, T-Dub, but I think your microphone is pretty messed up. Like, you go from, like, loud to quiet, like, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be too loud as people sleep.
I wonder if it's auto check. Maybe it's like the auto leveling feature on Discord is messing up your mic. I don't know.
No, there's nothing wrong with his mic. Get real. It's your speakers. Something's wrong with your speakers. Maybe it's the auto leveling of your speakers you're listening through. That's the problem.
Okay, well,
numpties.
Yeah, there's nothing about the data that's recorded in flight systems that indicates that that aircraft is flying over the surface of a sphere. In fact, it just shows that it flies level in regards to horizontal with a pitch altitude of maybe 2 to 3 degrees, between 1 and 3 degrees with respect to horizontal. You can maintain that orientation over thousands of miles.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a deception.
I mean, we've been asking for people to show us flight data records indicating pitch data, which is consistent with the aircraft rotating, because that's what it would have to do in order to fly over the surface of a sphere over such large distances. It would have to rotate. Like if it was to fly 1/4 of the circumference of the Earth, right? It would have to have rotated 90 degrees. Yeah, you go ahead and you believe that that's what's happening.
What's going on, guys?
Logic, not much. I'm just trying to stir people up and get conversation going. But it's not working.
Maybe you should do your best Don Pettit impression. Go.
Well, you see, back in the old times, there was dinosaurs, and the Earth's atmosphere was really thick, and was probably triple the pressure that was now.
That's really good. That's funny, man.
Well, we used to have that technology, but we destroyed it, and it's a difficult, painful process to build it back.
It will leak.
We can see the Magellanic Lights. And we can see dinosaurs up in space.
You can see planets and stars, galaxies.
Don't ask me how I got the egg.
Well, then you just have a leak.
Then you die.
And there's probably a plan somewhere. I don't know right offhand if we have a leak where that plan is, but I could get it in 20 or 30 minutes. I could find that data. Meanwhile, all the oxygen sucked out into the 17 to the negative 17 tour out into the vacuum of space, and everybody dies before I find the plan.
It's called really good engineering.
Sonny, that happened.
A normal coffee cup or a normal open container just simply won't work because the liquid will be in the bottom of the cup and you tip it up and it still stays in the bottom of the cup. If you move it around too violently, it'll all splash out and make a big mess. So we end up having to drink our beverages through a straw from a bag. Makes you feel like you're a big insect sucking the juices from another insect.
Right.
I wanted to see if I could figure out a way to have an open container cup, which would allow you to drink in a manner that's commensurate with how people drink their beverages on Earth. So the liquid from the bottom of the cup will float up and just park itself right next to the rim, and then you can drink it. If you have a real cup, an open container, it adds back the dimension of what it's like to be a human being.
Okay, why don't you just get your coffee straight from the toilet? Have the toilet make the coffee. That way you don't have to extend a hose all the way from the head where the toilet is into the galley. You could just suck it right out of the toilet. So everybody, instead of meeting around the coffee pot, they could just meet around the toilet. After they take a pee and poop, they can make their coffee right there in the same unit. Wouldn't that be a cost-saving device? I think so.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus. Working from home. Let's start off with the second most important activity that most human beings do after they get up in the morning. Get yourself
They pee.
a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee? You start off with the toilet and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee. What can you do to transcend from drinking your coffee through a straw from a bag into something that's more fitting for a proper cup of coffee? Here we have Earth Cup, first version of a space cup. We do on orbit. The first thing when you get up is exactly the first thing people do here on Earth. The second thing we want to do on orbit is to make a cup of coffee. So we float around the corner to where the galley is, and you can hear all the machinery, the pumps are pumping, and it's going chugga, chugga, chug and whirring, and you can hear gurgles and fades, and you make yourself your proper cup of coffee for getting started on that day. Now, the NASA engineers called this system a regenerative life support system. And I like to call it the coffee machine, because this ensemble of equipment has the uncanny ability to turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. So with that, let me sign off from my kitchen. I need to get back to teleworking on the lunar lander, and maybe we'll have a coffee machine available on our lunar base. So long.
Habitability design.
Commensurate. Cup of coffee. I don't know about you guys, but he sounds really intelligent.
Is that your best space spokesperson, Globus?
The world is changing.
And you work through the whole day and you get hungry when it's about lunchtime.
One man stands alone.
And then at the end of the day, you start to get a little sleepy-eyed, and by the time you're ready for bed, you just fall asleep.
Don Pettit is on Don Pettit, an astronaut without a mission.
When you rip open a pouch of stew or something, you can smell a little roast beef.
They took his friends. They took his life, but they won't take his home. Introducing Charles Bronson's wig as Mission Control. Don Pettit in Space presents The Cupola.
I like that. The cupola.
Checking here, just checking for globe proof, Earth curvature measurement. We're waiting for that. Still waiting. Anybody got that? Hello? Bueller? Bueller?
I think it's his day off.
Yeah, so I think that's a good topic to talk about aircraft flight. So if if you believe that Earth is a globe, then you would have to, by necessity, believe that aircraft's taken off. Let's say one's flying from North America to Australia. if you put a person at point A in North America and they're on the tarmac and they're pointing straight up from their location, now keep that as a reference. That person's still at location A, and you have the aircraft on a globe that's flying all the way around, and it gets down to the side. Now the plane is going straight down, and then it's landing in, let's say, Sydney or Perth, either one, take your choice. And by the time it gets to Sydney or Perth, it's almost upside down. So now you have the person that gets off the aircraft in Perth and is pointing straight up. His hand is pointed, his arm is pointed up a different direction from point A. Right? Right. So that would have to be the case. So that's what you have to believe. The aircraft are flying upside down and landing upside down in Australia, that the rain is falling up instead of down. That women's dresses in Australia are staying down even though they would be falling up. You have to believe some crazy shit there, man. So, unless you're going to tell me the other thing is that, okay, so that, let's say the aircraft's taken off and it's at a sagitta of the so-called globe. And then so as it flies, the sagitta is following the aircraft around. So when it gets to Perth or Sydney, it's still, you could point up and they're still pointing up in the same direction as up. So the Earth is flat. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth then. Or on the other hand, let's say you have a couple of aircraft 20 miles away from each other, and each aircraft has a sagitta right below it as it's traveling. The sagitta apparently follows the aircraft around. So every aircraft has its own sagitta. What kind of Earth is that then? Plane A, B, and C. So you have plane A. The Earth is dropping away from plane A at 8 inches per mile with the mile squared. So there's a drop over that distance to plane B, 20 miles away. Plane B has its own sagitta. And there's a chasm in between point A and point B at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Now you have plane C, 20 miles away from the first two aircraft, and it's on its own sagitta also. So now you have three aircraft with a chasm in between all three. Unbelievable. That's what the globe's saying. If you disagree or have a contrary statement, or you want to deny the set, then explain to me how that works. Go ahead. I'll be waiting.
I feel very happy. This function will become even more special. I'll be waiting. Goodbye. See you.
Learner. 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 You're hot, Mikey. Hello? I guess you're like online, you're in Discord, but you don't know you're here. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. So no Globers came up with the contrary to what I was saying. So that means I I'm correct. So point A, North America. Point B, Sydney, Australia. Two people at those different points can point straight up. They're pointing in the same direction. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. I got to go for a little while. You guys hold down the fort and keep asking for that Earth curvature measurement. I'll be back a little later. Oh yeah, just one last thing. When they try to skip and kick the rock down the alley, like 20, 30 steps ahead, like stop them. They will try that. Oh, look up at the sky. Look up at the street sign. Look up at the power lines. Look at the train. Unbelievable. See you later.
Hello?
Hello.
Right. What's the discussion?
Are fairies real?
No. Can you hear my phone?
Well, at least you can go and tell your grandchildren how funny that was all them years ago. I'm sure they'll be enthralled sitting around the campfire listening to that. Yeah, it just makes you proud. I'm proud of you, bro.
And maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo. 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 I'm done. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo. Didgeridoo. I'm done. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. We cobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos and oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Delightful oscillations. I'm done. Pure sine wave tones. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Personally, I'd like to hear a revised version of Chris Hemming's moustache with Starman. I didn't say that word.
Hi guys,
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
glad to hear it.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
We put it in the fire pit. We put it in the fire pit out back of NASA. We destroyed it.
We've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chugga.
It's wrong. The earth is not flat. It's wrong. Do you hear me, guys?
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
I'm sorry.
You can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. You want us to like light up? Use our shit? What do you want? You said it's not flat, it's round. Great. Would you like a medal?
No, man. I said the earth is wrong. It's wrong like a ball.
That stuff is flat.
Yes, and? You want to follow that up with anything at all?
I'm wrong. That's the question.
You've made the claim.
A little chubbier.
No.
A little chubbier. Yeah, chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Listen, right? If you go out of space and you look at the earth, what will you see?
And then you can see
I haven't been
the
to space.
zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Wait, let me mute this guy.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
That's hilarious.
He's taking that priority right now.
Well, why don't you tell us, is that what you did? Did you go to space and see?
Yeah, because we have like photo image showing the earth is wrong.
No. Did you?
What do you mean no?
What would happen? You said what would happen if we did it, like you and me, if we did it. Not somebody else.
What do you mean by that?
Went to space. So you're talking about you and me, not anybody else, right?
I mean, like scientists went out of space and they take pictures of the heart.
Did they?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Yeah, because you can see image. Wait.
So you just believe it. So they showed you a picture and you just believe it. So they showed you a picture and you just believed. You didn't question it. You didn't say, "Oh, well, I don't know. How do I know this is real? How can I test this?"
So you're saying it's fake?
No. I'm saying you're saying it's not. You didn't question it at all? Did you question it? Did you have any doubt in your mind at all? Is it enough that somebody can present you a picture of something and tell you what it is, and you just believe it? Do you believe in Bigfoot? And ghosts and fairies? Plenty of people claim that they've taken photos of those kinds of things. The Loch Ness Monster. Do you believe them? There's images, bro. Do you believe those?
But right, it's not like a authoritative source. It's not a credible source.
Oh, what makes them so credible? What makes anyone from NASA more credible than the average Joe on the street that claims he took a photo of Bigfoot? What makes them so special?
That's a good point, to be fair.
I know. You don't know. It's just something that's just people just tend to just go along with. They just see them as authority figures for some reason. Because apparently they can do something that you can't. What? Who says they can? Did you ever think that maybe they can't do what they're saying they can do? They're pulling the wool over your eyes? I mean, you got to consider that as a possibility,
There is a
right?
magic speed.
It's true, because when you look into the subject matter, you'll find that it's not beyond your capabilities. You might be feeling that, you might be thinking that now. That's only because you haven't actually had a look. It's not as difficult as it may seem to be, or the way they put it. You know these so-called experts, they speak in a convoluted language and make it sound difficult, and like they're the only ones that can do it, and it's, really. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And if you listen to Don Pettit, you do laugh because, for an astronaut and a veteran astronaut, supposedly, sounds very docile, doesn't he?
And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Yeah. So, I get your point there. People should really look into it, and then they'll be like shocked. Best way to put it there, they'll be shocked because they haven't been telling you the truth. And you've been trusting them all along, which is, yeah, go ahead.
When you go up in space, the best thing you got to think about is having a good cup of coffee. A cup of coffee.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they talk to. I work with guys from Boston.
I think the prize goes to John Sporadic.
Yeah, well done, John.
That was the best impression so far.
That was a good impression, and a cup of coffee as well. A cup of coffee in space.
Cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee.
Cup of Joe. Cup of Joe. Americans are strange. They give their drinks names.
Yeah. Do you remember that incident where, was it a nut or a bolt rolled out of an enclosure and dropped to the floor at normal speeds? It should have dropped down slowly, but it just dropped. Do you remember that? On the ISS? Yeah.
Thank God for the ISS. If it wasn't for the ISS, I'd never fucking guessed. I'm sorry, I'd never have guessed that space was that was fake.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Holy moly.
Yes, the ISS has been very much instrumental in proving to us how fake space is. The idea that a thing like that, the way it's been configured, can travel at Mach 23, which is beyond most people's imagination. They don't even think about that. They hit a number and they just accept it. They don't actually think about it. Mach 23. Now, what would help people think that we can move that fast? Clearly, Star Trek, Star Wars, UFO, Logan's Run, those kind of programs where they show the spacecraft moving at warp speeds. Nothing can move like that. They can't even go to space. But that's where the idea comes from. So that when they hear the ISS is traveling at Mach 23, 17,500 miles per hour, they seem to think that's a normal thing to happen. But that's 23 times the speed of sound. Okay, to see it in a straight line, you couldn't see it. You wouldn't see this thing coming towards you and go past you at 23 times the speed of sound. It's not something that the eye can pick up. Not even cameras can pick it up. Such a fast rate, yeah. And then you want to put that kind of speed into a circumference circle rotational movement like the ISS. The G forces that would be generated from such a trajectory would tear apart the ISS itself. 960,000 Gs doesn't allow for anything to stay together. It's just going to tear apart. Impossible. That's the thing. When you look at the maps now, you begin to see how silly the idea of the ISS is. Absolute mental.
Hello?
Hello?
So, I want to post you some evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Okay.
Yay!
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So I sent it to you, Jin, right?
Oh, you sent it to me, have you? Okay. What is your name, sir? Hang on. So I know.
Beyonder.
Beyonder. Okay, I'm checking now. Don't see if I've got anything from Beyonder. Let's have a look, have I?
It's in the main chat. Yeah.
Oh, you got it in the main chat anyway. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you meant...
Yeah. So yeah, that's evidence for the Earth being a spherical.
Beyonder, do you know who Apollo is?
Who?
Apollo. What god was Apollo?
Oh, yes, the god of the sun, wasn't he?
Yeah, and they used that to go to the moon.
Yeah.
The 1972 Apollo image of the blue marble. That's what he posted.
Okay, I'm looking at it now, yeah. Well, that's being considered a painting. Could be. Because if they never went to the moon, they couldn't have taken a photograph.
Yeah. So you have any defeaters for the it not being a... Yeah. What's a defeater?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. This image.
You're working on it.
Sorry?
What's the defeater?
You're cutting out,
just
Jin.
wondering, what would be the defeater for the image?
Oh, yeah, because, well, it's quite simple. NASA, not having gone to the moon, could never have been able to take this picture. So, and this is not actually a photograph. It's a photograph of a painting. Okay?
It's a photograph of the Earth.
Yeah, it's a photograph of a painting of Earth.
No, it's just a
Do you get it
photograph
now? Yeah, it's a
No, I don't get it.
photograph. Yeah, it's a photograph of a painting of Earth.
No, I don't get it.
Well, basically, it's like this. NASA never went to space, never went to the moon, so they could never have taken any photographs from space. They could never have done that. So this image you're looking at is a painting that NASA has photographed.
But NASA has went to the moon before.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They've never been. No human being has ever landed on the moon. It's an impossibility. Go ahead.
Do you know Buzz Aldrin?
Oh, I know Buzz Aldrin very well, yeah.
Yeah.
What about it? No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Neil Armstrong never went. Buzz Aldrin never went. Michael Collins never went. Alan Bean never went. Okay, who else have we got? Lovell, astronaut Lovell, who recently at 90-something, he never went. No human being has left the Earth to go to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. That doesn't matter though. You don't.
It does matter. It does matter because you're saying they went to the moon. I'm saying to you they could never have gone because of many factors. Factor number one, the radiation belt, that is where the ISS is meant to be. The other two radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen. Then you've got the radiation in space on the way to the moon. Then you've got the cosmic ray particles that are flying through space. Okay. Then you've got the vacuum of, hang on. Then you've got the vacuum of space. The vacuum itself is a killer with the outgassing phenomena and the cold welding phenomena. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying here is that regardless of whether you believe that someone went to the moon or not, this image was taken by a spacecraft. Okay.
It's not possible because the spacecraft would have been destroyed. And it's not a photograph. It's not a photograph.
How did you validate it? How did you validate it, Biondo? How did you validate the image, right? We can all agree that images can easily be faked. So how did you validate that that's a real photograph?
Absent of defeaters, I'm going to say it's valid. So what's a defeater that you have?
No. So we don't need to defeat something that hasn't been validated in the first place. This is what I'm asking you, right? I asked the question, okay? So you've provided an image. We all know images can easily be doctored. Now, this is the only full-frame photograph taken with a film camera of the Earth in all of history. That this is the only one they claim, okay? Now, how did you validate that this is a photograph taken from the moon? How did you validate it?
Yeah, so
would you be honest? Would you be honest and admit that you can't validate that? You just have to trust them.
Well, absent of defeaters, the photograph is valid. So if you don't have any,
it's not valid. It's not valid at all. It's not, because it's coming from a position of impossibility. That's what you don't understand, because you're not listening to the facts, the obstacles that stop NASA from going there. So, and no equipment can go there, not even the camera, the image, because the film would have been destroyed by the radiation, for example. The radiation would have killed the film. The vacuum would have killed the spacecraft. The cosmic ray particles would have shot hundreds of thousands of holes through the spacecraft at almost the speed of light. Do you understand now? And then you've got the vacuum evaporating the spacecraft and the camera and the film. Impossible. It's not possible to be there. That's what you don't understand. You don't understand the science behind the space, radiation, aluminium, mylar. Okay? For example, you don't understand these things, and the reason I say that is only because you haven't done the research. That is why you don't understand it. If you did the research and you had the privilege of looking at things being evaporated in a vacuum chamber, you would understand NASA was never prepared.
So it seems like you don't have any defeaters for.
Oh, I'm telling you, you're not. I'm telling you, and you're not listening. Yeah, I'm telling you, but you're not listening.
So I'm telling you that the photograph is.
Well, you can say what you like. It's a painting. It's not a photograph. It's a photograph of a painting of Earth. That's what you're looking at there. Because NASA could never have gone to space. No equipment can. How can I say? No equipment can stand the vacuum of space. Can withstand the radiation. Can withstand the cosmic ray particles. Okay. Can withstand the vacuum of space. It's impossible. They could never have gone there. Impossible. It's a painting, and I'm going to show you. I'm about to show you some images of NASA's supposed imagery of Earth. So if you just give me a couple of seconds whilst I get the images up for you, and you will see that this is all from NASA, Photoshop, composites, CGI. These are not. Hello, these are not real images. Hello there.
Well, I mean, he hasn't given any
of colors, but all 10 is color when cooked.
Yeah, sorry, not going to work out.
Yeah, there's an interruption there. Maybe they want to say something, but it's not coming through coherently there.
Yeah,
babbling noise.
Put yourself on mute. Okay, that's not going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, just mute the individual, help them to help themselves. Yeah, you got to help them to help themselves.
Just another word.
So, Lona, your mic sucks and we can't understand what you're saying, and you interrupted, right? So go sort that out. Let us know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You've come in hot. Okay. So, yeah, what's the guy's name who's, is it?
Beyonder.
Yeah, Beyonder. I got it. Yeah. So I just remembered it. Yeah, Beyonder. Thank you for the images that you posted. But unfortunately, you're having to believe something that you cannot validate. You can't say it's real because you can't validate that. You can't validate that. Okay? That's the point. And I know for a fact, because NASA has said it themselves, that they don't have a photograph of Earth from space. NASA has said that. And they've never been to space anyway. And that image is coming from a position of an impossibility. Totally impossible.
What's the defeater for the photograph not being?
The very fact that man has never left Earth, or no Earth equipment has ever left Earth to be sent to space. It's an impossibility. Rockets don't work in space, number one. And then the environment itself is so hostile to man-made objects, whatever they are, will be destroyed. So it's an impossibility. We don't have the technology to send something from Earth into space, like a camera, and go into space and get to the point where you can see the moon like the way it is there. And go to the moon, reverse itself, spin round, and take a picture of Earth. We don't have that technology. That technology doesn't exist. That's what you don't seem to understand. No, we don't. Yeah. We don't have it. We don't have it. Well, we just don't have it. You're saying, yes, we do. Well, you can't prove that. I'm giving you evidence as we go along now. Yeah, I'm trying to do that as we speak.
Yeah.
Beyonder, we're not going to keep going around in circles with this thing, right? You can't validate that 1972 blue marble. That's the way it is, right? I could show you a picture of Bigfoot and say, oh, you can't invalidate it. It's never been validated in the first place, right? So unless you can show us validation, then move on to the next topic.
Yeah.
It's just a belief.
Look, I mean, I don't want to we don't have to continue the conversation, but I'm just saying, absent of defeaters, and I'm going to say...
No, that's not true. That's not true. Yes. Unfortunately, that is a hopeless position to hold. That's somebody who's desperate. The facts are evident.
Okay, it seems like the debate has ended, right?
Well, it's only for you. It's only for you. You've ended it. The point is, I'm going to carry on. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, Beyonder is trying to ram through us a belief. That's not going to work. There are too many factual obstacles that are in the way of this image. And that is the very fact that the vacuum of space will destroy anything we put in there. There is no way it will survive, whatever it is, a camera, spacecraft, human beings, your shoe, your clothing, your house. There is nothing that you will have that you can subject to the vacuum of space and it will survive in there. It will not survive. Okay?
Yeah, you have the last word. You have the last word.
I'm going to have the last. Don't worry. I'm going to have the last word. Don't you worry. On this server, we always have the last word. It's our server. So we will allow you to speak, but we will then finish off, which is what I'm trying to do, because you've said you've given up on the debate. So now I'm going to finish off by letting the listeners understand why it is impossible. So please allow me to finish. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, if I could lift your house and fire rocket it into the vacuum of space, you will witness your house outgas, and everything that your house is made of will evaporate in that vacuum. Such is the power of the vacuum. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say to you here. And then you've got cosmic ray particles. What are cosmic ray particles, ladies and gentlemen? Well, they are material from a star that has died. Stars apparently go into supernova, they explode, and then this material is shot out at the speed of light. Okay? Now that's awfully fast. I think it's 670,629,611,000 miles per hour. That's very fast indeed, okay? And for every square centimeter of, let's say, your spacecraft, you have 4 particles striking that spot per second every second. So it's like having a rocket fly through a monsoon rain. It will be destroyed by these particles. So, and NASA never had the shielding. The shielding required would be minimum 2 meters thick. That's 2 meters. Yeah, 6 feet thick. Okay, NASA have never had the shielding to protect for the cosmic ray particles. And then you've got the radiation. The radiation would destroy the film, for example, would just totally make the film impossible to use. In order to protect that film, you must keep the temperature of the film minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Chilled, in other words. Now, when you chill mylar film, it turns into hard plastic. It cracks. It cannot roll forward to take an image. It would crack and shatter like glass. There you are. That's because of the nature of the material. It doesn't like to be frozen at minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. It just becomes very brittle and shatters like glass. So too many obstacles, sir. Impossible. Okay?
You know, that same film is made of a cellulose gelatin, and the cameras were not sealed in a vacuum type box. So that that environment would have just ate up that film, destroyed it through that outgassing.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you all understand that, because that's what's going to happen. You know, nothing's going to survive the vacuum of space. But Beyonder, unfortunately, hasn't seen the material that would help him understand that, you know. I'm posting images of NASA's Earth over the years, so Beyonder can see how the Earth's continent sizes, for example, have changed through NASA's CGI creation imagery of Earth. Here it comes. Okay.
By the
You
way,
have to consider.
I'm leaving now, guys. Okay.
Okay. Appreciate
Thanks
that.
for stopping past, Beyonder. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate that.
Hopefully we can see you again sometime. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thank you.
Unless you have more questions you want to ask. No, he's
or more supposed proof or evidence, at least something. Yeah, that was a piece of evidence, but it wasn't proof of globe. It was a painting of the Earth that was then photographed and purported to be the Earth from space. We know that they didn't go there.
Possibly a painting. Yeah. It's likely. It probably is, but I don't think we can confirm that 100%.
Well, we can't confirm it to a 100% degree. We do have a woman by the name of Cindy Holland who was expected to work for NASA, okay? And in her interview, she mentions that she overheard the people laughing at the painting of Earth, saying that people believe that this is a real painting of Earth, and they were laughing. And they also, she overheard. Yeah, and she also overheard some employees of NASA in a lift laughing at the whole world, believing that they went to space when they didn't. I'm going to post that interview in here for you. Cindy Holland, her name is, okay? And her story is quite poignant, okay? So I'll do that for you shortly. Let me get that right now, yeah. I told you, Jin is, you know, I'm an alcove of some stuff maybe you haven't seen that I've got there, okay? Jin, the keeper. So here it comes, okay? I'm always willing to shock and surprise. Shock and awe, Jin CBR1. So hang on a sec whilst I actually try to select that for you. Cindy Holland, her name is.
I just asked my wife. My wife's got a master's degree in art, right? She paints like super realistic, like artworks. And I just asked her over, I said, could you paint this? She's like, yeah, of course. That's easy.
There you are. See? There you are. So, excuse the expression, I shit you not. Sorry about the profanity there. What I mean is, I'm not telling you, I'm not giving you any brown stuff. It's all real. It's all very, very, very real indeed. Come on. Right now, let's stop this video here. Whilst it's playing, we don't want it playing. Thank you. Right. So yeah. Beyonder didn't really realise he has. You know, he's forcing himself to believe.
Yeah, his only argument was that, you know, can you?
Wait, ain't you gonna post? Ain't you gonna post Antifield?
Oh my God, Leaf coming in hot. Why is your microphone so freaking high? Have I got you turned up or something? What are you gonna? Oh yeah, I do. You're on 200.
No, Jim.
Okay, sorry,
Jim, you said you're gonna post an interview of like.
Yes, I'm looking for it right now as we speak. I'm scrolling down right now looking for it. I promise you, I will send it to you in the next 2 minutes or so. Okay.
Yeah, calm down, Leaf. Calm down, sir.
I apologize for
virtue.
I'm calm, bro.
Yeah,
he's saying you can take your time, Jen. Just hurry up.
Yeah, yeah. Do apologize for the delay. Okay, it's coming.
No worries. No worries.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
I thought you forgot about it.
No. When I say I'm going to get you a video and it's going to be a shock and awe, I don't forget. That's not my style, man. Just allow me to get it because it's in a collection of other videos. And, you know, I've got to locate it. So just give me the opportunity to do that and we'll have some fun, okay? I know I've got it. I've just got to scroll down through my collection. I don't have it in a file. So I'm just scrolling down my collection of videos. Mm-hmm. I do apologize.
Hey, Roots, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Hey, go to the other server real quick. I want to ask you something.
Yeah. Just give me a minute. I'll be over.
All right.
I have found it. I am now about to send it. So good things come to those who wait. Patience is a virtue, as AV said. There we are. And you watch this interview of Cindy Holland. It's fantastic. There you go. Okay, there it is. It's an OG video, that one. OG.
Yeah, I think I remember, I might have seen a bit of it, but yeah, I'll check that out tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an OG video.
So she was an ex-NASA employee, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, she was contracted through another company to work for NASA, okay? And while she was working for NASA, she speaks of the blue marble image that's on the wall in the lobby area, because that's where that thing is. It's in the lobby area of NASA, okay? And then she also speaks to an incident where she overheard some of the NASA employees laughing at the whole world believing they went to the space when they didn't go to the moon. Okay, there you are. Yeah, so she worked for a company that NASA contracted with them to work for NASA, and she was there. So she had privileges to move around NASA, of course, and she speaks of her experience. She speaks to how she became a flat earther, and it's a good story because she speaks to how she became a flat earther, how she got into all this, and it was because of NASA and that fake image, how she became a flat earther. So it's all good. You're going to enjoy it. It's an OG video.
Cool. Thank you.
You are welcome. I've got loads of that stuff.
So what's your favorite? Jen, you seem to always have some videos I haven't seen. So what's your favorite video that goes over all of the debunking of the moon?
Oh, yes, that's the number one. Let me post that in there for you right now. The one that I consider, I did post it the other day for you, actually, and I considered it the best. You know, the static cosmogony, Earth is not a ball.
I've got it saved in my playlist. Yeah. Looking forward to watching that. So that goes over the moon stuff as well, does it?
Yes, awesome. It goes over everything. It's the number one top video. Like I said, blow for blow, it knocks out the globe completely. From the minute it begins to the end, it's just a non-stop barrage of facts that destroy the heliocentric model. Earth cannot be a globe, okay? And it covers every aspect of that. So that would be the curvature, obviously, the rotation, the layout of the soil, and the lies that we've been told about that. It's excellent. You've just got to plug it in, grab yourself a cup of tea and a scone and just relax. It's 3 hours, so you might want to watch it in 30-minute stints. You know, I tell you, it's solid, man. Solid. It's the best. No doubt about it. There are lots of contents out there But this is one, and the reason I like it because it uses the old school English terminologies from the Samuel Rowbotham. Okay, and then there's a pleasant little melody that comes in, appears, and then disappears, appears and disappears in certain aspects of what's being explained. But it's a sweet little melody. It's not aggressive. It's in the back. It doesn't interrupt the flow of the information. It's just great. The guys, this has been well laid out. Okay. Because you know, sometimes they put music in a video and the music's annoying. It's kind of like blocking the information coming in. You think, who chose this piece of music? It's not very good. Do you know what I mean? And it can spoil the video. Well, with this melody, it's in the background. It's not protruding and intruding. It's just in the background there, accompanying the information, and the information is in the forefront. So you upload the knowledge, but it's there. Really nice. Well thought out. But the information is minute for minute, second for second. It's a destruction of the heliocentric model. It dies in this video. It dies completely from the beginning. So just follow it through. Just follow it through. That's all I say. And I've seen a lot of material over 10 years, and I always put that at the top. The reason why I don't give it to the newcomers, because I see it as advanced viewing. Okay, you can't give this to a newcomer. It would just blow their brains to pieces. See, once you understand how the Earth is flat and how the Earth can't be a globe, then you're looking for reasons why. That's when you start to give them this material. So you have to have a basic understanding of what, how they came to the idea that the Earth is a globe and the shenanigans that are intertwined with that, and then how the flat earthers have gone out and tried to confirm that. And then what this video does, it shows you the fields in which curvature should be considered, not being considered. Railway lines, for example, and how the railway lines are all flat and level. Tunnel boring, for example, where the curvature of the Earth would be considered, because you don't want to be boring a tunnel and come out the side through someone's living room. Because you're not checking for the curvature above your head. There's lots going on, lots. Yeah. So enjoy your 3 hours of synthetic cosmogony. Let me post it in here anyway. I'll post it anyway.
Yeah. In case anyone else wants to see it. All right. So, Jin, I've started an event to try to get some new people in here, and it's called "The Moon Landings Were a Hoax."
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a very good one.
There's a typo in the event.
Yeah. I just noticed it. I was literally hit edit right when you said that.
Johnny, the AI picks it up. AI Johnny picks it up again.
Oh man. Hey, listen, don't underestimate these newcomers, man. Some of them have minds like a sponge, and they could jump right into that more advanced material. Some of them, the cog dis is just, way too strong with them. So, I agree with you. It really is dependent on the individual's unique situation, right?
Yeah. That's always been the way I've approached it, you see. So when I say it's the best, I really do mean it's the best. And I think for a newcomer coming in, it's just too much information overload. You've got to have a good understanding of the basic model, flat Earth, and which is the reality, and then the heliocentric model. Once you understand all that properly, then you might be able to take on the information being imparted onto you.
Yeah, we can't forget about those savants out there,
Yeah, I've got other
diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, I've got other watered down material that I give to the beginners. It's basic ABC 1, 2, 3 steps first. Yeah. And it's broken down nicely, and it still explains how it's impossible, and that's what I like about the stuff that we do. Stuff that we do here. We've got everything covered. Got the archives.
Was that a Jackson 5 reference, Jin?
Yeah. You caught it.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, you and me, baby, baby, let me be.
Yeah, it's a good tune.
Oh, yeah. It still has a potential even today.
I can hear it in my head right now.
Yeah, it's a funny thing about music, you know, there's some tracks that are just timeless. Doesn't matter when you play them, they fit whatever period of time we're in. You know, timeless musical pieces. So many. You know, I've often wondered what... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I agree. That's what I was going to say. I agree.
Yeah. I was going to say, I've often wondered why they don't have those kind of competitions. A chart. Today's music versus music of the past.
I couldn't even tell you what today's music looks like, never mind sounds like.
I am with you on that one as well, actually. Yeah.
Haven't got a clue.
Oh, yeah. I'm 100% with you on that.
I don't want to know.
No, me neither. Me neither.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Jackson 5, I was always partial to "Can You Feel It?" That's a great track.
Oh yeah.
And let's try to keep an eye on. We've got 3 new people that have just joined. We'll try to keep an eye on new people and try to generate some.
Can you feel the urgentation? Can you feel
Yeah, there you are. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Dun. Yeah, great track, that one. Yeah, welcome. Those 3 of you have just arrived. If you have any questions or any proof that the moon landing hoax were a real event, it definitely happened, we can have a discussion about that and see whether or not you've got some proof.
Have we started an event, DJ? Did you say?
Yeah, we have. It's just started, and a bunch of people are starting to roll in. So it's called The Moon Landings Were a Hoax.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, welcome, Jedi. Nice to hear your voice again.
What's up?
Yeah, wicked.
So if anyone doesn't feel like opening their microphone to say hello, and I'm talking to you, Aylin and Frozen, and who else we got in here? Oh, someone left. But yeah, if anyone wants to ask a question, please feel free to open your microphone up and ask your question. And if not, you can put your questions into the side chat as well, and we'll be happy to answer them as well, like from there. So welcome. Well, I didn't mean to kill the chat.
No, that's okay.
It's dead, DJ.
I'm just eating a broccoli, so let me just get that down.
Nice.
Right, now,
who we got here?
With this event, the questions that should be coming up would be, was NASA fully prepared to go to space? Did they do all the required testing of their equipment to prove that they could go to space, because it's a very dangerous place indeed? Was NASA prepared? Now, I'm going to be quoting the organization known as NOAA, NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I'm going to be quoting Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne. And that was the company that NASA contracted to make the engines for the Saturn V rocket supposedly to go to the moon, okay? Bill Casing, the technological journalist. I'm going to be quoting from Ralph Renee, book, NASA Really Mooned America, okay? I'm going to be quoting Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, and what he had to say, okay? So I'm prepared. I hope you guys are as well, okay?
Some gin.
Let's bring it in. Yeah, I love this one. Right down my alley, mate. Started in 2001, only to be heartbroken they never went. And it resulted in me having to apologize to a friend of mine in London, because back in 1995, he tried to tell me that they never went. 1995. And he said his mother thought that they didn't go, right? And I said, well, what's the proof? And he didn't give me any proof as to how they didn't go. So I slagged him off with so many F-bombs, I F-bombed him to death. You know what I mean, right? I was working on the door, you see. I was doing security work, and he was trying to tell me that they never went. And I said, I saw it on TV, and they don't lie about things on TV. That's what I said back then. I was in my 30s. Right? But finding out that they didn't go to the moon, actually, I had to find him and apologize. And he had forgotten about the incident, actually. He'd forgotten about it. That was fun. That was a bit weird as well. I thought, how could you forget the way I slagged you off? How would you forget that? Wow. We were at a bar and I was doing security. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you've got your questions regarding the moon landing hoax, let's go, please.
Well, we have someone new, Mert XD, says that Earth is not flat. We are in 2025, as if we didn't know that. And come on.
Well, okay. Well, I say to you, sir, come on. Have you actually measured the curvature? Because the only way you're actually going to know whether or not the Earth is a globe is not just by somebody telling you, because they could be misinforming you. Could be, couldn't they? So what's the harm in actually going out to check to confirm? So that way you can say, you know, the Earth is a globe, or we can say we know the Earth is flat, because we've actually gone out to check it. So come on, man. Come on. What, you're just going to take the words from the authorities? Who are they? Yeah. We're on fire today. I feel sorry for them. Don't touch that button. Don't go there.
Come on. Oh, Gore, we have a new person. Welcome to Gore.
Can I say
something? Gore. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there anyone who can give me money for my cat?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh my
yes.
gosh.
Let me. I'm just going to pop you on mute for a second while I go grab my wallet.
Excuse me.
Welcome, Frozen. I see your microphone's unmuted. Did you want to ask a question? Guess not.
Yeah.
Mert, do you have a microphone, my friend, or are you part of the broken mic gang?
Yeah.
Must be.
Yeah, I mean, they've made it this far. If you've made it this far, should make your visit count. At least have one question. Everyone can learn from the question you ask, you see. Doesn't matter how strange it might seem to you, but you must ask it. You're here now. You know, we don't bite. That's not what we're about here. We're about informing the public, and that would include you, the guests in this server, and the ladies and gentlemen who are listening in the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin, Ruskin, I think it is, yeah, Twitter, X, all of you guys, you know, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You're listening to the 24/7, you know, Flat Earth Discord. And
we have another question. We have another question, Jin, if you want to answer it. So Mert XD has asked, what is your evidence the Earth is flat?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, that's the most common one. Well, the evidence is it's the lack of actual curvature of the Earth. So basically, if we're given the size of the Earth being 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is 3,959. Now, with these two numbers, we can do some quantitative measurements to confirm that. And when we've tried to confirm that the Earth is indeed curving at 8 inches per mile squared, we're finding extended horizontality. What do I mean by that? We're seeing further than the Earth's curvature would allow. If it were there, it would be blocking my sight, and I couldn't see like 275 miles, 20 miles, 10 miles, because the curvature would be there. So it's the lack of Earth's curvature. Secondly, lack of rotation. We're not able to detect Earth's rotation. Even Albert Einstein said that in 1922 in the University of Kyoto, Japan. He stated that he had concluded that no optical experiment could be conducted to detect Earth's rotation. Albert Einstein, 1922. So for me, it's the lack of curvature, of course. Can't measure the curvature. Unless the person who asked the question, have they measured the curvature themselves to confirm and validate the globe? Can you ask him that question? There we go. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, keep the questions coming, Mert. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. You know,
so there's an example in the side chat there, Mert, of a long distance observation that completely debunks the globe radius, right? They tell us the exact size of the globe, they tell us the radius, and that's a 21-mile observation with 0 curvature, right? There would have to be 293 foot of curvature over that distance, and that's just taken from a 5-foot observation height. The shoreline on the other side of the lake that you can see when he zooms in should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Behind the geometric horizon and obstructed by over 200 feet. So there's thousands of examples like that one. So
yeah, it would be more to the tune of close to 300 feet. It would definitely be more than 266 feet, because 20 miles of distance is the equivalent of 266 miles of curvature. So if you've got 21 miles, it's going to be a little bit more. Okay, and there's no way you should see that shot, right? Because the curvature would block your line of sight, without a doubt. And that's what we're finding, that the Earth's curvature is not there. It's too horizontal. It's very flat. Shouldn't be. It should be curvature. And that's the one thing that most people don't think about. Because when you're believing that the Earth is a globe, when you're in that belief mode, you're not looking for curvature. You're not, because you believe the Earth is a globe. So you're not living your life thinking, oh, I'm not seeing any curvature here. I'm not seeing any curvature there. That word curvature doesn't even come into your head. It doesn't. I know. I believed for 48 years. And I've been in the army. I've had a lot of experience out there in nature where I to see the Earth in its beautiful layout, and the one thing that's definitely missing is no curvature. But I didn't think of that because I was believing that the Earth was a globe, and that's it. So your mind is settled. You're not looking for curvature. You're not thinking of curvature, you see. That's what that one's taken for granted, is what I'm saying. It's not even on the menu. It's not even on your radar when you're in the belief mode. But as a flat earther now, you're constantly looking for curvature, you know, and everywhere you look is just horizontality.
Okay, so Mert has another statement, I guess. He is stating that the objects or the lights in the sky are round in some way. Okay, no problem. What does that have to do with the Earth? Why would that dictate what the Earth is? Those are things in the sky. You live on the Earth. You don't live in the sky, do you, Mert?
Yeah, it's a great question. Exactly.
Earth is not a planet. Exactly, Mert. See, for it to be a planet, one of the things about planets is they're both in the sky and they have curvature. Well, the Earth is not in the sky and it doesn't have curvature. So, not too difficult to understand.
Yeah, Mert, you're trying to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? The heliocentric model of the universe. That's what you're trying to do. That's incorrect, right? This is completely different system. Don't try to put the Earth as like a flat disk inside the ridiculous globe Earth space vacuum with all spinning balls and crazy shit that we can't validate.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. That's another misconception, isn't it? Where they try and fit the flat Earth into the heliocentric model like a flat disk floating in space. Well, no flat earther, you know, has that image in their head. That's not what we are about. That's not our position at all. You know.
So Mert has said this.
Well, Mert, let me just
go ahead, Sisu.
Sorry, man. I was just going to say, Mert, here's the thing. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off for you really quick, okay? There is no evidence for an ever-expanding, vacuous universe full of stars, planets, galaxies, and the like. That is an entire fabrication. There is no evidence for any of it, unless you can provide some.
So Mert has also said this Discord call has made me feel like I was in the 1700s, XD.
Well, I guess believing in the globe must make you feel like you're 300 BC, right, with Eratosthenes?
Mert must think everyone thought the Earth was flat in the 1700s.
But in actuality, thousands of years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat, by the way. It is the globe that is the Johnny-come-lately.
You might as well mic up, Mert. It's way easier.
It's way better to listen to as well.
100%.
Well, we got Drigo. Welcome, Drigo. Hopefully, Drigo can say hello. If not, that's okay. What about you, Frozen? You ready to say hello yet? And we've got Guy Williams. Welcome, Guy Williams.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, welcome, man. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining in. If you have any questions about the topic, feel free to ask. And welcome to Marcella as well.
Yeah, welcome, Marcella. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, if you've got any questions, please don't hesitate. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, if you have any questions, please fire away.
I have to reiterate, it's a lot more fun and a lot more efficient. If you guys do join the VC and just have a discussion with us, don't be shy about how well you speak English. Just join the chat. We don't bite. We don't get too frustrated sometimes. But yeah, we would like to speak with you.
So Frozen's got some technical issues. Maybe go into your settings and check that you got the right microphone selected. So we're running an event at the moment, and it's called The Moon Landings Were a Hoax. Right, so does anyone here think that the moon landings were a hoax, or do you think that the Americans really did go to the moon?
Yeah, maybe if I explain something regarding why we feel that they never went. For example, we say that NASA was ill prepared to contend with the radiation that's in space. Okay, so unbeknown to all of you who think NASA went to the moon, we're going to go back to 1958, where a guy by the name of James Van Allen, the Explorer 1 satellite supposedly, into space, and it discovered 2 radiation belts. Okay, and they were named after him, called the James Van Allen radiation belts, or the Van Allen radiation belts to be exact. discovered in 1958. Okay, now it is said that these radiation belts protect the Earth from the solar flare that comes off the sun. The sun spits out radiation every day. Okay, right, and it comes towards the Earth, and these radiation belts protect us. Now that would mean that NASA would have to go through those radiation belts to get to the moon. Now the level of radiation in the radiation belts are as high as 2,500 rems, right? Now, any human being got hit by that, it would be, as they termed it, instantaneous debilitating death. Okay, that means you die instantly. Doesn't mean you absorb the radiation. You will be killed instantly, debilitatingly, at that kind of level. Okay, now the question would be, did NASA have the required shielding to contend with those radiation? But there's one more problem. From 1959 to 1962, America and Russia fired up megaton bombs into the atmosphere above our heads, okay? And the events were known as Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and then the last one in 1962, Operation Starfish Prime. Operation Starfish Prime, okay? Now, those events created a man-made artificial radiation belt, 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts, according to the British astronomer Sir Bernard Lovell, 1962, okay? So if you do the maths, right, 2,500 times, what was that, 100, gives you 250,000 rems of radiation, and that's at the closest to the Earth, 250 miles from the Earth's surface. So that would have been the first belt that NASA would have had to have gone through, first and foremost, before they even get to the Van Allen radiation belts, okay? So this is one reason why we say NASA never went, because according to, this is the last point I'll make here, according to the rocket propulsion engineer, Bill Woods, who was questioned in the documentary, What Happened on the Moon, did NASA have the required shielding to contend with the radiation? Bill Woods replies, NASA fabricate such an aluminium shielding, which needed to be 4 inches thick, that's 10 centimeters, didn't have the shielding in place because it would have been too heavy for the F-1 engines to lift the Saturn V rocket. So the payload would have been too heavy if they'd had that shielding around the capsule where the astronauts are living in the rocket. Would have been too heavy. So what did NASA do then? How did NASA contend with the radiation if they didn't have the shielding in place, according to the rocket propulsion engineer, Bill Woods, who I'm quoting? See? Right. So there's one crucial point. Radiation is a problem. It's all over the space. It's intensified in the radiation belts that I mentioned. Okay? Yeah. According to NOAA, NASA would have needed radiation belt protection, and they didn't have it. Not even the spacesuits offered protection from the radiation. Not even the spacesuits. Too much radiation. So NASA wasn't prepared, was it? They weren't prepared. They didn't prepare the equipment. So if anybody's got any proof against that, I'd be very interested to hear.
I do. There's no evidence of the vacuous region of outer space or the altitude that the Van Allen radiation belts would be. So they need to have the space first to have this radiation belt.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that entirely. Yeah. So when I'm putting this forward, I'm putting it forward as it's been laid out by the so-called experts. And I'm glad you asked that question because it does beg a question. Obviously. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, my problem with the...
Go ahead.
My problem with the moon landings was underneath that lander was a rocket with 10,000 pounds of thrust. And as it was coming down to the dusty surface of the moon, it left no kind of crater at all. I mean, that should have left a crater so large that the lander fell into it. Like, you can take a hairdryer to the beach and blow it at the sand and create a small crater. But this thing had 10,000 pounds of thrust, and we got nothing.
Right. Now, you mentioned an excellent point, because two characters said the same thing. That would be Bill Casing, who is the technological journalist for NASA, who worked for Rocketdyne, who made the engines for NASA, and also Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer. He said the exact same thing. He said it's ridiculous that we don't see the exhaust plume from the rocket at 10,000 pounds thrust. Should have blown the dust 6 ways from Sunday, according to Bill Casing. And Bill Woods said it would have dug a hole in and it would have sunk into the earth, because that's what happened on Earth when they were testing their rockets. It was just destroying the soil and everything underneath it, right? And even the legs didn't deploy properly, so it toppled over. This is when they were practicing here on Earth. So Bill Woods said it's quite surprising that the 10,000 pounds of thrust wasn't seen, and none of the dust was disturbed on the lunar surface. And then we got the photographer, David Percy, also stating that the noise level within the spacecraft, the LEM itself, would have been deafening. Right, 10,000 pounds of thrust creates hundreds of decibels, and it shouldn't have been quiet in there. So there was a number of anomalies. But you raise a good point, sir. Very good point.
Well, you know, those astronauts also said, I believe, that they could poke their thumb through the outside shell of this lander. It was as thin as a sheet of aluminum foil.
Yes, again, another great point.
Some decibels in a vacuum, you know?
Well, there you go. Exactly. But yeah, if they're in the rocket itself, they should have heard it. And the point with the skin of the LEM, well, again, we go to Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer, and he said this about the LEM. It had to be made thin because weight was always a problem, and the astronauts in there had to be very, very careful. They said they couldn't make it thick enough because, as I said, the weight. It had to be thin, and they couldn't run it at Earth's air pressure. They had to run it at like 10 psi. Very low indeed, and very flimsy, to quote what he said. Very flimsy. You could easily poke your finger through it, like you said. Right? Now, who would go to space with those kind of risks? Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
I wouldn't trust to go into that thing to be dropped into a swimming pool. It would be death.
Yeah, exactly. And to look at the LEM itself, it looks like a homeless tweeter's shelter, apparently, according to Jake Gibson, a.k.a. Flat Earth Arsehole. But, silly name, but there you are. Jake Gibson said that it looks like a homeless tweeter's shelter, and he had a T-shirt printed on his chest to that end, showing how flimsy the LEM looked. Looked like paper mache, an elementary school kid's project.
It did. And the Indian lander looks even worse, right? And that's 50 years later.
Yeah.
A few new people. A couple of them just left, actually. Let me check quickly.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone new has a question, good to see you, Violet, as always. Yeah, if anyone new has a question, feel free to jump in. Awesome info, Jin. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah,
Hey, Violet. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hope you're well.
Good to see you, Violet. Welcome. If you have any questions, Violet, please ask. Anything, a query, anything. Something that might expose the moon landing hoax, that's welcome to hear. But yeah, go ahead.
I have this thought, like when I see movies, like the aircraft, when they land on some planet, that they're made of this aluminum foil, something like that. How
Yeah.
come? Yeah, it's just a thought, but maybe it's just in the movies.
Well, no, I'm glad you mentioned it, Violet, because once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm quoting the American Herald newspaper, and they asked NASA, why was it that they used aluminium to go to space in the first place? Because according to the Herald, they stated that aluminium is the worst material to use as the skin of the spacecraft. Why do they say that? They say that when radiation passes through the aluminium into where the space astronauts are, the radiation is boosted. So as it passes through, the radiation gets a boost and it becomes even more intense and more severe for the astronauts whilst the radiation goes through the aluminium. It doesn't offer sufficient protection. And like Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer, said, for the capsule to be protected, it would have needed 10 centimeters thick. That's 4 inches thick of aluminium all the way around the capsule, the nose cone where the astronauts live. And NASA could never do that because it would have been too heavy. You see what I mean? So the flimsy 2mm, 3mm aluminium that they had around the rocket itself wouldn't have offered any protection, and the radiation would have just gone straight through and totally killed the astronauts. So it's a good thing you mentioned your thought about the radiation when they land on the planet, wherever they've gone to, yeah. So, you know, and I can give you the article for that if anybody wants it. Let me get that article up and put it in the side chat. From the Herald itself, questioning they want data from NASA, and NASA was very reluctant not to give the data accurately. Yeah, it's a good one. Thank you for that. Violet, thank you. Yeah, I'm just about to post that article from the Herald. It's a very interesting read. It's not long, but it's very deep, and it does question and puts the pressure on NASA.
We've got Oscar in here. Oscar, can you tell us about how the moon landings were real? Do you think the moon landings were real?
Wait, what? Why am I obligated to answer that? I'm just sitting here listening.
You're not obligated to. I just asked you to. You don't have to. Do you have any position about this particular topic, or are you just here to kind of make, you know,
I just want to listen. I find it
sarcastic comments? But you find it entertaining. So you think it's hilarious that the people that measured the Earth found it was flat?
I find it entertaining, not hilarious.
It is entertaining that, okay, no worries. I'm going to go and use your words. No worries. Don't worry about it, Oscar. You find it entertaining that people have measured the Earth and they found out it was flat. So you find that entertaining, do you?
Do you have a problem with that? Like, can I not sit here? I didn't even say.
I'm just.
Like, what are you trying to get at here? I was just listening.
Yeah, I know. I'm just I'm just saying you find it entertaining. That's great. Do you know anybody who hasn't measured it to be flat?
Why should I, why am I obligated to answer this? Can I not sit in this VC?
You don't have to. In fact, you're not obligated to be here at all. It seems like the only reason you're here is to troll, right? So I guess maybe I'll just go ahead and remove you since there's no reason for you to be here, right, Oscar?
Yeah, he just wants to whine in the side chat.
Yeah, that's okay. Oscar, I'll ask you one question, Oscar. Oscar, do you think it's perfectly okay to actually go out and confirm what we're being told regarding the shape of the Earth? They say it's an oblate spheroid. They've given us some numbers. Is it okay we go and validate that? Is that a fair thing to do? Are we committing a crime? Oscar? All right, you don't want to answer. All right. Clearly, we're not committing a crime, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going out there to measure it. We're not measuring any curvature, so that's fine. And when I'm speaking about the moon landing stuff, I'm quoting experts. I'm not giving you my opinion, my theories or anything. Nothing's coming from me. I've studied the experts and I'm bringing you what they tell us. Okay? So I'm not giving you any theories here, any speculative nonsense. I'm just giving you the stuff that's laid out, that's out there for us to question. Right, you know. I give another little tidbit. Bill Kaysing left Rocketdyne because he felt that Rocketdyne's integrity was found wanting and he didn't want to be part of that organization anymore. He left, and what did he do? He wrote the book called We Never Went to the Moon. There you are. That's Bill Kaysing, a man of impeccable integrity. He also was a naval officer for the American Navy, of course. So he took part in Second World War, put himself in the line of fire for his country and his countrymen and women, and for the world, for peace. That's what he believed in, was his integrity. And when he finished with that, he found out that the war was an illegal war. Pearl Harbor was an inside job, basically, a MIHOP, a LIHOP, okay? And that didn't sit well with him. And where he lived, there were a lot of Vietnam War veterans, maybe 20 to 30 of them, homeless. So what did he do? He bought a boat for him and his wife to live in, and he invited those homeless Vietnam War veterans. He invited them over to help him decorate the boat, paint the boat, and they all lived together there together. So he housed the homeless, Bill Kaysing, and then that's when he got the idea for the book. One of these Vietnam War veterans gave him the idea. Why don't you write a story about We Never Went to the Moon, Bill? Why don't you write a book like that? And he says, you know what? I'm so fed up with this government. But I said, yeah, but you've got loads of shops around here, you know. And I said, you've got a lot of shops around here. I don't think I'm going to get any trade. So I just do it for nothing, you know. I'm not charging anybody, you know what I mean? I just not into that.
That's
really.
the hardest part. That's the hardest part when you got a kind soul is trying to turn what you would do for kindness into something that you have to do for money.
Yeah.
It's a challenge.
Oh yeah, I just say no. I've been doing it like from London anyway. You know, I used to repair the bikes in my neighbourhood. The kids, you know, squealing brakes and rusty chains and that. Parents are not doing it, so I'm doing mine. And then the kids would come up and say, "Look, you know, can you do my bike?" And I say, "Okay, let's have a look." Oh, what have you done? Did you fall over? Yeah. Okay, let's clean you up. You know, and then, okay, let's put the bike right. And it started from there, one boy falling down in my neighbourhood. And then he'd go and tell his mates, then before you know it, you've got a string of kids coming on your door. Every time they've had a little accident, they're banging on your door, pressing the bell, you know. I say, have you done it again? Have you? Okay, bring it in. So, coming to Japan, it's the same story. Because they all come on their little mountain bikes and that they park up. And you can see they're not being maintained because the parents are too busy, of course. And they generally just throw money at everything. Right? Yeah. My youngest boy, he broke his rear mudguard, you know, jumping and that, you know, on his mountain bike. Came back, mudguard totally broken off, snapped off, and he was in tears, right? And I said, okay, look, you know, I'm going to have to go to Shigeru's to have this welded. She's my friend of my wife's who runs a panel beating and repair bodywork shop, you know, not far from us. So I said, we have to go to Shigeru. No, Daddy, no. Can we go to, I want it fixed now, kind of thing. I said, okay, let's go to the shop and see if we can order something, right? Let's have a look. Went to the shop and, you know, I only want the rear mudguard. You've got to buy the two of them, right? You've got to buy the two of them as a pair. They don't come as singular. So I said, no, that's going to be a waste of money because I don't need the front one. I said to the kid, because let's go to Shigeru right now and we can get it done. I can use his welding equipment and I can weld it now. Come on, just follow me. Shut up and come on. Yeah, so I took him. We went to Shigeru's. I got the welding equipment out. He let me use it. So tucked it back in, you know, and then we brought it back here, cleaned it, painted it, and he was so over the moon, the boy. And then I put it back on his bike. Yeah. So it doesn't rust.
Yeah,
he was
thanks, man.
back. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, welding's a great skill to have, and it's a lot less complicated than people make it out to be. You still need some skill, but
yeah,
all the prep, man. All in the prep work. Yep, it's all in the prep work.
Yeah. You clean off it had rusted, you see, and it broke right on the rust. So we cleaned off the rust there like that, yeah. Right, and got it cleaned up, and then just lined it up, and then a little tack, eyes closed, little tack, then another little tack on the other side. Okay, let's have a look underneath. Yeah. That's it. That's all that was required. Yeah. And then.
Hey, how you doing, Mo Bunny?
How you doing, Mo Bunny?
All it took was 2 seconds. All it took was 2 seconds of not getting noticed, and he said, "Well, I'm out of here."
Sorry.
No one heard.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the screen, you see. Well, I didn't. He didn't speak loud enough, did he? Didn't hear him at all.
It was a gentle mumble.
It was very quiet mumble.
It was like
Didn't hear it at all. No, I didn't.
How dare you not hear my? If you want someone's attention, you might as well just say, "Excuse me. Do you mind if I interject, please?" We have to give people the rundown on how to interrupt a conversation cordially.
Exactly. Yeah.
With fearing.
No good waiting. Don't wait for us, because we're not going to be waiting for you. At the end of the day,
we got raised by
speak your piece. Speak your piece.
Yeah. He's deafened, but I know he's a Glober that was in here arguing yesterday.
Yeah.
Liquid's been in and out. I'm not sure of their position on whether they're globe or flat. But yeah, definitely seen that profile picture a few times the past few days. And yeah, I think Andrew Tate's a flat earther.
Right.
And Hannah has been sitting here pretty much all day. And I think the only contribution she made to the conversation was a failed GIF post.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's been kind of non-eventful from the folks that are here. Anyway.
I go out early in the mornings. It's a little bit dull, a little bit sometimes foggy early in the mornings. So the headlights go on, tail lights go on. So they're flashing tail light, flashing headlight, bright. And then I've got a sash on my shoulder, fluorescent sash that I wear. That's it. And then we're off. Sometimes today I'm wearing an orange top, but I'm still going to wear the sash anyway. And then other times I wear black tops, so the sash comes in handy. And yeah.
There you go. Well, just so you know, Jen, I put out the bat signal, and Flat Lloyd answered.
Hey, welcome,
right?
Flat Lloyd.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd, right? Popped his YouTube bot in here for us, so we are live, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You've got Johnny there, MC, got Jin CBR1, and a few of my other colleagues. I'm not looking at the screen at the moment. I do apologize for that, but we're all here, including my colleagues, very learned men and women, and they are able to help you with whatever questions you may have. Please do pop in. Okay, pop in, come in and have a chat. Come in and try and prove us wrong. Bring your best proof for your globe that you have that convinces you that the Earth is a globe. And it must be physical. It can't be a belief system. Cannot be. It's got to be something that is practical, that I can actually go out and confirm for myself. The physicality of it all. We've heard about the globe. Let's go see and measure it now. Yeah.
That's right. You know, it's funny. I see people like Rayleigh Criterion and DJ Deafened, and all I could think to myself is, uh-oh, they're getting smarter. Uh-oh, they're researching something. Uh-oh, they're watching a YouTube video.
Yeah, they're gathering intel. Yeah, that's the key. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Rayleigh Criterion, he really surprised me with his level of intellect. He's so quiet, but then when he starts to actually articulate it, boy, that they're getting dismantled, all in a very polite way. Never heard him flustered, ever. I've never heard him flustered, but yet he dismantles them so, smoothly, less effort. And I just think, wow, man, absolutely. Everything on point. Once or twice he might have raised his voice because the guy's not paying attention, But generally, unflustered. I do like that delivery style. Yes. But they're all very capable anyway in here. Absolutely. They wouldn't be here otherwise. That's the thing.
Listen, we're here in the English Hub, and there's no events going on right now. So, foot traffic may be a little bit slow.
Yeah, that's okay. We're not sweating it. We don't sweat the small stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Whilst we're waiting, we are sharpening our game, our game time. That's what we do. Then we work out the psychologies of our delivery methods. Can I improve my delivery here? Do I need to keep going on about this one? Or should I, stop this one, introduce this method? Yeah, I love all that. It's good. There are many roads to Rome, as they say. Same thing, many roads to planet Earth. And I love all those roads. Don't mind the bumpy. I like the smooth roads, of course, but I do enjoy those bumpy roads as well. Come on. Especially when I go to places like Gem Panda and the UK 18 plus servers and Earth Awakenings, where it gets really heated and that. And I'm in there, yes. Hammer and tongs, let's go. Yeah, you want some of this? Yeah, really? All the while, the ladies and gentlemen are learning, because I'm not just destroying them. I'm actually explaining what I'm doing and why I've said what I've said. And then giving the ladies and gentlemen the implications and the stupidity of what they're putting across for you to hold on to. You want to drop that like a bad habit, ladies and gentlemen. Don't pick that up. That's not going to get you. They're leading you down an alley. Blind alley, yeah. And then they're going to mug you off. Things like that, whilst I'm destroying them.
Yeah, man. It's we had a guy in here earlier. He was baffled by my response to him because, once I made it clear that there's no measurable curvature, obviously he wants to know. He wants his replacement theory, the regular. Yeah. It's like the multiple offense, it happens every time. Like, well, explain the sun, explain the moon, explain eclipses, explain all of this stuff. And I said, that's great that you reverse this burden on us, this job of explaining what's happening up there, learning more about what's happening and what this realm is all about, and what are the limitations that we really have here, and what can we learn about the luminaries, and what can we learn about the heavenly bodies, right? The sun and the moon and the stars, right? And the wandering stars. What can we learn? Well, who's been entrusted with that task? Who's been charged with that task? That was NASA. That was the various government space agencies. They were given a tremendous budget, a healthy budget a budget that anybody if they had it, they'd be able to get their job done and then some. And what do they come back to us with? They come back to us with lies, false information, unverifiable information.
That's right. Yeah.
So
they have to go to say they don't have a picture of Earth from space. What are you doing with the money then?
Exactly.
Wow.
Precisely the problem, man. So when people come to us and say, well, how come you don't have all of these answers? It's insane that, we're the ones who are trying to bring people to the realization that the people that we've entrusted with our tax dollars to give us this data didn't do their job with integrity. And on top of it, they've come back and lied to everyone. So
we're being bamboozled.
Now you look at us, the people who have been working hard in different forms to make a life for ourselves and keep food on the table and keep a roof over our heads, just like everybody else, to come and give you the data that the ones that were entrusted to provide you with that data didn't do. Right? So it's pretty ridiculous that because we've pointed out that these different government agencies are not giving us the data that they've been entrusted to give us, or at least come back and say we can't find out. These are the ones that come to us and expect us to give them a new explanation for their lack of a good one from the government space agencies.
Yeah.
It's sad.
They look to us to explain everything, and we say to them, "Oh, well, how can we? We don't know what's going on. It's not. How can we know?" And they always seem to look up. You're talking about the surface of the Earth, but they look up immediately. Hold on a second. Can you not look at the surface? This is where we are. Why are you looking to the sun? How did the eclipse prove the globe? No, I'm sorry. What about measuring the surface? Is that possible? Because they don't know how to. So they automatically just go up because they don't know the method of measuring the surface of the Earth. That shows you that they don't know their model right off the bat, because they don't seem to realize that it can be measured. So they go to the regular.
The moment they find out that the Earth isn't curving, now all of a sudden it's shoot the messenger and ask the messenger to explain everything now. Right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just letting you know it's not curving like they told you it was. Well, how do you explain all the other stuff they told us? It's like, I can't explain why they told you any of that other stuff. You know what I mean? It's so funny. All of a sudden we need to explain why they told us all the other stuff. It's amazing.
Well, it's the worst when you get like a PhD guy and he gives you, he's fighting tooth and nail to get his point across, saying that, oh yeah, this is the answer. And then at the end of it, when you defeat him, and then he goes, oh, well, you know what? These are just the best exclamations. And I accept them because they're the best exclamations of what could possibly be happening. And that just completely defeats the purpose of,
cop-out answer.
Everything
That's
that he was going over.
Answer. Yeah, that's a cop-out answer. There's no truth in that. The truth is he's just believing, but there's nothing truthful. That explanation that he's telling you that's the best isn't the truth. That's the thing. Terrible, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's so true what you said there. Absolutely, that's what they say. And that's the PhDs telling you that. So they're not even telling you that they've got the proof. They're telling you that it's just an explanation, and that's what they're going with. An explanation. A theory, basically. An idea.
It's the best we got. So, don't worry about it. Yeah, that was a great point, man.
If they just started with that, why don't they start with that? That would make things so much less complicated.
Yeah. I agree with what you said again.
Less confusing.
It's true. Start with that. Start with the integrity right off the bat. And then people would think, okay. Because when you do that, then you realize, they don't really know then. So what they're putting forward is just an idea. It's not the truth. Okay. But they go the other way around, make themselves sound more capable than they are, with their PhDs and they're not proving anything. Something like you said, people like yourselves and us, we are pressuring them to the point where they break down because you've defeated them. So then they say it's the best explanation. But yeah, okay, thanks. Your explanation is not the truth, is it? Get out of here then.
Yeah, they're hoping to make us concede and make us look like dummies, and then when they get made to look the dummy, that's when they start backpedaling. Oh, well, I wasn't saying that it was the truth. I was just saying it's the best explanation that we could come up with. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Truly is laughable.
It really is. No,
Really
it
is.
really is laughable. Bloody idiots. Because the tone they use when they're talking to you, sometimes it's they're the authority and they're talking down to you. And in that psychology there, it's like they're trying to make you look like inadequate, not up to scratch. You don't know your stuff. Right? But you've got to, like you said, don't let them dissuade you. You've got to stand your ground, keep your points neat and concise, and just push back. And then eventually they concede because they're the ones that, they're beginning to see that I've got a tough one here. Tough nuts to crack. In fact, I'm cracking my tools. This nut is not cracking. My tools are cracking.
Isn't it ironic? They say, do you deny the science? Right? Don't you believe in the science? And then turn around and say, oh, well, science doesn't prove things. Oh, so science doesn't prove things. So, yeah, do I deny what you can't prove? Yeah, I do.
Another great point. Another great point there. Yeah. Because when you catch them out with their science, what they say, like you said, they say science doesn't prove things. That's their get-out clause. You see what I mean?
Well, Jin, I am the science, and I think that you should wear as many masks as you can get your hands on. So just listen to the science, okay?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's going to pay the price for that guy. Definitely going to pay the price for that. I am the science. It's all come out that the science is not there, you see. So he's looking embarrassed. Because he said it was the science, but it was never there. What science are you talking about? Pseudoscience?
Who else claimed that? Who else claimed to be the science? Einstein. Another one. I'm the science.
Yeah.
How many of these clowns are going to come out and tell you they're the science and get proven wrong before people stop trusting these clowns?
Exactly. Right on point. That's why he started acting goofy and kooky towards the end, because he realized that, he hadn't done well for humanity. He pushed out a lot of lies. So he started to leave clues. Think about it, and sticking his tongue out and all this. Yes, Einstein. Glad I wasn't him. Bloody horrible man. Thanks. No, thank you. Wow. Ugh. Always felt people were talking for him. It wasn't really him speaking. Whenever he moved into crowds and that, they'd put the ideas in his head. Einstein.
Yeah, Rayleigh, Criterion, Sheepdog, and we had a great, and DJ all had a great discussion about Eratosthenes earlier today.
Oh, right. Eratosthenes, Aristophanes, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I mean, like how it's almost impossible to prove that the guy even existed, let alone actually performed this observation with his buddy.
Yeah. True.
Number one, and then number two, how it's the best evidence that we have for a measurement in contemporary times. It's pretty sad. Hey, welcome to the room, buddy.
Welcome.
May I ask a question about flat Earth?
Yes, you may, young man. Please go ahead.
Okay, so my question is like, if Earth is flat, so why we don't fall in the space from the edge of the Earth?
Okay, you're thinking that the Earth is flat in space. Well, that's not the image that we have. That's not us. Okay? We're saying to you that the surface of the Earth is level. We don't know the shape, so we wouldn't be that disk in space because we do not know the shape. What we know is the shape that it isn't, okay, because we've measured the surface of the Earth and it's measuring level. Now, what shape the Earth is, nobody knows. But we're not that disk in space. Do you understand? That's not us. So you're not going to fall off any edge at the moment. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So delete that image from your head. That's not the flat Earth. We do not know the shape. All we know is that the surface we're living on is measuring flat and level. Okay, it's not curving as it should be if you're on an oblate spheroid. Just to ask you, have you seen the curvature of the Earth yourself?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
In aeroplane, when I go in aeroplane.
Okay, when you fly in the aeroplane, you saw the curvature of the Earth. Well, if you know Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says it would be impossible to see the curvature from an aeroplane or from the height of the Felix von Gardner jump, the Red Bull jump, or even from the Kármán line. You would not be able to see. It's all flat. So I don't think you saw the curvature from a plane because we're measuring it flat on the surface of the Earth. And aeroplanes fly horizontal. Did the aeroplane take a curved trajectory? You know what a curved trajectory is? Did it do that? Or did it fly horizontal all the way, level? Which one?
It's fly horizontal.
Thank you very much. So if you're flying horizontal, and do you remember where you were going? Were you going from India to where were you going? Do you remember?
I go to Dubai from Pakistan.
Okay, Pakistan to Hawaii. That's a long flight. So basically, you know that you can't be flying for those hours horizontally. That would prove that you're flying over a flat surface. Because if you're on a ball now, young man, the aeroplane must follow a curved trajectory, and it doesn't do that. That's another clue. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense to you that if the plane is flying horizontal, it cannot be flying over a ball because a ball is curving continuously. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Right. And then add in the fact that we've gone out to measure it and we're measuring level horizontality everywhere on Earth. Okay. So we don't fall off the edge because we're not in space like a disc. That's a horrible straw man image that we don't use. Okay. And we don't know the shape. Nobody knows the shape at the moment. But we know it's not a ball shape because that's easy to prove and we're not measuring that curvature anywhere. And your experience so far is of horizontal. You flew in a plane. You're lucky. How old? No, don't say your age. I'm not interested. Basically, you are lucky that you flew with your parents to Hawaii. Good man.
You
questions?
don't believe in spherical Earth?
No, of course not. No, the Earth is not spherical at all. There's no measurements for it. We're flat.
But if you see the satellite images of Earth, so it's spherical.
Okay, well, the images from space are fake. They're not real. That's the first thing. They're created on a computer by a man called Robert Simmons, who works for NASA, and he explains to us how he creates those images using CGI, Photoshop, composites. They're not taken from space. And then not only that, we have a guy called Paul on the Plane who took some of the images from NASA, right, from the library, subjected them to a digital analysis software, and the images were all fake. So all images coming from space purportedly are all fake. They're not real. They're not coming from space. They're computer generated. Okay?
Okay, but if you see the mission Apollo 11, it's live
they never went.
on television. When Neil Armstrong go to the moon, then
no, he didn't go to the moon. He lied. It's not possible to go to the moon.
But my teachers teach me in school like he go to the moon like in real life.
Yeah, you ask your teacher next time about the phenomenon known as cold welding, and then all the radiation, and then all the cosmic ray particles, if you can remember. And the vacuum of space itself is dangerous. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not possible. If a rocket goes to space, okay, the vacuum of space will dissolve and turn the rocket itself into gas. The molecules that make up the aluminium bodywork, for example, begins to heat up and turn it into gas. Okay, and if that's happening, that means the strength, the structural integrity, the strength of the spacecraft is now weakening, becoming compromised, and then the pressure inside the spacecraft will expand outwards because there's no air in space, you see. So there's nothing to keep it together. The pressure inside, and it would explode. There's no way they could have gone to the moon, not to mention the radiation and everything else. Not to mention it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay, it's not possible to go to space. We can never go there. It's a lie. NASA lied. Okay? Your teacher misinformed you.
Okay, so is there any video like if someone go to the in a sky and he observe like Earth is not spherical, like any video, like any evidence, something like that?
No, only your own personal evidence that you saw, you thought you saw the curvature, but that's not true, and you flew level. That's your experience. You've never seen the curvature on the Earth, have you? On the Earth where you live, on the Earth, did you see the curvature anywhere?
No.
No, right. And then when you go to the aeroplane, it flew horizontal, so no curvature there. I'm 63 years old. I've never seen it. I'm not blind. I'm looking. I've been looking for 10 years, strong scrutinization for the last 10 years, no curvature. And when I look back all my life, no curvature. So if I haven't seen it, you haven't seen it, it must mean that the Earth must be flat, not a ball. You haven't seen it, and I'm 63 years old. So that's a long time there not seeing any curvature. Can it be there? How could I miss the curvature of the Earth?
But if we ask this type of question with the teacher, so they declare me as a stupid or something like that. So
well, the teacher is stupid to say that because you're not supposed to discourage the students. You're supposed to answer the students' questions and not make the student feel inadequate. So that wouldn't be a good teacher, really. You know? Yeah, that wouldn't be a teacher because somebody asked me, I would say, I would not lie. Of course, I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. And I'm older than you by, like I said, I'm 63. So clearly something is wrong there. How can this teacher not see the curvature? He's been to Hawaii 6 times, traveled to Africa, traveled to Europe, traveled to the Pacific Islands. I've traveled thousands of miles, never seen the curvature once. How can that be?
Yeah.
And I've measured the surface of the Earth, not finding curvature on the surface. See, you have to ask your teacher, did he measure? Did he measure the surface of the Earth to know its curving? And he's going to say no. Then how does he know it's a globe then? Because the only way you're going to know is to measure the surface.
Okay,
you see
so
what I mean?
tomorrow I'm going to ask about to my teacher. Then I discuss with you like what she said.
Oh, I'm very glad you're going to do that. What is your name here on the server? What is your name?
His name's Meow.
Meow. Oh, Meow. Yeah, well, I recognize the voice. I recognize the voice. Thank you, Meow. You ask your teacher, Meow, if he measured the surface. Okay, Meow? Ask him if he measured the surface of the Earth to find that curvature. That's the #1 question. Thank you, Meow. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
My real
he
name
should be.
is Abdullah.
Don't use your real name. Don't use your real name.
You keep your real name
anonymous. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
So
I like the Meow.
another thing. Yeah. So another thing to keep in mind is there's something called the Earth Curvature Calculator, right? And different universities have these out online, okay? And a quick search through any search engine, it could be Yahoo, it could be any search engine, right?
Yeah.
You just search for Earth Curvature Calculator, and you can convert it. Like we do miles here in the United States. I think you guys use kilometers in the metric system, but yeah. And you could figure out the radius of the Earth in kilometers, right? And then you could ask your teacher that way. You don't have to make yourself look stupid. You could actually make yourself look really intelligent.
Yeah.
You could say, hey, How big is the Earth's radius in kilometers? And the teacher will be like, wow, radius. He said radius. That's good, right? I have a smart one here,
Yeah.
right? So now your
Yeah.
teacher won't be thinking that you're crazy or stupid. And then you
Yeah.
present the question that way. How much curvature should I see in, let's say, 15 kilometers? Okay. And then at that point, you're asking a good question. And then the teacher has to listen to you and give you an answer. Hey,
Yeah.
based on the radius of the Earth, how much curvature should we see in 50 kilometers? And then your teacher will have to figure it out for themselves. And maybe your teacher, she might start asking herself some questions, right? So it
Yeah.
could lead
Are
to
they
some good conversation.
just one question? Just one question. Are they using miles in your country, miles or kilometers? Which one is it?
Kilometer, I guess.
Yeah, they don't use miles. Is it India where you are or Pakistan?
Pakistan.
Okay, so, assalamu alaikum. So basically, thank you. So basically, they use kilometers. They don't use miles. Okay, well then you ask the teacher to tell you the curvature, of the Earth, where he measured it. Yeah, he must have measured it, because if he hasn't measured the curvature of the Earth, how does he know it's curving? And he can use the Earth curvature calculator, as Johnny said. You can download that off Google. It's free, 2 seconds, and you can convert it to miles or kilometers. You can choose which one you want to use. Then you can give a certain distance, like 20 miles, for example. I use miles. So 20 miles, there should be 266 feet of curvature. So if you can see something 20 miles away, you shouldn't be able to see it, because there should be 266 feet of curvature that would be blocking your line of sight. But yet we can see it. This is how we know it's flat. So you do that tomorrow. You ask your teacher tomorrow. Yeah, good lad. Good lad, Meow. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Because that's the question. How do we know? How does the teacher know it's a globe? Did he measure it? And if he didn't measure it, he doesn't know. That means he's believing. But why don't we go and check, sir? Can you take us outside to check? Let's check it. Yeah, do a little field craft, or what's the word they use when they go out with the children? I've forgotten the expression they use. Nature watch or whatever. Nature watch with the kids.
Field trip.
Field trip. That's it. I said field craft, didn't I? Yeah, field trip. Take them on a field trip and let's measure the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, ask your teacher to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Meow.
Thank you. I asked tomorrow, then I discussed like what she said.
Yeah.
Hey, good luck, man. Good luck. Have a great rest of your day, Meow. Take care. Keep asking good questions. Stay curious. Stay curious.
Have a nice day.
Okay, I must get ready now. Getting the lights.
Yeah, Jin, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know you said to that kid that go and ask the teacher that question? What happens if the teacher as soon as the kid starts saying the word flat Earth, the teacher is going to automatically going to think that who told you this? Why are you believing it?
That might be the case. Yeah, that might be the case.
You know what the teacher, I actually know what the teachers are like. When the teacher totally believes in something, they'll do anything they can, innit? Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
to
but he's
discourage
going to be
the town.
smart anyway. He's going to be smart. He's going to ask the teacher, how does he know about the curvature? So perhaps the flat won't come up, but if it comes out, it's the truth anyway. So there's no two ways about it. So that's it. At least the kid's going to ask. And the teacher tries to discourage him, then he's going to come back here feeling a little bit down, of course, if he's been made to look a fool. But then, he's going to learn from us that he's not the fool. It's the teacher that's the fool. Because like I said to him earlier on, if a teacher is making you look stupid, that means the teacher is not answering your question. And that's not a good teacher when they don't answer the question. They're not meant to make the children feel inadequate. They're meant to coach and encourage. So if he didn't do that, then we can help straighten him up, dust him off, and give him some more concise information. That's what we do.
Well, it was a good idea. I just feel like the way that I kind of worded it would have been a more passive way, right? Where he's not asking the teacher about flat Earth. He's more or less asking about the radius of the Earth and how much should it curve over a certain distance. And the main reason why I figured have him ask the teacher that question is so the teacher can start thinking about, how much should it curve? Oh yeah, there are Earth curvature calculators. You know what I mean? Just get the juices flowing in the teacher's head.
But Johnny,
more,
sorry to interrupt you, Johnny. Sorry to interrupt you, Johnny, but it was Meow who suggested it anyway. It was Meow who suggested that to ask the teacher. He said it first, by the way. It wasn't our suggestion. We were just explaining it. And then I wonder if the teachers measured the curvature is what I said. And he said, I'm going to ask my teacher tomorrow. So yeah, that's a good idea. So he actually offered it up himself anyway. So I think it's good. That's what you've got to do. I said that to my children. Go and ask your teacher. That's what I said to my kids. They're still flat earthers today because they know it's flat. That's it. Doesn't matter what the teacher's saying. I said to them, my children, put down the answer that the teacher gave you. But when you finish the exam and you hand it in, you say you don't believe anything you've written there. Okay? But that's what I would have loved to have said to my teachers had I known.
Mia, welcome to the room. Thanks for being here. If you have any questions, go ahead and speak up. If you have any globe evidence, you could go ahead and mic up. And if you don't feel comfortable miking up, you could go ahead and post your questions in the side chat or your globe evidence. Thanks for being here again. We appreciate you.
Yeah, so ultimately, your concern is noted, of course. Yeah, because you know what the teachers are like, as you said. But, I think, I think it's going to be a good thing. One person that's going to learn is Meow.
Yeah. Yeah, because do you know teachers? Do you know what they're like in it? When the little students ask them the question, why is this here? Why is that here? And the teacher could you know what teachers are like? Oh, you're a little kid, yeah. The attitude of the teacher. Oh, you're a little kid. You can't tell me nothing. I'm the adult. I know everything. So don't believe whoever told you this, whoever told you that. That's the kind of a mentality and attitude that teachers have. I think,
he's in Pakistan, so he's in Pakistan, right? So you can imagine what teachers are like. You know what I mean? Very autocratic.
Yeah.
The Pakistani teachers, much the same as the Nigerian teachers.
Jin, you should tell him, to stick with the globe plane radius and ask the teacher, the curvature measurements, that you need to justify the globe. And also, do you know the 10-mile, the 20-mile laser beam? Why is the laser beam hitting the target at 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles? Yeah. Well, when it shouldn't.
If he comes back later on today or let's say tomorrow, we can do that because basically what you've said, ultimately, we said to him that just ask the teacher. That's all. He offered it up himself, so he's going to ask the teacher, how does he know the Earth is a globe? Did he measure it? That's all he's going to ask. That's it. Right, and then he knows about the curvature chart because Johnny explained that to him. I reinforced it. So he would then remember to ask the teacher to use the Earth's curvature calculator. And then I suggested finally to ask the teacher to take them on a field trip so they can go and measure it together, for example. You see? So that should prove dividends, I think. But yeah, your position is correct. You're not wrong in what you said. And the laser beam test, we can do all that like tomorrow. You see? The problem we do sometimes, we have a habit of just overloading sometimes, and and it's perfectly understandable because we have a lot to share and that, and the individuals, they're receiving it all, of course. But yeah, just a moment. I'm just going to go and get my socks because I'm about to go out now. Shit.
Yeah, Jim, you know what's that? Yeah, go on, John. Go on, John.
I said, yeah, that's how we finish the elephant, one bite at a time.
Yeah.
Ultimate, yeah. Tell Jen what you were going to say before he. Oh no, he had to go get socks. Are you still there, Jen?
I'll wait for him to come back. I was going to say, yeah, John. I was going to say, there's an easier way. Instead of a laser beam, you can just get a friend to go to the other side of a lake, a 10-mile lake, and flash the mirror. Mirror flash.
Yeah, mirror flash tests work. Yeah, no, I just figured get the conversation started. You know, I didn't necessarily want the child getting into a debate with his teacher, because I felt like that could turn out, you know, him getting picked on by the teacher. That's why I figured word it in a way where he's just curious about the Earth, rather than even bringing up whether it be flat or anything like that. Just like, oh, I heard about the Earth's curvature calculator. I just am curious about the radius and, you know, how to use this thing, and, you know, just kind of make it simple and get the teacher thinking about it in a different way. Possibly spark some interest in the teacher's mind. But yeah, all in all, I think it could turn out good, depending upon how it's framed, right? Like how the student frames it to the teacher. So
yeah, that's right. That's what's going to take. But I think he's going to be okay. You know, he's going to phrase it different to what we asked him to do anyway. But the point is, the discussion is going to be held with the teacher. And the main question is, did he measure the curvature of the Earth? How does he know? Did he measure it? Because that's what you have to do. Otherwise, you're just believing and not checking. The images, we told him that. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you know what would be a good idea? Yeah, the kid would get the kid, yeah, to record the friend's mirror flash over a 10-mile lake. Yeah, record it on his phone, and then go up to the teacher with the globe claim radius and present to the teacher the mirror flash. The 10-mile mirror flash. Yeah, and because it should be, you should be able to see it, because it's 66 foot under the line of sight.
Yeah,
I just want to know what the teacher would say about that, because obviously it debunks the globe, doesn't it? The globe claim radius.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Get the gist of what you're saying, but I do feel that the Pakistani teachers will be very autocratic, because I've heard Islamic imams discussing this flat Earth and how the Earth is a globe, right? And it's the typical globe mentality with a little bit of Islamic zealotness in there as well. Zealotry, yeah. So I can imagine what the teacher's going to be like. Definitely can imagine that. But the kid's just going to ask the right questions, hopefully, and then we'll see what response he gets from his teachers. point A to point B, there should be just a certain amount of curvature, and that's that. And how did the teacher know? Did the teacher measure it? If the teacher says, no, I did not measure it, then how do you know it's curving then, sir? Oh, you don't know it's curving? Oh, okay. Can we go on a field trip to go and check it using the Earth's calculator, Earth's curvature calculator? We can go and check, see what we can see, or see what we shouldn't see.
Another approach, if I may, hi Jen. Another approach for the kids, right? If they're going to ask a teacher and be all confrontational or risk being all confrontational and stuff, opening up with kind of like, oh, well, how do you know? Did you measure? Did you do it yourself? Now, we know most teachers are going to say no, right? Because they're just teachers. But if the kids can ask them, hey, who did? Right? How do you know this? Who did it and what did they do? That might be a little bit more, less confrontational, more door opening for discussion. Yeah. It is supposedly in like an academic sort of situation, right? So discussing the knowledge base as opposed to, the actual getting up in their face about what they did personally could be equally as valuable,
I would agree with that totally, yeah. But I think it's still going to come out okay because, he's going to ask the teacher if the teacher did it. The teacher's going to say no anyway. I don't think it's going to be too confrontational in that sense because, it's still good. It will still come out because he would then probably give the teacher a chance to mention Aristophanes if he's on his game. He's still going to have a room to get out, isn't he? So he might be pressured by the students saying, "Did you measure the curvature?" And then he may even explain it as like he's been on a plane, so he never saw it. The plane was horizontal. Did you measure it? And then the teacher might say, "No, I haven't, but so and so measured it, and this is what he did." So I still feel that the teacher is going to have his get out clause because if he's on his game, if he's not on his game, then he may be pressured. So it can go either way there.
Right. Yeah, if he said, "Did you do it?" He says no. Then that can close the door.
Clarifier.
Yeah.
Just a clarifier for Jen. I don't know if you misheard him, but he said his teacher was a female. Just so you know.
Oh, I didn't hear that at all. No, okay. Oh, blimey, a female teacher as well on top of that.
Who are you guys speaking about?
Oh, this young man. His name is Niao. He came in just a few moments ago. And and he was asking us questions about the flat Earth. If the Earth is lost in space, why don't we fall off the edge into space? He said.
Right on.
Another 8-year-old. Another easy.
Yeah, he asked the good questions. Obviously carrying the standard disc in that. We told him that's not us. We know that the Earth is flat because we cannot measure the curvature. Then I asked him if he'd seen it. He then replied that he'd seen it from an aeroplane. Then I asked him, well, if you're in an aeroplane, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see it from there, and you can't see it from the Felix Baumgartner jump. You wouldn't see it from the carbon line. It's level, and we're measuring level on Earth. So did the aeroplane take a curved trajectory? And he said no. I said, did it fly level and horizontal? He said yes. Well, there's your clue. Because if you're on a ball, you must follow the curvature of the Earth. And it doesn't, does it? No, it was level. Okay, all the way to Hawaii from Pakistan. That's a long flight. That's a level, isn't it? Yeah. So, and I'm 63. I haven't seen the curvature. Last 10 years. And then when I factor in the rest of my life, 63 years, no curvature. Have you seen it? He said, no, not on the ground. He hasn't seen the curvature on the surface of the Earth. But that's strange, isn't it? I haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. Aeroplanes are flying level. Can it be there? Is it a possibility that it's there? There you go. So that got him thinking. That got him thinking, man. Yeah. That's when he said he was going to ask his teacher. Right after that. Right, I'm going to drop the phone now. I'm going to drop out and be back later on. Exercise time, okay? Yeah. Let's keep the routine going. Yeah. So enjoy yourself.
Nice
I hope I come back. I hope I come back and it's rocking and rolling, okay? Nice.
Good to hear from you.
Have a nice ride. Nice jog, bro.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, 20 Cups, how you doing, brother? Good to hear you, dude.
I'm doing all right, man. Hanging back, but, you know, still around. Good to hear you too, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Jedi in the house. That's always a treat. Welcome, sir. No tanks.
What's up, buddy? You're too kind.
Yeah. Now all we need are some Globers. Got to see if we could get an event rolling. Hey, tag DJ. I know he just popped off. Probably doing something actually beneficial in his life right now. So I don't want to drag him back to the computer. Hey, 20 Cups, are you on? Are you on PC?
Not right now, no.
Oh, okay.
What do you need?
Just gonna see if you could crank up an event, get an event going.
DJ hasn't gone anywhere, by the way. He's just hanging on the politics server.
Nice. Can somebody tag him and ask him if he could start an event? I'm driving right now. I can't really text.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
DJ, is there any way we could get an event going, brother?
Yeah, sure. Let me just check.
Is everybody sure they have hands?
How else would we start an event, man? Hope so.
I just saw Sporadics post.
I don't get that guy, man. I actually listened to the entire thing. It was painful as shit. I don't know if anybody actually listened to it all or cut midway or something like that.
No, I listened to the entire thing.
Oh, regrettably. Man, that guy was something else.
Yeah, I share your sentiment. I share your sentiment. It was painful.
And to boot, I had to force myself to not watch the screen because in my head I'm like, oh, it's a video. I'll watch the video. But every time I tried, I can't do it. His voice is annoying enough, let alone his appearance.
Yeah, he did get owned by India, though. And yeah, if he wasn't too busy trying to make AB look silly, he might have actually had a good conversation with AB. But yeah, all in all, he looked like the fool at the end of it, I feel like.
You know, the takeaway that, or one takeaway of I got from that is kind of like there seems to be a confusion between, or maybe not a confusion, but there's some disjunct or between, say, if you want to prove something, what is it, deductively using just raw logic, you know, trying to apply that to the physical world. I'm not even sure if that's even an appropriate endeavor, right? Because you're not dealing with abstractions. You're dealing with physicality, and from that, they try to argue, oh, well, because of that, you can't deduce things. You can't use deduction to prove anything physically. But it's like it's not even an appropriate context to put it in. You know, did I misunderstand that, or like, because you hear that often, right? You can't prove reality. You can't prove reality. You know, like that's the model.
He was trying to paint AV in a corner, and in the process didn't realize he was painting himself in a corner. So it was retarded. I mean,
yeah, there was definitely that going on. There was definitely that going on, but the main argument towards the end regarding the whole can you deductively prove that you have hands? It's trying to use deductive logic to prove a physical thing, as opposed to look at the thing, measure it, use all sorts of different techniques that are in reality as well, as opposed to just mental abstractions to, quote, prove the thing. Right? Two different approaches for arguably two different contexts, respective contexts. Right? Because otherwise, that's where they get the line of, oh, you can't prove anything in reality, air quotes. Because, you know, or what? Am I misunderstanding?
it might work if you're just a large language model with no senses. You know, then it might make sense to try and do it that way.
But that's what they're trying to do. People like that. Yeah, people that go about the.
I can't touch. I can't see. I can't smell. Right. I have no sense of touch. I have no sense of sight. Right. I have no. So, in that case, maybe if all you understood was definitions of words and sounds, maybe might be one way of going about it.
I don't know. It's just the brain in a jar mentality seems to be hinging on that premise. You can't prove anything deductively. In reality, you can only prove things like you can only provide mathematical proofs, you know, logical proofs. These are all abstractions. That's what their argument hinges on. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of putting forth. Maybe it's not even an appropriate context. It's like saying what does the color red taste like? Or, you know, how heavy is the color blue? Right? Like they're inappropriate. You know, context errors, basically. I would say.
Hey, what does the blue globe taste like?
There you have it.
There we go. You guys have an event started now, so hopefully some people come in.
TJ, you're the man. But we already knew that.
Prove the globe and win Nitro.
If you don't already have Nitro, we have somebody here to let you know that you're poor.
What's Nitro?
Kind of like Discord Premium, I guess. If you want to look at it like that.
You could,
Oh,
you could
bells and
literally,
whistles. All the bells and whistles.
Pretty much.
That's cool. I never really thought about getting that.
Yeah, it's like LED lights for your wheel spokes.
It's not really necessary, huh?
you could literally put any amount of dollars in there and nobody's going to win it because nobody's going to prove the globe.
Exactly.
Hey, if you gave me $10,000, I'd prove the globe, bro.
I highly doubt that. It's latter day. Well, you know, if you want your gifts to have some pizzazz, then you could get yourself some Nitro. You want to bedazzle your reactions.
Oh, I get it. How much is it?
I have no idea. That's one of those things I wouldn't pay for unless they start forcing advertisements. That. Yeah, we have someone here. We have someone here who'll rub it in your face how poor you are if you don't have Nitro.
Nice.
Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
$10 a month or something?
That's cool.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Fuck that. Who does the money go to?
That's a good question. I don't even know who owns Discord.
Hey, you guys know? You guys ever heard of that chick, Rusted Soul? Anybody?
Nope. Yeah, I have no idea.
Hello there.
Hello.
Rare
Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up?
Who wants to play Fisticuffs?
Play what?
Fisticuffs?
Never heard of it.
You know, fisticuffs. Pointing.
All the kids are playing either fisticuffs or hand jive nowadays. All the kids are doing that crazy hand jive.
I hear 50 cups and I'm thinking like 50 cups of coffee.
No, fisticuffs.
There we go. Fucking CB.
He pushes FE. My
Nah,
chick
not
liked his song because right when she thought the song was gonna end, it just kept going.
In the streets, we globe defeat.
Have you listened to any of the shit I've been sending you lately?
Haven't listened to your stuff? Nope. No, I'm just kidding. I think I peeped a couple of them.
I sent it to your messages.
Yeah, I got the last few ones, man. They're sounding great.
Right.
Absolutely. Did a great
Yeah.
job with them.
Thank you, bro.
What do you use? Like Ableton or something?
Just Zona, and then from Zona, I just download them to SoundCloud.
What's Zona?
It's an app, Zona. It's an app where like you can write the music and create like the whatever instruments you want, whatever style of music you want, and then AI will sing it for you.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if you had the backing and then had AI just do the lyrics and you arrange it yourself. Okay.
I write with lyrics. I write all the lyrics.
Sweet. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Try to put together like a couple albums, so because there's so few Flat Earth songs, you know what I mean? There's just not that many, you know?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's becoming so easy to create music via AI, and that's like the catalog of music is gonna just skyrocket, dude. There's gonna be so much stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if
But a lot of it's garbage. A lot of it's garbage.
time
I
to
think.
listen to it all.
Yeah,
Well, it depends on what it depends on what your taste in music is, right?
Yeah.
Your favorite songs, other people might consider garbage. So it really just depends on the listener.
Yeah. You're right.
You know what I find interesting in the pieces I've heard, I don't know if all of them that I'm thinking of were from you or not, but what I found to be more effective or more interesting is when you have a piece of music and the lyrics are about whatever, just generic stuff, and you have little bits of, FE kind of embedded in it, if you want to call it subliminally, or just melodically, or not melodically, but rhythmically, the rhymes and shit like that. You just throw little tidbits of it in there, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to the whole thing being about the topic, right? Because if you look out there, that's the kind of thing, or that's the approach a lot of other things are. Like you'll hear a little subliminal advertising in music, just little tidbits of stuff, right? And that kind of tends to get through the door for most people. So I think I've heard your stuff.
I've been getting better at that, though. I've been getting better at that. I used to flood the whole song with just Flat Earth, and now I'm just putting like little snippets, you know what I mean?
Very good. Okay, yeah. So the ones I'm thinking of might have been yours. Very nice, man. think that'll be more appealing to a wider audience, right?
Yeah, for sure.
A
Absolutely.
wider audience? Wow, bro.
Oh, what? What'd you say?
You
Talking
want it
shit?
to appeal to a wider audience? Oh my god, I didn't know you were racist.
Hey, CB. CB.
What? Oh, I didn't say. Oh, shut up! I didn't say whiter. Come on.
Hey, I got trivia for you, CB.
On recording, Mick. We gotcha.
What?
God damn.
CB, do you listen to any Eminem?
No. These days, no.
Huh?
Nah. That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Does anybody here listen to any Eminem or no?
Nope.
Bro, what is this, like 2006? Like, come on, bro.
So he just put out a new album, or like it's like for a Stan movie, but there's a song on there. It just came out, and if you guys remember in 2003 the Eminem show, and he had a song called Soldier. Well, there's a skit right before that song where like he's in the car with his friend, and his friend's like, he's like, "What do you want me to get under the car?" And he's like, he's kissing her, and he like goes up and pistol whips a bouncer. You guys remember that skit?
Nope.
Never mind then.
Moving on smartly.
I noticed we have Hannah C and Mia in the room. Haven't seen you two before.
Hey,
Welcome.
girl.
If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
Nobody wants Nitro today. I guess everybody's already got Nitro. They don't need it. We have Abdallah. It's Abdallah. And Kush Booze just left. Mia, I'm real. Hannah C. Abdallah, come on down. Yep, the globe proof of the day gets Nitro. Come on in and get you some Nitro.
lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
A lot of you fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics preaching kids. It's the demons teaching nitwits. Sadistic scripted as wits it. I'm kidding, you're smitten, no vape hits. It's a religion, it's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief. So significant, calling dudes fake truthers. Since when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? Then one day he just walked away for a lot of paper or pay-per-view. Maybe you just stop the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence. Cause all the games and angles of distance outweighed your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the witsits deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. DreamWorks and the scripts filled, need work and the rent's billed. To your groomers, as long as you sit still, I get ill even writing these lyrics. But I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying, it's so weary, your time has been nearing. Nice try on you steering some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, don't forget to behave. You don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They plot and derive by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jarian's picking both sides. He's got the flurfers divided and then they disguise, and now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why they lying? From behind closed eyelids they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. PayPal or Cash App, you can buy him, and when confronted from behind, he gets to whine in. But the one time he vaped it from the sideline, bribed by the Zionists. Either that or they threaten his life and need some treacherous time shit. When the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine is passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake, just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being a highlight and a twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
God, I love that track. Crystal, welcome to the room. Oh, Shatuo, welcome to the room. If anybody has any questions about the event topic or any globe evidence and you want to present that to the group, feel free to unmute your mics one at a time and present your evidence or ask your questions one at a time. If you don't feel comfortable voicing up, you could go ahead and do what you must in the side chat. Thank you. Hey, yeah. Shituo, if you're a flat earther, yeah, you could go ahead and present your flat Earth evidence too. If you got something on your chest, you just want to get it off of it, go ahead. That's fine. Oh, it's not a belief, Shituo. We know the Earth is flat. It's not curving. So, yeah, when you measure your shoe size, you know your shoe size, right? When you measure your foot, you know what size shoe will fit your foot. It's the same idea.
No. Prove it's a globe. If you can prove it's a globe, you can prove it's not flat. The challenge is prove the globe. So that part and parcel comes with, all the claims. Size, its dimensions, position in the universe, its rotation, its orbit, all of that. All that hinges on the radius value, 3,959 miles or 6,370 kilometers. Metric you like. So it's the crux. It's the foundation of the entire narrative. So if you can prove that radius, well, Shatur, have you ever seen that with your? Have you actually, be honest, have you ever seen a boat be obstructed from view beyond the horizon with your own eyes? Or have you only ever seen pictures of it? Everything is globe. Bananas? Are bananas globes? What about skin cells? Are they globes?
What about sharks? Are they also globes? Blades of grass, definitely globes.
Absolutely. It just takes a phone call to prove the globe. You can verify the globe with a phone call.
Yeah, so Shituo, the light can't push indefinitely through the air, right? So, why is it pitch black just 200 meters into the ocean? Because the sun can't push forever through a medium, right? Just 200 meters into the ocean, it's pitch black. Can't see the sun. Even if it's midday and the sun's right above you, if you were 200 meters deep, you cannot see it. Think about that. Same thing happens with the air, just on a larger scale. And the sun's not 93 million miles away.
So there was 3 people did a live YouTube stream, and one was in the United States, one was in Australia, and one was in Europe, and they all confirmed that they could see the sun at the same time. So I'm going to give you as a clue. Right? So what you're going to need to confirm that the Earth's surface is curving is direct measurement of the surface, not inference from by looking at other things. Not saying this other thing is the result of the Earth's surface being curved, because the only way that you could possibly know that is to have directly measured the Earth's surface itself to begin with. If you somehow think that you can put it into a logical syllogism where the Earth's curvature would be the necessary antecedent of something else, right? That's great and all, but you're going to have to demonstrate how you eliminated all other possibilities. Demonstration is key.
So if we can prove the globe, we get nitro?
That's right. That is correct. You get nitro.
All right, well, so the first thing you have to do is you have to imagine that you're in the vacuum of space and that gravity after the Big Bang formed the Earth ball. The end.
Okay, so we just have to use our imagination. We just have to imagine. We have to use our imaginations.
Yeah, that's how you prove it. You have to imagine.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man. Thanks for walking me through that. That's enlightening.
Yeah, so can I get nitro?
I think you have to imagine that you have a nitro now.
No, that doesn't work.
Oh, we meant empirics.
Hey, Sheepdog, you do get a participation trophy though. I will post it for you in the side chat right now.
Did you like that? I had to come in and do that when I saw the event. I was like, let me go mess with these guys, see if they recognize my voice.
I didn't at first. I was like, this guy sounds kind of arrogant. And I checked who it was.
I am so glad that you said that I sound arrogant. I love it when people say I sound arrogant. It just makes me more arrogant. No, I don't call it arrogance. Like arrogance and cockiness are usually a product of not having an experience. But if you've had experiences over and over and over again, then it really comes down to being confident, right? Like, because they do kind of sound the same. It's just when you test it, one of them knows what they're talking about, and the other one doesn't. And so,
Yeah, exactly, bro. I don't think you sound arrogant, by the way. It's just joking.
no, I know. I just sounded initially. It sounded arrogant, right?
Yeah. It's because of the words you said as well. That was good.
Oh,
you got John. I think you got John.
I coined a phrase, right? And I don't know if anybody's ever coined it after me or whatnot. And I'm sure somebody's probably going to make money off of it. But know that Sheepdog started it first, and it didn't start just now. I've been saying it for over a decade now. So it's not arrogance, it's confidence maximized. So when you are 100% confident in everything that you do, and regardless of the punishment or the consequences or the repercussions that might come with it, you remain exuberant in your how you go about it. It's just confidence maximized, and you should be okay with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right, so we have a submission in the side chat, right? They want to claim the nitro, and they've posted their globe proof. We have the live video from the International Space Station. Okay, so now, Hannah C, all you have to do is just validate the video.
Yeah, we're going to
do
need some
that.
authentication.
Yeah, you could do that in multiple ways. I mean, you could validate the actual footage itself. I mean, or you could you could let us know how you validated the height of the ISS, what lens are they using. You could show us, even if you show us that there's Earth curvature that matches what we're seeing in the video, that would do it as well. So
it's a verified NASA account.
Oh, it must be true if it's a verified NASA account.
So I will say this: it is an old stream. It's not a current stream.
No, it says it's live. It has to be live. If it says it's live, it means it has to be live, Sheepdog.
It says right below it, watching now, started streaming on May 12th, 2025.
Yeah, that's when it started, and it's still going. It's live. Why would they lie?
I really want to get that guy Mongoose in here. Did he come in here yet?
Which one?
Mongoose, he's over there in 24/7 right now. I tried to VC verify him, but he was saying stupid things like, because we don't think the Earth is a ball, that kilometers aren't real. That's what he said. That's literally what he said.
Yeah, you can't get him in here? He's just got to click the link to the event that I posted in the lobby.
I'll tag him in it, see if I can't get him to join. Because I did recommend him for the live stream. I just wasn't going to VC verify him in the server for reasons like that. That just would have been disruptive behavior, and I didn't want to be responsible for something that I wasn't going to be able to have more of a conversation with him about.
I have a question. Can anyone answer me?
Yes. Go ahead.
If we assume that the Earth is flat, is the other planets flat too?
No, well, Earth isn't a planet, so I don't know what you mean by other planets. If you're
So
assuming
what is
Earth is Earth is Earth, right? It's a flat topographical plane, and nobody knows the absolute size or shape of the Earth, right? But you could probably think of it kind of like the foundation that we all live on of this system.
So is it infinite?
No one would know the size or the shape of the Earth in its full extent. So that's not a question I can answer.
Can anyone else answer?
What's the question?
If we assume that the Earth is flat, is the other planet flat too?
Earth is not a planet, and planets aren't what you've been told.
Like the moon. The moon is not a planet, but it is round or a globe, right?
Well, it could be, but I don't even know what the moon is. It could just appear to be like that.
It is the thing that is in the sky at night. Some people think
Earth isn't in the sky. Earth is not in the sky. Earth is under
No, I
your
mean
feet.
the moon.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we're
but
talking
we're-
about the Earth.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not talking about the moon, right? So let's say, yeah, sure. If you think that the moon's a globe, right? But we're talking about the Earth, like T-Dub said, not the moon.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Earth is not the moon or the sun or anything like that, right? So when we measure the Earth, it measures flat.
Okay.
We're not claiming that the Earth is like an object in the globe Earth version of outer space either. A lot of people confuse that. Like, we don't think it's a flat disk floating around in space with other round planets, right, in a big vacuum. We don't think that.
But it can be right. Right?
What's that? Say it again.
It can be right.
Why?
You'd have to prove it.
Because you didn't prove it's wrong.
We
That's
didn't
not
prove
how it
what's
works.
we didn't prove what's wrong.
You didn't prove that the Earth is planet. You didn't prove that is wrong.
We don't claim the Earth is round.
And you don't claim that is flat.
Yeah, we did claim it's flat. Yeah, absolutely.
How you did it?
How do we know it's flat?
Yeah. You said you claimed and you proved this. How?
Yeah, so we can test over large distances to see if the curvature is present, but it's not present. So it can't be a globe, right? And we can't find any curvature. And we all experience it as flat. So unless proven otherwise, it's flat.
How you want to see the curvature if it is too huge?
Well, that sounds like a you problem. What do you mean if it's too huge? No, it's not too
I think
huge.
it's our
If it's a
problem.
globe, if it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
We can. There's going to be effects of the curvature that we can validate here on the Earth. Okay, so even just over a 10-mile distance, there should be 66 foot of curvature. Okay, so that means that things in the distance should become obstructed or hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? Right? Think about this. If I have a 10-mile lake, okay, and if the Earth's a globe, there's 66 feet of curvature over the 10-mile lake. So if I set up a camera just above the water on one side of the lake, I shouldn't be able to zoom in with the camera and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake because it would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
I think 1 mile is too small.
No, 10. I said 10
Too short.
miles. 10 miles.
It is How much is the diameter of the Earth?
I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but the radius is 3,959 miles. The circumference is 24,901 miles.
Yeah, I think it is so much bigger than 10 miles.
No. I said if we test over a 10-mile lake, we can calculate how much curvature there would be over that distance. The answer is 66 feet. That's how much curvature there should be over 10 miles, based off the radius value.
But the Earth is not complete round.
It basically is, right? It's only 0.3% off being a perfect sphere. 0.3%.
Where did you get this this rate or this percent from?
This is the mainstream claim, right? They say it's only 10 kilometers fatter at the equator. And if you do the math, it works out to around 0.3% off being a perfect sphere. That's why when NASA shows you these claimed images of the Earth, right, it looks like a perfect sphere.
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know.
You haven't seen NASA's images of the Earth? The globe?
No. Yeah, I saw the image, this blue one.
Yeah, the blue one. Sure, the blue marble. Okay, yeah. If you draw a circle around it in Photoshop, it fits inside the circle. Because it's almost a perfect sphere. Technically, it's not quite perfect, but they say that it's almost a perfect sphere. But the technical term would be oblate spheroid because it's not perfectly a sphere. So it would be incorrect to call it a perfect sphere, but it's almost a perfect sphere. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? The chubby black man who's the scientist, the astrophysicist? Do you know him?
Can you repeat his name?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like one of the famous science presenters. Yeah, I'll put him in the side.
I don't know him. I don't know him.
Okay. Well, anyway, he's a popular scientist, and he said that if you shrink the Earth down to a smaller size, right, the size of like a billiard ball, it would be the world's smoothest and most perfect billiard ball. And if you know what a billiard ball is, they're very, very spherical and very shiny. So he said it would be even more of a perfect sphere than one of those if you were to shrink it down. That's how close it is to being perfect as a sphere. If it was a sphere, which it isn't.
Oh, what I studied that it's not perfect or more close to perfect. I think it is more than 1%, but okay.
No, I didn't say 1%. I said 0.3%.
I mean, it is. I think it is more than that.
Okay. What is the answer then? What is your claim?
I am hungry.
You're hungry?
Yeah, I want to get some food.
Ah, your brain has had enough.
Wait, before he goes, Roma. So are you saying that the Earth is too big to see curvature? That it looks flat?
I think that the Earth is not round or flat. It's a hot dog.
It's what?
In the shape of a hot dog.
Oh, so you're broken now.
You can go to eat now. Geometry hurts you. You can go to eat now.
Yeah, you failed. No nitro for you, sir. No nitro for you. Next.
What is nitro? Sorry, what's nitro?
Don't worry about it. If you
don't worry about it, you lost.
Yeah, it's fine. Better luck next time.
So what is
it's
the next is how I can fight with cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, next contender. Do we have anyone else that has evidence of the globe Earth?
I'm leaving, but tell me what.
Is it Imrail? Did you say something?
Yeah. I wanted to ask, like, was this guy is gone? Like, Greenweaver Alex said that photo from 200 kilometers, and the mountain should be covered like by 3 kilometers of like a curvature. So, what's the point this picture is taken from? Because it's quite unbelievable. That's 200 kilometers.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's tons of pictures where we're able to see things that are hundreds of kilometers away. Especially infrared photography and things like that as well. But I don't think that the Alex had the exact observation height. But if its magnitude's off, I think they said it couldn't be more than 100 meters high. So I don't know. I can check.
Not about the height, but like the point, because I don't think that it's 200 kilometers from the mountain. It sounds unbelievable. No matter what's it should be too high. It's
why is that unbelievable?
Okay. It's hard to believe for me. That's why I'm asking what's the point.
Yeah, but why is it hard to believe that you could see something that's 200 miles away from a high vantage point?
The first
kilometers.
It's not like a very bad quality of this photo. It looks like it's quite nice. So it should be some super camera, and I never seen the photo with resolution.
No, he just turned it into an infrared camera. He removed a filter that was on one of the lenses, and what it does is that lens with that filter on it only allows certain spectrum of light through. Well, when you remove it, now you're looking through infrared coloring instead of
which one are you talking about, though, Sheepdog? This Emrail's talking about the one posted at 39 minutes after the hour by it was an image that Greenweaver Alex sent to me.
39 after the hour.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'll just repost it. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is this the Hawaii one?
No, I think this is New Zealand. So they said it's 200 kilometers, and you can see Kapiti Island, which is near, and it's no higher than 100 meters. I've seen it with my own eyes too. From Pikarikiki Hill, no higher than 200 meters, but you'd have to be low to see Kapiti Island.
Hey.
Like that.
Hey, it's Alex.
Oh,
I'm just
hey.
driving, but I'm listening to you. Yeah, it's a Paikakariki Hill, and it isn't very high. I've seen it with my own eyes, but that's some Glober posting on Facebook, and it's really funny to see the comments from all the other people saying it's impossible. You know? Yeah, it's quite funny.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to know
I'm driving to work.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it'd be good to know the exact observation height, so we could do the put it into the Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah. So when I tried to,
the hill it's on is 210 meters at the very tip, but there's no way you'd get that view from the tip of the hill, so it had to be down the hill at least halfway.
Yep. Okay. We could do an average.
It's the same hill that I find on Google Maps. It's 20 kilometers from this mountain, not 200 kilometers.
No, it's 200 kilometers. Believe me, I've driven there. Yeah, it's more than that because you have to go around the arc of the bay. But I did a crowflies measurement on Google Earth.
Oh, nice.
I can drop the screenshot of the Google Earth image, actually, if I get it at a traffic light.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Stay safe. But if you get a chance to do that, drop it in.
I'll do that,
awesome.
Yeah.
But person from, I don't know, from Belgium will tell you now how the New Zealand look like, you know?
Well, that's what Google says. If it's some other, like it says 22 maybe kilometers. If it's another...
She's there, man.
So, okay, so it's not the same island or it's not the same mountains.
I think you might be measuring Kapiti Island, which is maybe 20 kilometers away. We're talking about Mount Taranaki that you can see in the picture, which is like New Zealand's Mount Fuji. It's 2,000 meters high, but it should be under 3,100 meters of Earth curvature. So I think the 20 kilometers you're
okay.
talking
So
about is
it's not on
Kapiti Island,
Yeah.
which is what you can see in the foreground, and very close. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not the
Yeah.
same one. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no. So Mount Taranaki is on the end of a peninsula in the other side of New Zealand. I'm in Wellington. So Paikakariki is almost Wellington, the capital, which is right down the south tip of the of the North Island.
So it sounds like a lot of people can see this, right?
Yeah, there's so many photos online. You see, I didn't take a photo myself when I saw it, but I went and searched for it, and there's so many. And it's quite funny. They're all by Globers, and they're all going mad in the comments. It's hilarious.
You guys know on the globe model that once factoring in those externalities that a glober expects to see those objects, they don't not expect to see it, right?
Yeah,
It's
like
reducting.
externalities that nobody can prove exist meteorologically.
They're
Right.
measured and provable, yeah. What do you mean?
No, they're not.
Okay, so when a glober shows you the ship sinking behind the seemingly horizon, you say it's refraction.
Just foreshortening.
Which is the same move they do against you guys, right?
Yeah, I agree, Matrix.
Aw.
It's a lot of foreshortening of perspective due to objects in the near field, like undulations of water, that are imperceptible at range due to their small angular size, nevertheless obstructing the bottom of a ship that's even further out, that's even larger in size.
I don't know who was talking before that. The Glober it mentions refraction.
Yeah, that's
But let me explain.
Reductio.
Yeah, we didn't even
Who is
get
it?
to refraction yet.
Reductio. Okay. Reductio. Let me explain this to you. When we say refraction causes bottom-up obstruction, we can actually demonstrate this over a flat surface using natural conditions of the air and the atmosphere.
Is
When
this
I
the
ask,
table in the penny GIF?
we can do it over
Yeah.
water. We can do it anywhere, dude.
Well, true, those conditions are probably rare, man.
What you can't do is demonstrate these over with using natural conditions over a curvature. You can use curvature and these conditions as an explanation, but you have no repeatable demonstration of it. We, on the other hand, have repeatable demonstration over a flat surface of bottom-up obstructions.
I don't know why that's your epistemic framework for it. I mean, like, we have formulas to
If
account
you can't formulas is pointless, man. If
Okay,
you
so
can't
we're
demonstrate it,
formulas.
math can fucking lie, bro. You can lie with math all fucking day long. I can prove 1 + 1 = 3, and you can't say shit about it.
Okay, so you reject math. Great.
No, he doesn't
No, I
reject
don't
math.
reject it.
He's trying to tell you you can manipulate it. You can't manipulate reality.
It's just a language, dude. Just like any other language, you can lie with any language. Now, the thing you can't do is lie about reality, because when you go out and you demonstrate and manipulate the fucking independent variable and you demonstrate the environment and you show that what you're seeing is what you're seeing and you have a cause and effect relationship, now we have a different story. We can actually determine whether or not this is factual and evidentiary for the nature of the reality that we have going on around us.
You know, Sheepdog, something I've never seen in all my years of doing this is what kind of gradient of refraction is required to produce the steepness for 7/6R to be even true.
What kind of gradient of refraction?
Yeah,
It's not necessarily a gradient.
Yeah, it's a gradient. That's what we're talking about, the grin.
Well, so Indio did a video on this, and it extends the radius from 3,959 miles to like 4,100 miles, if I'm not mistaken, like 4,100 and some change. And but the bottom line is, right, like if you're gonna tell me that my reality is behaving a certain way, you can show me all the math in the world, but if you can't show me the actual magic trick, Like if you, hey, that card is using sleight of hand, okay, prove it. And then you give me some mathematical equation, but you can't show me how he's using sleight of hand for the card trick, then why would I believe you?
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's a great point. You know, we can reproduce what we're claiming on a smaller scale all day long. They can't reproduce any of their claims, right? They're just having to reverse engineer it using numbers without showing what Sporadic's talking about, which is the meteorological conditions that would have to be present to allow something like that, which isn't even possible, right? It's impossible. And then the amount of these crazy long distance observations we have, these crazy conditions that would have to be present to allow us to see these distances are always there in all of these amazing crystal clear long distance observations. That's such a ridiculous claim to make by the globe side.
DJ,
Right.
And
look
To
at
an earlier point.
I'll give you
infrared.
Okay, well, what's your
Yeah.
guys' response to the Bedford
Never seen a
level
single
experiment
glober
that
produce an infrared
showed the
observation of the
7/6
globe.
hour works?
Yeah, the
Hey,
Bedford
Sheepdog,
experiment.
real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Sheepdog. Sorry to cut you off. I just want to remind everybody that we got to watch our language on this server. That's all. Just real quick. Sorry to cut you off.
Anyway, Bedford experiment. You're talking about Walter Bisling's observation.
Yeah, I can link the wiki in side chat for anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah, the horizon
that's
is
a good one.
The horizon is behind the pole that he's using for his observation, and that pole is further than the curvature of the Earth would allow. So therefore, Walter Bisling also has a black swan.
Yeah, and his own calculator would flip the image upside down.
So I'll give you. So here's what you're going to need in order to get refraction through the air, right? Because we all know the argument. You have to have two mediums in order for refraction to occur. So in order for refraction to occur through direct line of sight, some things are going to have to take place. There's going to have to be a change in temperature, a change in pressure, or maybe some wind blowing. Instead of laminar airflow, it's going to have to be turbulent. And this will create a disruption in the air between you and the object. And then there would be some sort of refraction taking place on that. Now, it's much simpler to demonstrate a single point of refraction on a flat surface, creating a deflection upward that would give the appearance of something sinking into the horizon and having bottom-up obstruction. Much more easier to do that. Not only that, but when you look out over at the horizon and you see things going out over the horizon and then sinking down below the horizon, they tend to not lose angular size once they go over the horizon. They actually, even in some cases, grow in size, which is a magnification process, which is also a product of refraction. So again, we can demonstrate all of this refraction that's occurring on a flat surface. You cannot do that on a curved surface. If you wanted to say that refraction is the cause for why we can see things too far and is making things extending the curvature, making it look flat, well, you're going to have to do this while making things get smaller as they get further away, because you don't have the magnification, because that only occurs after it goes over the horizon.
Okay, so
yeah, well, when using magnification too, you are compounding the effects of turbulence and scintillation as well. So you're going to have a lot of image wander and warble that work jointly with your claim of refraction. You don't see that, and when refraction is as steep as of a gradient that you require to claim terrestrial refraction is in the first place, you'd also expect to see chromatic dispersion, which is also not evident whatsoever in any of these images or videos ever produced by any glober.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Bedford, like Wallace, he raised the viewing
please
height,
show the evidence
inserted
like we
half-rate
asked.
to minimize the refractive distortion. And then there was consistency among multiple
Show the evidence.
trials, like Oldham's photographic document.
Reductio, I've had this out with you 3 times now. You have produced nothing. The other day you were asked to... silence. The other day you were politely asked to produce a laser bending down when you were presented with a laser test.
I don't know
you
why
were
that would be
asked,
anyway. I
you
mean, like,
claimed refraction is causing the lasers to sit straight. So we asked you to produce video footage or photo evidence of said laser bending around the curve. Downwards, bending around the curve, out in the open air. No fish tanks, no sugar water, no glass, out in the air, laser bending downwards. I have seen video footage and photos of it bending upwards. I've seen hundreds of them where it's dead straight, but I'm yet to see one where it bends down. Please present that.
But this is far better. Why do you think that is better than these controlled and repeatable experiments that were...
Why do I think it's better? Because your claim is all this refraction and ducting and all these crazy things are happening in the real world all of the time. And it just so happens that all of these people that have done laser transits at different temperatures, different altitudes, different humidity levels, it just so happens to coincide with perfection on the day that they did it, that it perfectly refracts and we get a dead straight laser.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, let's see all the repeats in control. You know what I find absurd, right? How every ray of light, all trillions and trillions and trillions of them, across an entire field of view extending for tens of miles, potential 100 square miles of field of view, that they're all taking independent ray arcs of curve through different meteorological conditions, and yet produce a stable, flat image that is visible for tens of miles in all these directions, over different terrain, over bumpy terrain, warm terrain, cold terrain, all this different terrain with wind and everything. And globers think that this is evidence of a globe. Globers will claim that all these independent ray arcs are conspiring together to produce a flat Earth.
So, please provide your laser transit video or photo evidence showing the laser bending down across a lake. That'd be awesome. Where people have gone out in the real world and here it is bending down, proving your globe.
You know, Matrix, I still have not seen any infrared observations of the globe.
But I mean, the reason why this experiment gets cited is because they have midpoint poles.
What experiment? Reductio, why are you sidestepping? This is a red herring. Can you provide what we require, what your claim is? Can you provide it, yes or no?
Something like that on hand, no.
Well, 1 second, because it was his claim originally. He's trying to say that the Bedford level proves the globe. Okay, so, and we asked you to present the evidence and the validation that it proves the globe. So put the observation in the side chat so we can watch the video, we can look at the images, we can have a look at the conditions that were present on that day, right? You need to provide evidence of the meteorological conditions that were present, right? So we know what the optical density gradient was for you to be making this hyper-specific claim, right? So put all of the data in to back up your claim now. You want to make hyper-specific claims like this? We need to see the data to go along with it.
Sure, I don't dispute that. In Alfred Russell's experiments in 1870, what he did to try to account for this was he put pole A at the observer's sight line with the telescope. He put pole B, the midpoint pole, 3 miles away, and pole C was the target pole 6 miles away, and each pole had a disc or marker mounted exactly the same height above the water, like 13 feet. And he looked through the telescope mounted on pole A to measure the top of pole C. So if the Earth were flat,
show us the validation that he did that.
Show align with the midpoint of pole B should align perfectly with the other two, right? But
show us how he validated the meteorological conditions, right? The temperature gradient. We're going to need to know that if you want to make these hyper-specific claims, because you're Mr. Refraction, aren't you? Okay, so we're going to have to know what was happening with the atmospheric refraction that day. Yeah, obviously. and and you're going to have to present the evidence of the claim that you're making about what he did. You know, we're not going to just present you. Imagine if we presented you just data and said, back in the 1800s, this flat earther did this thing, and here's the numbers, and it proves a flat earth, right? You're going to, like, we're showing you high definition videos that you can watch the entire observation start to finish that have been done recently. Okay, we're not quoting something from over 100 years ago that doesn't have any video to go along with it. Do you even have photos to go along with it? Right? What did he use to measure the meteorological conditions between point A and point B? Right? To prove that there's not some type of specific effect going on that day. You don't have any of that.
Lens distortion, like it all comes into play.
I want to add something real quick. I'm sorry, T-Dub, I just want to add this real quick. So some people have presented the Walter Bisland's observation, and when you go in there and you look at what he did, and you look at the images, one of his observer heights is low enough that the curve of the Earth should be in front of one of the back pole, and instead it's behind the back pole. So whatever's going on to make the
well, that's how refraction does work.
Dog, we got several images that he deleted off of his website because we pointed out these mistakes.
Well, Wallace wasn't alive when the internet existed.
So Reductio, if refraction is putting the horizon behind, it should also be lifting the pole up to make it look flat. So if it's dipping down, there's something else is going on.
No, okay, so
we caught him removing evidence that went against his claim.
He didn't bring Reductio didn't bring up Walter Bisland. He's talking about Benford level.
Here's my
Okay,
understanding.
so Reductio, hold on a second, dude. One second.
You go first, I'll give my understanding.
Yeah, because you just said something. I just wanted to respond to what you said, right? So you said you don't have any of that data to go along to validate your claim.
No,
because it was done such a long time ago.
I was going to elaborate, but if you let me go first, then.
And he didn't use 2 poles. He used 1 pole and a bridge marker on a bridge.
So Wallace designed the experiment to reduce refraction effects, and refraction can bend light downward. You guys deny that, but not in the way.
Oh, come on!
You can't prove it.
No, I don't.
We've asked you very politely, Reductio.
Yeah, I didn't.
We have asked you ever so politely to prove it, and you still steamroll through without anything to back it up.
Sure,
out in the atmosphere, I want to see video footage or photographic evidence of a laser bending downwards. So until you do that, your claims of light bending downwards are null. You've got nothing to back it up.
I have another question after this.
You've got nothing to back it up.
We've got images. We've got images of light bending down over shorter surface where Earth curvature wouldn't be a factor. Like I point to your entire Sky Freeze channel of this, and we've also got great educational showing what happens when you introduce an inversion layer like over a driveway, making a toy boat appear to sink over a horizon even though it didn't even move.
Okay, so I'll just get my understanding out of Wallace's midpoint pole experiment. So refraction can bend light, but not in the way that causes the middle pole to appear higher than both endpoints, which is only possible with a specific bending shape of the Earth, aka the curve, which you guys deny. And so Wallace's experiment would be
that's a hump in the middle, bro. That's a hump in the middle. Was his theodolite level? Was his theodolite level?
Yes.
If he says only possible,
then
he
that's a
needs
hump
to have
in
a
the middle,
science experiment demonstrating that.
You're claiming that horizontal is now going to produce a hump in the middle, so you got like a chord? No, bro, that's not it. It'd have to be a drop if it was horizontal in level.
I'm saying Wallace's experiment, which this was repeatable, by the way. It's only possible on a curved Earth, even accounting for refraction. That's how he designed.
No, it's not. It's not.
Well, I don't think you understand the experiment or refraction. But I have a second.
You not understand. You just said that he had you just said he had the theodolite level, and he got the middle pole higher. That's actually impossible on a ball. On your ball, it would be lower if his theodolite was level. I don't think you understand what was done.
Okay, I think you got it completely backwards. So on a globe, when looking at a straight level pole A to C, your line of sight is a straight line, but the Earth on a globe, the Earth's surface curves downward. So the midpoint will be sitting on the curved surface, which is above the straight line.
The midpole would be lower.
Yep.
Pole B would appear higher,
lower.
Right.
Lower.
Okay, let's perspective. Let's just show him here. This is how perspective works. Okay, where's something with poles in it? Right there. Inside chat. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da. See how all the poles are getting lower as they get further away, Reductio? That's how perspective works. If all those poles are the same height, that's what should happen. There should be no hump in the middle. They should all appear to get lower.
Well, hold on 1 second, because I don't think that's quite his point, right? What he's saying, like if you're standing on top of a basketball and you're looking out horizontally off the top of the basketball, the surface of the basketball would only drop away from you. Okay, there's not going to be a hump. Now, if you were looking directly at a target, that is, say, now we're going to go onto the globe, right? Say you're standing on the globe on one side of a lake, and you have a direct line of sight to another person that's, say, 6 foot tall on the other side of the lake, right? And your line of sight is going from your eyes to the other person's eyes. Then you're going to have a hump between you and the observer. But if you have a horizontal line of sight, right, that it's only going to drop down and away from you. It's only when you have a direct line of sight that's going to create a tangent, which would be the horizon, right? That's when you're going to have that hump situation. Okay, so if you're looking out horizontally, it's only going to dip away from you if you're on a globe, right? Because they say that anyone should think of themselves as standing on top of the globe from their perspective. You could just think of a basketball as the example and a little ant on the basketball or something like that. You shouldn't have a hump if you're looking horizontally and standing on top of a basketball.
Right. So what would have to be claimed is that he had to reduce the angle at which the theodolite was positioned in order to get the furthest distance marker to be true with the crosshairs in the theodolite. Thus, then claiming that the middle pole appeared to be higher than the crosshairs in the theodolite, inferring that there's a hump or a curve, right? That there's a curve. Right. If it was level, that means he established a tangent plane or line of sight, right? A tangent line. And if the surface of the Earth is curving, then everything upon its surface is going to appear to be, with distance, will appear to be lower in the field of view. You would have to tilt the theodolite below level to get things to be either to meet the crosshairs or to be higher than the crosshairs in the field of view. Get it?
No, and I don't think I'm going to make progress explaining that you would expect.
Then you don't understand what was done.
Because the ground and the pole standing on it rise up towards you in the middle compared to the straight line that you would expect.
Okay, why do they rise up?
Because the Earth is curved.
Okay, so in your position, anywhere on a ball, imagine a line, a vertical line, which is what you globers claim, that goes down to the center of the Earth. A plumb bob, if you will. It goes down to the center of the Earth, you grab hold of it and pull it up. You then create a line perpendicular to this line from, this radius line from the center of the Earth. That perpendicular line is your horizontal. So anywhere from that, would appear to slowly curve down. So if you've stuck poles in the ground that are all 3 foot high and you have your theodolite set horizontal, i.e. perpendicular to this vector to the center of the earth, every single pole should slowly reduce in height. And you disagree with this. I do not know why. The problem is, if you're claiming there's the center one is raised, that means you do not have your theodolite set to horizontal, i.e. perpendicular to this vector to the center of the ground. You have your theodolite set at a chord across the earth. Do you understand that?
I don't think we're going to be able to
That's the only way.
understand.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think you guys understand.
Okay, what you need to do is do some really basic mathematics. I want you to draw a circle. I want you to draw a tangent to that circle. Now, equally perpendicular to that tangent, I want you to draw equidistant heighted poles along that ball. So as you go pole number 1, 1 foot high, go to another position, pole number 2, 1 foot high, and you'll notice they reduce in height away from your tangent. And if you have a look back, T-Dub actually posted it for you at 24 minutes past the hour. There's a really simple graphic there. Your line of sight is the straight line. The ball is the curved one, alleged. Now, if you plant sticks in that, as they get further away from your line of sight, they will decrease in elevation.
So, Reductio, I just want to say this real quick. Do you know the difference between true horizon and horizon?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
One is optical, the other is geometrical.
No. This has to do with the person doing the visualization, not the location of the horizon.
Okay, go on then.
So true horizon is when you look out straight, not to the curve of the earth, but slightly above it, because you're looking straight. That's your tangent. That's what a theodolite is doing when you level it. It's not level to the horizon. It's level to the tangent of the earth. You're basically putting the theodolite, assuming it's a ball, at the top of the ball, wherever the top is, that the theodolite is the location of the top for that observation. And then you're leveling that theodolite because the observation it's going to see is going to be the true horizon. It's not dipped slightly down to look at the horizon. It's looking at the true horizon based off of the leveling bubble that's in the theodolite. Now, what you're saying is that in this 3-pole observation, the middle pole is higher than the first and the second pole, which is impossible for a various number of reasons. The most common reason why it's higher than the others is because he didn't put it in. He didn't use the same height pole, or he didn't put it far enough into the earth to make it level all the way across. Like, he didn't do his measurements correct. But when you're looking at it at theodolite, everything should be curving away from the theodolite. Everything should be dipping down. Not one thing should be above another thing in a theodolite observation. That is what true horizon is. That's what you're supposed to be looking at in this Bedford level experiment. And that is a true fail from you trusting that observation. You need to be a little more hypercritical.
So So Matrix posted the power lines on the railway, the eye level vanishing point. The thing that was shown in this experiment was, how is one pole actually higher than the next one? Right? Why is this one poking up above it? Which the further one drops down because of the curve, and so it would be expected to be...
The first one is the highest one, right?
The one you're looking at. And the midpoint is higher
the first one.
than the further one.
No, the first one. No, the first one is higher.
You're
then
at
the second highest one is in...
Yeah, you're looking
right.
through...
And then the second one is lower than the first one, right?
Well, you wouldn't know that because you're just looking from the first one to the second.
Based off of your perspective, from your own personal observation, if you were completely stupid and knew nothing other than length, right? Like you didn't understand how your eyeballs worked. Just by your perspective on where you're standing, the second pole is lower than the first pole, correct?
Well, I don't think you might I'll just explain the experiment. You're standing at the first one and you're looking at the second one. So both of them are like the same level, so 13 feet, which the reason why they're above that high is because that's going to minimize refraction, because cold air can affect light bending. So you want to be above that to control for that and minimize it. It's not going to be perfect, but it does definitely help. And so when you look from the first to the second, the real clue is where is the second pole 3 miles out in comparison to the third 13-foot pole 6 miles out. And if
so there's no refraction that day, huh? So when it looks like a globe, there's no refraction, but when it looks flat, there is. That's what I'm hearing.
No. So what you would expect is that on a globe, there would be the second pole obscuring the third one.
Yeah, this is affirming the consequent.
Only if you're standing in front of it.
Hold up. Let's just get this straight. Inside chatter, 34 past the hour and 35 past the hour. I've just modeled out two different things. Now, if we have a look at the first one at 34 past the hour, your claim is that the theodolite is set up horizontal. So if that is true and correct, then that is the effect that you should be witnessing. When you look straight, as you can see, the straight line, the one with the red dot on the end of it, and how the little poles get further and further and further and further away. They all appear to drop out of sight. That is what you should be seeing.
Yes, that's what
in your image.
Yeah.
Right. This is what you're showing us. Now go to the image at 35 past the hour. Right. Notice how at 35 past the hour, the line of sight puts the second pole as the highest, and there's a hump in the middle. Do you see the problem with the line of sight? That's how easy it is for you to make a mistake. You've probably misconstrued something, my friend.
I think
the
this
claim
shows
is that he had to tilt it down.
Yeah, that line you drew, because you're looking at there's only
the first one, remember, the first one image is what you are supposed to see. Why is that not happening? Your claim is it's a ball. Okay, I will give you your ball. You've got your ball now, so why don't we see what happens in the first image?
No, the second image is exactly showing the experiment.
No, it's not. That's where you fucked up, mate.
Right.
Well, here, I'm
see
looking
what I
at the
posted?
second image, and...
You see what I posted?
So,
you know how to level up the autolite?
5 minutes past the hour.
You know how to you know how to level up the autolite?
It'll be perpendicular to vertical. Just like look at what I posted at 37 past. Okay.
Oh yes, yeah, that's good as well.
Right. So in order for the second pole, right? For the first pole to appear higher than the second, he has to lower angle the theodolite down from level. So it wouldn't have been level, right? That's the argument. Not that with it level and perpendicular to vertical, the second pole appeared higher than the furthest pole. That's not the argument. because it could not. It'd have to be lower if the theodolite was horizontal.
See, and this is a conversation I have a lot with people who believe in the globe. They don't understand how vision works. They don't understand that you don't see things Euclidean or orthogonal. You're literally looking in perspective all the time. And so you can't ever compare orthogonal to perspective. It's impossible. This is why railroad tracks converge as they go into the distance. This is why, like, as you move further away from a house, you can see the top of the house, the roof. If you're standing at the garage, you can't, because things move down in your field of view from the sky and then move up in your field of view on the ground. That's how perspective works. Actually, it's more like a cone.
You're saying
more
things
than
move
anything else.
up in your field of view?
Yeah, the things that are on the ground.
P-Dub's image is entirely on point and shows why the Earth is curved. Because you have the level.
Okay, you've missed the whole point of that image. See where it has the word level?
Mm-hmm.
See
Level
the
just means-
coloured in line underneath the word level?
Well, when I say level, I just mean...
Yes or no? Do you see the coloured in line underneath the word level?
Yeah, it's going up for some reason.
The
But you're
reason
not
it's
looking
going up, Reductio, is that is where the theodolite should be facing.
So
No,
he should have
You
had a negative
have
angle.
missed the whole point.
The experiment was done to look from the top of pole 1 to the top of pole 3, and you've drawn in that line. That's what... And you can
So
see
in
that-
other words, if that's the experiment, it's an instant fail because you are not setting your theodolite level. You are just aiming at something.
P-Dubs
We
is
need
not
the
really a
angles.
smart person to follow.
So do the angle. So he would have recorded the angle at which the theodolite was oriented, right? Does that match your globe expectations?
The prediction was that the second pole would be higher than the third and interfere with the visibility. of
That's
it.
not enough, because there could be optical effects going on. You need to establish, right, that the angles, and even then, it'd still be affirming the consequent. But at least then you'd have some sort of geometry, right, reference, right, some actual like figures, some values which match the claimed geometry. It curving, consistent with a radius value of 3,959 miles, or the curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Like Jesse
If
Path of
the Earth
Light
is a
would
globe.
even Jesse Path of Light would even say that this is a bad observation because he's all about the theodolite and how everything seems to dip down as it moves further away.
This is just a trust me, bro presentation this guy's giving us right now. It's just like, just trust this data from the 1800s. He doesn't have anything to support it. We'd be laughed at if we presented something like that to the globe side. That's why we don't do that.
Hey, I've got a flat Earth presentation from 5,000 years ago.
Well, I mean, just to give some history to this, the Bedford level experiment originally was done, I forget her name, but she was instrumental in founding the Flat Earth
Just go
Society, right?
to that
And so
Bedford place.
This Alfred guy
And do-
was responding to her experiment. He did the second pole. He did more rigorous controls, like raising the height to do
Has
it.
anyone done it in the last 100 years that you can actually present something, right, rather than just asking us to trust you?
I could point
Yeah,
other
Reductio,
examples that have been
I
done
know
in the
one
last
person.
years. Yeah. Like, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on
Reductio,
polar
excuse me.
circumnavigation?
Excuse me, Reductio. Have you seen Dr. John D's latest video that DJ posted yesterday? Have you seen that?
I don't know who that is. No.
Oh, this is a really, really good one, man. Look, if you've got a spare hour and a bit, like he goes over all of the variables and details, right? This guy's a PhD. He's a very, very smart guy. He goes over everything. It's a crystal clear observation. I'll give you a little sneak peek at it, and then
Can you DM it to me? I promise I'll watch it before the next time we speak.
Yeah, I think you'll like it, man. Like, you're into this kind of topic, and he goes into extreme detail about all of these things. So yeah, I'll just pop it in for you in the side chat, and I'll DM it to you as well.
All right, thank you. I'm just gonna DM you as well, so it shows up and it doesn't get filtered out.
Okay. Okay, cool.
So, thoughts on polar circumnavigation?
I don't think no one's ever like started in the north and then gone south and then kept going south and then come back to where they started again. No one's ever done that. You know, we only have things like one more orbit in 2018 or 2019. You know, things like that where they kind of they go down, 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 and then they kind of like do a bit of a U-turn when they get to Antarctica around the South Pole area, and then they go back again. No one's ever sort of
What
continued.
transcends all of this, DJ, is the assumption of spherical coordinates in the first place, which is arbitrary and a human choice.
I just
there was a guy like in New Zealand or something like that. He claims that he did it where he flew south and then popped up from Antarctica on the other side going back north. But he fell asleep in his plane on autopilot, and when he woke up, his compass was pointing in the wrong direction.
But if you have a look at MagDeck maps, you could probably explain that away quite easily.
So my question with the polar circumnavigation is, I know that a glober will say, okay, you could fly across the equator horizontally along the alleged globe, and a flat earther will say, that's very cute of you. You just went in a big circle and ended up at the same point. But you tried doing that north to south all the way around the top of the bottom of the globe straight line. That's not possible if the earth is flat. A globe, it would be, right? Is that kind of the idea?
If it is a sphere, then it should have already been done multiple times. It's never been done.
Yeah, like what you said, like, yeah, if you started in, like, just say you did a great circle route from north to south and came back to where you started, I don't think that would be possible on a flat earth. I mean,
so starting, would you be able to start anywhere? Like, you don't necessarily have to start at one of the poles. You could just, as long as you fly over all of them in a straight line without turning, right? And end up at the same point that you started at, right?
yeah, I mean, just go south, go south and then come back to where you started.
Listen, no, flat Earth is a 2D looping manifold.
Hello.
Hello, dude.
Hi there.
Okay. Was the Polar Mission
Too many
2025
people here.
that one they turned around, or
Which one are you talking about? Can you?
the Polar Mission 2025?
Orbital?
I think happened.
Yeah, with respect to
Is
a
it
map.
orbital or suborbital? Is that something we can't verify?
Oh, you're talking about Are you talking about the one that they did like from quote unquote space? Dude,
What is the Polar Mission? Here, I'll just link their website.
Are you talking about? It was done in low Earth orbit. Is that the one you're talking about? The world's first ever orbit over, circumnavigation. Is that the one you're talking about? Hold on.
That's the link in
Hold on,
search.
I'll have
I'm
a
not
look.
sure if this meets criteria. I'm just having a read.
Oh, okay.
But it says polar
Seems to be
circumnavigation
something
is
the average
complete
Joe
navigation
can
around the
attempt.
Earth through both the North Pole and the South Pole. The Rockwell Polar Flight was the first to complete a polar circumnavigation in 1965, but you're saying no, they turned. So you can do that on a flat Earth.
Yeah, so like their idea is just to touch, like to be, like to sort of cover both, right? Like just say you circle around the block. I mean, just say you've got a street, right? And you can start at one street pole at one end of the street, and then you go down to the other one, and then you turn around and you come back again. You've been, to both of the poles on your street. But what I'm talking about is not turning around when you get to the pole, continuing straight and then arriving back at the first pole again.
Right. So they would take the shortest route in between the two poles, so a straight line on a sphere, and not turn around once they reach the opposing pole, but continue over it.
Yeah, so start at they don't even have to start at the North Pole, but just so it makes more sense in your head, right? Just say you start at the North Pole, and then you go south, right? And you go straight over the top of Antarctica, and then you come back to where you started again, right? You just go a great circle around the globe and come back to where you started. Obviously, you wouldn't have to do it in a perfect straight line or anything like that, but along those lines. No one's ever done that, or anything close to that. Let me give you an example. Like when you type it in, you get things like one more orbit. So I'll show you the map of what they did.
So is this for you guys, like, it hasn't been done, and the implication is maybe it just can't be done because the Earth is flat then, right? Is that the...
How would you even know you've done it?
No, that was not done for sure, but Earth is not flat because of that.
That would be one good way to show...
Like a couple of years ago, right? A couple of years ago, that pilot came out and said, I will charter my aircraft. You get the money together, flat earthers, get your group, we can all get on board, and I'll take you around the coastline. We'll start at Australia and we'll end at the tip of South America, or vice versa, whichever one, right? He says, we'll traverse the coastline of Antarctica and you'll see, right? And I was like, no, I was straight in his comment section. No dice, bro. It's straight over the freaking middle, or none, or bust. That's it. You go straight over that bastard. I want to see ice on either side of me. I want to see that freaking coastline behind me, and then one coming up in front of me. And ice on either side of me.
Okay, DJ, well, this was the...
One more orbit. But look, the problem with the path that they said they took, it's not the type of circumnavigation that would disprove a flat Earth. But, if you actually have a look at the footage that they shot, it doesn't seem like they actually even did what they said they did. Right, I don't know if it was a little bit of a scam or something like that, or they were meant to do this particular route, but there's no real proof that they did this, right? Like they have some footage, they have a YouTube channel, a website, but you have a look at all of their footage, they don't even show you really out the window of the plane during any of the trip. The footage is like within the plane, not even looking out of the plane. They'll show a few shots of them landing at a few different places, but they don't show any footage out the window when they're going over Antarctica or anything like that. It's super sketchy. So, but even if they did this path that they're claiming, it's not like the type of north to south circumnavigation that would...
Yeah, I could see how this is possible on either model.
Yeah. We don't exactly claim a model, but yeah, I get what you mean. Like some flat earthers claim that the AE, Gleason map is the flat Earth map of the Earth, but
Never
that's
seen that. It's called the
we're not. Yeah, like the United Nations flag, right? The AE map, right? The round one that some flat earthers claim, oh, this is the flat Earth, and this is how the sun and the moon orbit around the flat Earth, and blah blah blah. Right, but it's just a globe projection. It's the azimuthal equidistant globe projection map.
Okay.
Even though there is claims that Gleason apparently said in his book, it's a projection, but not of a globe. Now I don't know. I haven't read his book, but there are flat earthers currently claiming that Gleason's map is not a globe projection. I don't know. I'd have to study how Gleason
says
that map.
Yeah, so T-Dub, if you look on the back of the map page, it says an extortion of the globe. It's a word that's not used anymore. It's hard to find an actual definition of it. It means something like twisting or something like that.
I think if you're using this AE map, I think this is straightforwardly wrong, just because.
And the globe's wrong. The only thing can be wrong is that the globe's wrong.
The North Pole would be the center, and the South Pole would be anything pointing away from the center. So anywhere on the outside of the circle, that's all the South Pole. But obviously the Southern Cross.
You're confusing the way it looks. You're confusing the way it looks versus the way that the coordinates are. It's a projection of a coordinate system. See, this is people often get confused with a map versus a coordinate system. They're not the same thing. They can be the same thing, but they're not always the same thing. Actually, frequently, they're not the same thing.
I mean, I could see a flat Earth, like maybe the North Pole is, maybe shift this over. The North Pole would be all the way to the right. The South Pole would be all the way to the left. And then everything in between.
Did you not hear what I said?
I'm just saying that would be more plausible because you can account for the Southern Cross.
What does that mean? How would you shift the coordinates when you did that?
Well, that would explain why.
So it has latitude and longitude lines on it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, what it would explain is why these polar circumnavigations turn around once they reach the edges. They can't fly over it because they're at the edge of the Earth.
Okay.
And
it seems like you're dug in like an Alabama tick, dude. Trying to teach you something, man. So it's a coordinate system, latitude and longitude, right?
Yes, but I think in globe terms. So when I think that, I think
where are those?
When it's on a globe.
Yeah, but what does it mean to have a latitude and longitude?
It's going to be the north, south, east, west coordinates.
Okay. So how did we create this coordinate system? How was it created? What does it refer to? You think it refers to the ground, but it does not.
Oh, DJ, I realize, yes, you guys don't claim this per se.
Okay.
I know.
Say it again.
Indio, sorry, I didn't want to get distracted.
Yeah, that's fine. So if I wanted to find my latitude and I couldn't see the stars, how would I do that?
GPS?
Yeah, that would also be the same thing.
Let's say you don't have that.
GPS doesn't use that coordinate system, technically.
I don't know. Like, I'm not a map guy. I'm not an expert. I mean, I think they.
Well, then why are you telling us about maps? What the map should do when you're not a map guy? It's fine. A lot of people don't know about this, but latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. They're in the sky. Okay? So longitude denotes the sun's position, where latitude denotes where the celestial equator is relative to the observer. Right? So if the celestial equator is 45 degrees above the horizon, you're at 45 latitude. The sun's over Greenwich, and you look at your clock, and it says 5 hours before 12, then you're at 15 times 5 longitude. This is how the coordinate system works. Has nothing to do with points on the ground. Neither does GPS. GPS is in something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which is another coordinate system, which puts you on a Cartesian coordinates on a plane. See, these are projections of a coordinate system. That's all they are. They have nothing to do with the ground. It doesn't start with the ground ab initio. That coordinate system is, they do have one. It's called the public land survey system, and that uses Cartesian grids, boxes. It's very hard, basically, to orient yourself relative to everywhere else across long distances. Is difficult. So we use the stars in a model, a celestial sphere model, to do this. Okay, so you look at these maps like the AE map. Hey, this map, the Earth don't look like this. Yeah, probably not. But that thing is just a projection of the coordinate system. It only tells you your longitude. That's what the purpose of the AE map is. If you're somewhere on there, it's a time calculator. That's all it is. So if you're on one of those lines of longitude, you can tell when it's going to be noon again. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything beyond that. It's not what the Earth, quote unquote, looks like. Okay, it's nothing like that. Any more than a temperature map is like what the Earth looks like.
You could pretty much project it onto anything, any sort of structure you like, right? Like in any
Literally
shape.
anything.
Yeah. And then you could project the sun's path and whatever, like the luminaries and that. Doing
You know
all
how they
sorts of
skin
weird
3D
shit.
models? You understand they skin 3D models? They have a wireframe, a mesh wireframe in a 3D software, and then they wrap basically a rectangle on it. But they distort the rectangle so that it fits and that the 3D model looks like, somehow you'd expect it to look. So this is all that's happening. It's just, I shouldn't say just, it's differential geometry, basically. You can map any surface to any other surface. And then you can preserve whatever you want. You can preserve angles, you can preserve areas, you can preserve distances. Typically, you can't preserve all three. Anyway, it seems confusing, but it's actually not. That's why when someone says it's 69 miles per degree of latitude, okay, who measured that, man? Nobody's ever measured that. Just assumed to be true, based upon an assumed radius that no one's ever measured.
Well, that'd make the Earth a perfect sphere.
Oh yeah, it's good enough. It's close enough. Is it now? I guess no one's ever been lost at sea. That's never happened, right?
Yeah, they just didn't know how to navigate.
Well, I mean, there's so many ships at the bottom of the ocean, it beggars belief. They didn't get there because they weren't lost following the globe.
Not even the Antikythera mechanism could save them.
So I heard I was listening on the live stream earlier, and someone said something about 200-kilometer observation in New Zealand or something.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, I'm asking because I think I misunderstood all this time. I was misunderstanding actively all this situation with drop over curvature and stuff like this. So when I heard that the mountain that is 200 away from the point of view, 200 kilometers away, it should be it should be blocked by 3 kilometers of curvature. And I also always imagine that it. If you, I'll try to probably send it in the chat. I've already did several times. So I always thought it's a red line, like the height of the land mass or a water mass that should be blocking the direct view. Was I correct or incorrect about that?
Well, I mean, the technical term is called the sagitta. Right. So let's say you're standing somewhere and there's, someone else is standing somewhere else on a globe. And you drew a direct line through the globe, feet to feet. That's the chord. And then the height above that is the sagitta. That's what's supposed to block things.
Is it
right? It's supposed to be like a mountain. Yeah, that drop is basically 8 inches from mile squared.
So
it's generally true.
So the problem is when I try to look at it, it's this H the violet line that's 8 inch per mile square, and I did the math, and it's this one. It's not the small red one that's blocking. Like the formula is r, like r, the radius of the Earth, times 1 minus cosinus the angle, and it's the h. It's not the small red line.
Yeah, but that number is equivalent roughly to 8 inches per mile squared. It's actually like 7.98 inches per mile squared.
What he showed was the sagittal. Okay, so so let me look at this again. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so that little d number, the red line, that's the sagittal. That's what a sagittal is. The black line of that triangle is called the chord of the arc, right? In the drop would be like, say you were at the top of H, the purple line. So you're at the top. The drop is how much where the green and black line intersect. How much that would drop from eye level, right? I'm on a phone, so I can't draw it. Like say we drew from the top of that circle, we drew a straight line, like a tangent line going out, and the drop down from that line to where the green and black line intersect, that is called the surveyor drop or the curvature. That's how much that drops down from eye level, is what 8 inches per mile squared quantifies.
Now, does that you drop, right? Is that
yes?
Is
So
that
basically,
is that vertical to your? Is that vertical to your tangent plane or vertical to like a continuation of the green line?
It would be exactly the same
I'm
as
asking
the
Indio.
violet line. It's the same.
What?
Like when you continue, like when you point these tangents that you explain, and then you calculate the distance to the intersection of green and black. So it's the same that the violet H line, because it's like a rectangle. So it
Yes. It would be the same as the H line. Yes.
Yeah. So it's the drop. But like when we're talking that someone is blocking the view, for example, imagine I stay at the top of the violet line, and this mountain is in the intersection of black and green. It's the small red one that is blocking the view. So it's not 3 kilometers or that's blocking. It's like 800 meters or something like this.
Yeah, we understand that.
Yeah,
I mean, if someone said that H was the mountain being blocked, typically, so there's, people will say like, 1 mile is obscured, but what the drop is completely different. How much something drops down.
You got to take into account the height of the observer as well.
Yeah, that's another factor.
I will say this though.
Well, let me just say this. So we typically, when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, it's a newbie, and we're just trying to give them a rough number so that they can understand it. We're not trying to be specific, because typically they think that there's no curvature in thousands of miles. You know what I mean? Because they don't know anything about the topic. So
Right. So see
trying
what
to give them a rough idea.
Right. DJ posted the table there, and goes through the math. Right. So there's a square, right? So it's a square. Basically, he's got there.
Yeah, so just like to save all of us time, what I meant is like this drop over distance, it's not the same that we observe. Like it doesn't matter, like it doesn't matter too much, because we would like to know the height of the thing that is blocking the view, because it might be like it could be a very big drop, but like we don't care about that. We care if the thing that we're trying to see is blocked or not.
Well, no, the horizon should appear in front of the object, and then you should also see the horizon blocking a specific amount of that object. Or in some cases, some objects aren't even tall enough to be above the curve, so they should all be completely hidden by the curve.
You can have a look. I'll post the link to the Earth curvature calculator, but it explains how it does the math there. I've posted the diagram of how it explains it and the formulas and everything. I'll give you the link to the one that I copied these off.
And that 8 inches per mile squared, it's good for like up to 1,500 miles. And at like 1,500 miles, it's only off by like 30 feet. Like 30 feet is like negligible when you're talking about something that should be hidden behind a couple of miles of Earth curve or more.
Yeah, we have a calculation available that anything under 1,000 miles, or excuse me, anything under 980 miles or something in that ballpark, it's good up to 1%.
But when you take into consideration the maximum distance you can see anyways, why are we jumping up and down about 1,000-mile view? Like, seriously.
Yeah, forget it. So 1% error margin. I should have been more specific. You're within 99% of accuracy up to a distance of up to 1,000 miles. You follow Imrail?
Yeah, and I'm just like, I opened this calculator, so I'm doing this at the same time. That's why I'm silent.
Cool. Because the parabola in question, right? It's a fitted parabola to a circle, right? So the best fit. Instead of like a tangent line, you could think of it like a tangent parabola. I mean, not exactly the proper terminology there, but it's the parabola of best fit such that the parabola touches the circle or the sphere or whatever at one single point. All right, so using that, it's good for communication purposes. I did a derivation in the last few months if you're interested, but
even a Glober, George Nekichuk, or whatever his name was, he spent years fighting against flat earthers online, and even he said, yeah, look, it for Globers to like squabble over this shit, it's dumb, because 8 inches per mile squared is actually really, really close, like, approximation. Like, it's good enough.
Yeah, I don't think Imrail's, questioning the accuracy of the drop over distance formula. I think he's more saying that the Sagitta would be how much the object in the distance would be hidden by, not using the drop over distance calculation.
That's exactly what I meant. Thank you.
All right. Well, that's
not even technically correct. It's not even technically correct. I mean, depending on your, that assumes, you have no elevation. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's why I said the height of the observer matters, because you're going to draw a tangent plane from the observer's eye to the Sagitta.
This is how I explain it. First, you have to find the distance to the horizon. So you got U to the object. What's her name again, dude? Is it Imrail? Give me a distance from U to the object. I'm gonna give you an example. If you use round numbers, it makes it easier.
200 kilometers.
Okay, we're gonna do 200 miles because it's a little bit easier for me. All right. Or you know what? Let's keep it simple. Let's do 100 miles. How about that? Oh, you want 200 miles? Let's see how far.
Because we have an observation.
Like
Right, I get it. He wants the actual example. All right, give me a second. Let me find out what 200.
Okay, 200 kilometers, 124 miles.
124 and a quarter mile. All right. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the observer height. What do we know the observer height?
Yeah, it was like a few hundred meters. I'm looking for it now. So.
Well, she said that it would probably be around 100 meters because she said that the actual height of the observation mountain or whatever that the observation's been taken of is 215 meters. But she said because of what you can see in the image, because she's been there, she said there's no way the person could be up near the top of this mountain. So she said that he would have to be down around halfway to be able to see what you can see in the image. So let's just put it in as 100 meters observation height.
328 feet. All right. So I'm going to put some formulas in the side chat for you. 1.225 times the square root in feet. And then 8 inches times miles squared. So the first thing you got to do in this observation is find the distance to the horizon. So 1.225, can y'all hear me still?
Yeah.
All right, 1.225 times the square root of 328. So I'm going to go to calculator, 328 square root equals 18. All right, so we got 18 times 1.225 equals. So the distance to your horizon based off that elevation is 22.186 mile. I'm going to write these down in the side chat. And I'm rounding up. 22.186 miles. 22.186 miles. Now we need to subtract that number from the total distance, which is 124.274. 124.274 minus 22.186 equals, it's the remaining balance from the horizon to the mountain is 102 miles, 0.088. So I'm going to put that in the side chat. 102.088. That's in miles. So now you're going to do 102.088, square it.
Oh, okay. So now you're doing the reverse to find out what would be the highest height that you could see from this point.
Right. I'm doing the how much is obstructed, because that's what 8 inches per mile squared is. How much is obstructed? But because of the observer height, you have to get the distance to the horizon first, and then subtract that from the overall distance. So times 8 equals. I'm going to give you a number. So 8 inches per mile squared. I'm going to put this number in the chat. It's a big number, but we're going to break this down to, hold on, let me edit it. 677 95. So I'm going to take that number and I'm going to divide it by 12 because this is in inches. So divided by 12 equals, and it's going to be this number. So hold on. 73163. 6. So that's how many feet it should be. should be obstructed by. And then I'm going to divide this by 5,280 since it's larger than 5,280. And 5,280, 5,280 is a mile. And so that number divided by 5,280 equals that one right there. So what should be hidden in this image is 1,000 or 1.3159 miles or 6,947 feet. You can run up to
And
948.
can we make it to kilometers?
Sure. Do you know how tall the mountain is?
You got the right answer there, Sheepdog. By the way, I was putting it into the Earth curve calculator as you were doing that. So yeah, here's it just changed into kilometers, or did you want it in meters? The object obscured part. Right, it's the same thing really, so you can see it there.
It's 2.122 or 2.123 kilometers.
So if this mountain, this volcano is 2,500 meters, it means that we would be able to see the top of the higher part of this.
You'd be able to see the tip. You'd be able to see the tip, not the whole mountain.
Well, we didn't see the whole mountain. So I guess if I would judge by the look of how it looks, it's not the whole volcano. It's just the highest part.
But you can go plug that. You can go plug that observation into any Earth curve calculator, and then compare it to the numbers that I've given you, and you'll find out that the numbers are very, very comparable, almost similar. Anywhere between 50 miles to 900 miles. It's pretty darn accurate.
Yeah, the way you did it matched up pretty much on point with the Earth curvature calculator. So that's good stuff.
But whoever did
the actual observation that we're showing here, good job with that. Impressive. But the actual observation that's presented here, we really have no idea what the observer height was. We were just kind of guessing 100 meters. So I would say it's an inconclusive observation because we just don't know the variables.
What is the maximum height? What is the maximum possible height?
200, about 200 meters is the maximum possible height. But she said there's no way that he could possibly be on the top of that mountain because she's been there herself.
Let's take the best case scenario for the Gulf side, and it was 200 meters. How much would be hidden then? Any idea?
Yeah. 1,754 meters.
Yeah, that's a good amount.
And
still a good amount, man.
I did round on my number in the beginning because there was a large number. What was it that I was doing? Hold on. There's a number I rounded on. When I did 22.186, it was like 22.1856, and it went on a few more decimal places. So for the globe Earth calculation, it has 2,118 meters, or 2.118 kilometers, and I got 2.123. So I was literally off by 50 meters. Only 50 meters.
So it's actually 210 kilometers distance. Here's the Google Maps distance markation thing that she sent. She's in the chat at the moment. Greenweaver Alex from the home server.
She chats game.
She's a flat earther.
I know.
Hey, I'm just at work at the moment. That's why I'm not talking, but I am here. I'm just listening in from time to time because I'm at work. So, yeah, there's only so much I can do or say.
So, in regards to what's the maximum height you think that he could be taking this observation from?
Well, you see how you can see Kapiti Island? Kapiti Island isn't very high. I could look that up. But you can sort of see that it's really not very high over the island. Kapiti Island would be the one that would be about 20 kilometres away. And what you're doing is you're looking beyond Kapiti Island from quite a low height. And then you're still seeing all the way, you're seeing almost 3/4 of Taranaki Mountain for sure there. Because it looks like Mount Fuji. Do you know what I mean? It's very similar, only the New Zealand version. And I've been up that hill, and there's no way it's at the top of the hill. It's you see that view when you're kind of probably about halfway up the hill on a road. There's a couple of lookouts even, and they're not even halfway up that hill. And I looked at the height of Battle Hill, and it's 210 meters, and that's way further. So it's possible it could be between 200 kilometers and 210 kilometers. Like, I'm not sure how accurate I am on the hill on the map. It could be, within that range, but definitely, 200 kilometers, according to my Google Earth anyway. And I have driven it, and it's really far. So right at the other end of the country, in terms of the bottom of the North Island.
So Imrail, if you want a really good observation to have a look over, right? This one's done by PhD Dr. John D, and he's very, very he's covering all of the variables and everything like that. It's an hour 15-minute video, but he covers everything that you would need to take into consideration for the observations. I've just posted it in the side chat for you if you want to check out a really, really well done observation.
One, do you have any questions for the panel? Or do you have any globe evidence you want to pass our way? Come on, bruh.
I got evidence that the sky is green.
Are you real? What are you hoping? You're hoping for Nitro again?
I'm pumping for Nitro, bro.
Do you know why the leaf is green?
Do I know why the leaf
Yeah,
is green?
that's because it
Because it
breathes
absorbs all the
air.
other colors.
No. It's because the plant has to breathe air, and air is blue, and it also absorbs the light, and the light is yellow. And if you combine yellow and blue, you get green.
Yeah, but the sky is green.
Is that a dad joke? I don't get it.
The sky is green. I'll say it again.
Now, by the sky, do you mean the plants?
No, just the sky.
So it sounded like Reductio got schooled today. That was nice. Nice to listen to. Emryo got schooled today too.
No, Imrail's. I think Imrail's cool. Seems
Yeah,
pretty honest.
Yeah, he's in here pretty often.
Yeah, every day recently.
Do you remember the first interaction he had with us?
Yeah.
He came. It was early East Coast time here in the States. It was like really early. It was him and one other guy, and they were talking to T-Dub and Matrix. And I was like a fly on the wall just listening because I was like, because I had to be quiet in my house. Let the kids sleep.
Oh, poor bastard.
You remember that conversation?
I don't.
Oh my God. It was Gravity. It was like Imreal and some other guy, and they were who was the other guy? But they were arguing Gravity like tooth and nail between you and Matrix. It was funny. I told you I got that mind like a dirty sponge. It just holds on to useless facts. I wonder who that other guy was. But they were both very similar. Like but they were so proud and pompous. It was a good conversation.
Yeah,
Frustrating a little bit to listen to. Yeah.
They're much more humble now. Like they've completely changed their tune. I noticed today with that Reductio guy, he completely changed his tune today. Which is good to see.
It's what we're here for, man. I was wondering why it slowed down in doing the online dating event, huh? Where?
I tried going over there, but it's like 5 mics talking at the same time, so I gave up.
Oh, that sounds fun.
So it's a sausage party? 5 mics and not 5 Michelles?
It was a mic orgy going on.
Yeah, sounds a little gay. I'm good here, man. I'll pass.
Well.
I did hear a couple people dropped it when you said there's a dating shit on the other one. Like, oh my god, there's females on the internet.
That's what I said.
That's hilarious.
It's like that old cartoon. Let me at him. Let me at him.
So did I miss anything last night, Indio? Y'all were up pretty late.
Was I? I didn't even realize it was late. How late was it?
No, I think I crashed out at after 11:30 on my time, so it'd be 12:30 your time.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm East. Aren't you Central or Western or Mid? What is it?
No, Central.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that ain't late
CB's
for me.
Western.
Late is 3:30 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, technically that's
Yeah,
early.
no.
But it's-
But it was
who was the dude last? No, it's just a bunch of half-baked trolls.
yeah, it was that guy drunken though. He was the floor was getting mopped by him.
Oh, yeah. Big nuh Show me evidence. Okay, here. Well, I'm going to critique it before I read it.
Is your evidence peer reviewed?
Yeah, right now, you're reviewing it.
He had trust issues, didn't he? I don't trust what you're saying.
Told you, man. That's the only, like, that's their metric. Oh, what's true? Oh, do I trust the source or do I not trust the source? If yes, then true. If no, then not true. You know, people you don't
And that's
trust can say true things. It's, you know, sometimes.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But NASA gets a free pass.
Oh, they don't get any analysis whatsoever. No critique, no analysis, no skepticism. They get carte blanche to any ridiculous claim. You know, we've gone through them, you know, raining diamonds, whatever they say, it's, you know, anything goes with them.
They got all the magic tools in the world to make every assumption ever known to mankind.
Tezin, welcome to the room. You got any questions for the panel? Do you have the evidence for the glory? Yeah, that goes for you too, still, Mia. Hello. Tezin, what's going on, bud?
Hey, bro, nice to meet you.
Likewise, man. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Where are you from?
I'm from the U.S.
Oh, nice.
Flat Earth is dumb.
It actually is because we're arguing with delusional people.
I mean, everybody knows it's round.
You know the movie Airplane?
Yeah, it was a movie.
Yeah, well, a woman's going hysterical on the plane and everybody gets in line. They're like, snap out of it. Get a hold of yourself. Try to snap out of being hysterical. That's what I feel like we're doing all day long. Just smacking the Globers.
Yeah, but your PFP holds true to that.
That was released overseas as with the title Flying High.
I actually never watched that, Stoned. That might be a bucket list. Because a lot of movies that are horrible are, you know, that are comedies that are horrible sober are actually pretty funny if you're stoned. You ever watch Forrest Goes to Camp?
Kung Pao.
Oh, yeah, dude, if you're stoned, that's hilarious. Thing is, I know it's more hilarious stoned because I saw it sober and I was like, this is stupid.
Is that the dubbed one? But like the mouth doesn't match up at all to what they're saying.
Yeah. That was directed by Steve Odekirk, and he also directed, I think, The Mask. But yeah, I watched that Stone too when I was young, man. I forget how young I was. Might have been like 18 or something when it came out, or when I first saw it. But here's the catch, man. My dad saw it sober and cracked up, man. It was like right up his alley. I was like, "How are you laughing at this sober?" Great story.
There used to be a pizza place in Cambridge called Hi Fi Pizza. There's the only pizza place open at 4 a.m. and it's like near Central Square where all the bars are. So the bars all closed. If you eat that pizza sober, oh my god! Literally, if you looked up the Yelp review, they all said, "Do not come here sober." But if you're drunk, it tastes fantastic. It was like a greasy. They made like these giant. So the pizzas were giant pizzas, right? So basically, a slice was like it took like two
The
paper
size of a
plates for
medium
one
pizza.
slice of pizza. Yeah, exactly. But they were thin, and they burnt the bottom, and like the top was super greasy, so it was like a burnt cracker. With pizza sauce on it. When you're drunk, man, that tastes great. Just don't go there sober, man. It's called Hi Fi Pizza. You can look up the Yelp review right now, even though they're gone. And the first one with the most votes is "Do not come here sober," which I think is so hilarious.
That's good. Yeah, luckily in Richmond, which is like the Asian territory, they just opened up a 24-hour dim sum. So I might have to take the 2 a.m. trip there. Take an hour drive from my house, but that'll be fun.
Well, that profile picture is great. Faces materials.
So my wife for lunch today made me a lasagna with like some pulled beef, some slices of ham, and then instead of pasta, she smashed plantain. It's freaking delicious.
Only if you're drunk.
The flat Earth is stupid.
Oh man, you made M leave. He's like, I'm on Team Flat. This guy's talking junk. I'm out of here. Anybody who is here to ask questions, go ahead. Take the stage. Ask your questions one at a time. If you have any globe evidence, feel free to present it to the panel. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, you could go ahead and type your questions or globe evidence in the side chat. Thanks for being here. Maybe that's what we should entitle our next event. Online dating advice. See how many bites we get.
Well, ideally, you want someone who's level-headed and doesn't get around.
What was that Floyd song? I Need a Dirty Woman.
Hello? Wow. Flat earthers are quiet.
Welcome
Hello?
in, bro.
Hey, was good, guys.
Rebuy. It's good.
What brings you to the flat Earth chat, Dad?
Nah, nothing. I'm just, yeah, I'm just checking out the room, I guess. Why
You
do
know
guys
anything about
think-
flat Earth?
Yeah, I know about, not a lot.
You gonna ask us why we think it's flat?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, why do you think it's flat?
Because when it's measured, there's no curve.
No shit. So, do you think just are you like out of topic, or not so much out of topic, but you like, are you religious or atheist?
No, I'm not atheist.
Yeah, he's religious about it not being curved.
I mean that's not what I'm talking about. All right. Anyway, do you think
That's what
God
we're talking
created-
about.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah,
Do
it's
you
just the
think God
geometry
created-
aspect, right?
Yeah, do
Because
you think God created Earth and and then the moon and everything else?
well, I don't know. I wasn't here, but whatever made it, they made it flat, not a globe.
Yeah, convinced me. Or I'm a flat earther now. Appreciate it, bro.
You were
You're a
always a
troll
flat
earther.
earther by virtue of
I'm not
you
troll.
living
What
on
do
a
you mean
flat
troll,
earth.
bro? Fucking. Yeah, I
Why-
don't think that's.
It sounds
Well,
like you're
you said
struggling.
you're convinced, right? We haven't even shown you anything.
Nah, bro, convinced me.
It
Well,
sounds
you
like
need to
you're.
convince
What
your.
do you mean?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Cyclone.
I was going to
Yeah,
say, it
go
sounds
ahead.
like you're struggling to actually
No,
get
no.
into
What do you
the
mean?
topic. Like you don't want to deal
Yeah,
with the
no.
topic.
No. If I didn't want to deal with it, I wouldn't join the room. What do you mean?
Well, you would think that, but that's kind of the weird psychology that we see here all the
No,
time.
no, I don't think there's anything weird about it. I think I'm just convinced.
Okay, cool. Well, if you want to deal with it, could you tell me who in all human history has ever measured any curvature or motion of the Earth in order for it to be a ball?
Well, I did say I'm convinced. I didn't say I'm acknowledged.
But
or whatever.
before
That's
that, you
weird
believed
because
in a
we're not
globe,
trying to
right?
convince you.
Yeah, I'm just ignoring that little cope.
Hmm.
Because you actually do believe in a globe, obviously. So why don't you just tell us what the evidence is?
Well, let's see. Oh, let me open my book of Round Earth.
Tell us.
You have to open a book.
Is it
a
like a
holy
Star
book?
Wars pop-up book?
So you're the religious one.
What do you mean religious?
Well, you're looking for your scripture.
No, I'm opening a book. What do you mean? Just a book about
Yeah, your holy
Round
book of globe.
No, my book is called Round Earth, please.
Your book is called Round Earth. And that's
Yeah.
how you know that the Earth is round. You have to read this book.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. So you can't just
You
go
don't have-
outside.
I do go outside, yeah.
So why don't you use outside as your proof?
Well, I did.
No, you said you have to look in this book.
Yeah, I have to look at this book to give you information, but I do go outside and I don't think Earth is
I'd
round.
rather the information from outside, like the world that you live in. What
No,
tells you that the
I'd
Earth
rather
is a ball.
facts. I'd rather have facts, but I did observe.
Yeah, about the world, right? Which is outside.
Yeah, the facts about the world that you can't measure when you look at it.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for, right? So you're saying you can look at it and see that it's a globe. Is that right?
Yeah, basically.
When did
That's
you
when you-
look at it and
Mhm.
see that it was a globe?
When I was at the sea, and then I looked deeper into the fucking ocean. Oh, sorry, my bad language.
You looked at the sea. You were standing on the beach?
Sea. I was standing on the beach, and I looked at the sea, and the water went down. You know.
The
That's
water
how I
went
know it
down.
was-
What do you mean?
Yeah, though. I'll explain it in simpler terms. When you look far enough, you lose kind of vision of what the sea is. So the sea, because the Earth again is round,
what
curves. So when the sea curves,
You
you
Where
know
do you see
that
the sea curve?
He thinks the. Do you think the horizon is the curve?
No, we can't, because the horizon's a flat line.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So which bit curved?
Yeah, I'm confused. He's confusing me.
Horizon is a game, bro.
Maybe you should show us a photograph of what you're talking about and show us where it's.
I'll show you a photograph. How do I show a photograph? Can't show a photograph.
Yes, tell us. Tell us.
Because you've gone to the beach and you're looking out over the sea. I mean, when I've been, I've lived by the sea for most of my life, and it's just flat. It just looks flat. The
No, for
horizon
me, it doesn't,
is a
it doesn't
horizontal.
look flat. You're looking at the wrong.
But the horizon's just a horizontal line, isn't it?
Let me translate the horizon because I don't understand it in English. Sorry.
Where the Earth appears to meet the sky, that line that divides the Earth from the sky.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Straight line. So that'd be flat. So how are you getting a globe from?
No. Did you study
No.
at all?
No what?
Study what?
Study at all?
Lines aren't lines.
No. Do you study fucking physics?
Yeah.
Which bit of physics tells you that a horizontal line isn't horizontal?
Yeah, all right, bro. That's
That'd be
just
more. That'd be more
at
like
this point.
pharmacology.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that would be a dermatology
But the only
lesson.
well, you'd have to be under the influence of something to think a flat, straight, horizontal line is curved.
Well, to be honest, I might be under the influence right now, so that might be it.
Sounds like it. But either way, when you go to the beach and you see the horizon, that's just a straight line. So how are you getting to Earth as a ball from that?
Well, online. Let's have a second. Let me flip my page. Hold on, because this one doesn't work for you.
The Book of Glob.
Yeah, the Book of Yapping. Here it says.
You think he's got the same book as Easy is Cool? Fascinating. What was it? 1,000 Amazing Facts, or 1,000 Amazing Scientific Facts, or something.
What does page 2 say?
Page 2 says. God damn, I forgot. Hold on. Let me look at it.
Look at the sun. Just trust me, bro.
Oh no,
I'm
no!
a
It
book.
says NASA says that the Earth is round.
That's what it says. Just trust the U.S. government.
Sorry, NASA
How does
says.
NASA say anything? They don't have lungs.
Well, they did provide a picture.
How do they say anything without lungs?
What?
Okay, do you believe in the moon landings? Do you believe that?
The what? Goddamn! Hold on.
The moon landings.
What is that?
Yeah,
Like, I don't even
That's
hear
that
you.
story that NASA told about them going to the moon and playing golf. You believe in that?
I'm googling it right now. The story NASA told about going to the moon.
Apollo.
Oh yeah, I mean I can see pictures, so I guess that's true.
Okay, now Google Bigfoot.
I'll go. Yeah, Santa Claus.
You see pictures of Bigfoot?
No, I don't see pictures.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
pictures of
you do.
Bigfoot too.
I don't
So
see pictures, to be honest.
Bigfoot must be real too. Maybe he's on the moon.
I mean, shit, he might be real.
Can you imagine how big his freaking 9-iron
Are
is?
you the
Gotta be like
all-knowing?
Gotta be like 16 feet long. He's huge.
If NASA told you Bigfoot was real, would you believe it then?
I would believe NASA, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what makes you believe NASA?
Because hold on. Because
They just emailed me. They just told me you shouldn't be on the internet.
me? Shit.
No, you believe everything
NASA told you
NASA
that?
says. They said you shouldn't be on the internet. So log
NASA
off.
told you that? The National
Yeah.
Aeronautics and Space Administration told you that?
Yeah, they told me you
Damn,
shouldn't
he's
be on the
using
internet.
Using the full title, that's some respect.
Well, thank God NASA is not the fucking Wi-Fi company.
So NASA, so these people, these are the people who have shaped your whole worldview.
Did someone just made a picture about what I just said? Holy shit, you're fast, bro.
So what makes you believe NASA?
Not because it's NASA, because it's mainly run
What does
by
that mean?
Elon Musk, the greatest man of all time.
So what makes you believe the stories that they're telling you?
He provided picture. Can you provide a picture
Pictures.
of flat Earth?
Is it possible to fake pictures?
No. Not in this day and age. We would find out if it's fake.
not. Wow. How would you find that out?
But by looking at it, I guess.
You can look at it and just tell.
God damn, dude. Yeah, look at it, just tell.
Like what? What are some
Give me
features that tell
a
you?
picture. Give me a picture of your.
What tells you that it's real?
By looking at it as well. I mean, that's a dumb
Yeah,
question.
but you can take a photo. Doesn't mean it's what they say it is.
What do you mean? That
Well, what
actually
photo were you
defeats the
talking
point
about?
of a real picture.
Well, what image are you talking about?
The image of a round Earth.
Which one?
Anyone.
Well, post it in the chat.
I'll post it in the chat. All right.
Anyone, even the ones made in Blender.
Even the ones
anyone.
made in Blender.
Yeah, Blender. Yeah, there's a bunch of tutorials on the internet how to make a quote unquote realistic Earth in a 3D software. In fact, it tells you where to download the textures and everything off of NASA.
We're not fast with making the memes. We've heard all the same stupid reasoning for why globers think the globe is unreal for over 10 years. Yeah, call us stupid, bro. Alright.
Did you post
Hold
your
on,
image?
I'm gonna post it. I'm looking for it, sorry. Let me post an image that clearly states that the
You should go on
Earth is round.
Spotify. You should go on Spotify and listen to the podcast I just uploaded. It's called Nature versus NASA. Perfect for you.
Alright, I will.
Because it goes over why NASA was created and it wasn't to go to space.
That's a
Nah,
banging
shit.
title.
Yeah, you're right. I can't upload the image, sorry. I
Well,
really
what use
can't
are you?
upload it.
Can't upload an image? Come on, dude.
Yeah, I
this
can.
is your evidence.
I can't, bro. It's not giving me permissions. It's not my problem. It's yours. Fix your server, goddamn. Don't
It's
put
your
it on me,
problem.
man.
Because
No, it's
your
not.
evidence is
Clearly
something you
not.
can't post, apparently.
Yeah, my evidence, and I can't post it on your server. I can post it
Damn
on
it.
Earth. Yeah, that's way too deep, though.
DM it, bro.
Hey, you could DM it to
Not gonna
somebody.
leave it.
Somebody
Not
will
gonna
post it for you.
Either I post it or I don't. That's lame now.
Yeah, DM it.
Wait, you got a nice PFP, by the way, man.
Appreciate it. bro.
Vampire
Thank
Bat?
you. No, that's a bat with certain condition that makes it white.
Oh, it's an albino bat.
Yeah, albinism.
So,
the first
is it
albinism
fair to
case.
say? Is it fair to say you don't know the Earth is a globe? Do you think somebody else knows it, and you're just following what they say? Kind of like a religion.
Maybe.
Kind of like a
I know
religion.
what you're saying.
Like you got a religion, just no deity. Your deity is a bunch of freaking quote unquote scientists.
Yeah, because when you're looking at this image of a ball Earth, right, you've never seen the Earth like that, have you?
Which baller?
Like the Earth is a ball in space.
Yeah, looking.
No,
if you look
bro.
in the side chat, obvious it be posted a bunch of photographs.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, yeah, which one do you like? Which one do you believe in?
None of them, bro. None of them was
None
the
of
one I
them?
was gonna send by.
So you think all of these are fake, but not the one you have?
No. That doesn't mean they're fake. No.
Okay, so which
That's
you
not the
believe
one I
all
was
of
gonna
them?
send.
Are they all real?
Yeah, they're all real.
How do you know that?
Hollow Mission Earth. Yeah, it says. Well, I know by looking.
How do you know by looking?
Hopefully you can see these are all fake.
That could just be a
Yeah,
cartoon.
when you look at them and you're evaluating whether they're real or not, what are you looking for? Is it the color? Is it the shape? Is
No,
it the contrast?
I'm looking for
what are
it
you
to be.
What are you looking? Yeah, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for it to be round and make sense.
Well, that's using spherical logic. You have like infinitely circular.
They're wrong.
Yeah.
As long as it's
So-
round, it's
What am I-
okay by you.
Holy
That's
shit!
Yeah.
What am I looking about?
Any
What am I
round Earth
looking at?
will
Or-
do.
Yeah, any renders will do.
But what about? But see, the problem is though, because they're showing you this curved Earth. Remember, I said to you when you got here and you asked, when we go and measure the Earth, it's not curved. So how can it be one of those things?
What do you mean?
Well, you know how those are spheres, and spheres have curvature of the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Earth doesn't have that.
No, Earth does.
Oh, does it? So who measured that?
Yeah. The mountains are not equal.
What?
The mountains.
The fuck?
Yeah, bro. What do you
No,
mean?
Are we taking this guy seriously?
No.
Yeah,
no.
we are.
Okay,
What do you mean?
He's
You're
serving
not
us.
taking me seriously.
So
Seriously,
not when you
taking me
say shit like
seriously?
that.
I feel
No,
offended.
no one's going to take you
No,
seriously.
I feel offended right now.
taking you
seriously.
So
Yeah, bro. Take me
you're
seriously.
you're claiming though drop over distance due to curvature, not mountains.
You're talking about curvature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a mountain, is it?
So let's say a
Yes,
lake.
it is.
Let's say you've
Oh my
got a
god,
10.
now he thinks the curvature of the Earth is a mountain.
No, he's just trolling because he's spiraling a bit. That's all right. We'll get you back to reality, back to Earth. So over 10 miles, let's say. Let's say in reality, over 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Is there curvature or no?
Hold on, let me switch miles to kilometers. Okay, because you guys are American, I guess.
No, but that's fine.
16 kilometers. Yeah, I think that's curvature.
Okay, how much curvature should there be over that distance?
Let's say 16 kilometers. Let's say 5 maybe.
5 maybe.
Yeah, maybe. What do you mean?
5 what? 5 T-Rexes? 5 million?
T-Rexes,
5 curvatures?
Yeah.
5 what?
5 T-Rexes.
Meters?
What do you mean?
You're using a metric, so what, you saying 5 meters?
No, I'm saying 5 T-Rexes, like you said.
That's okay. Don't spiral out, you're getting close. You're almost going to come face to face with the geometrical claim of your religion.
You guys are actually crazy.
16 kilometers. You can look it up online, since you don't know. Just maybe ask one of the AIs, say, how much curvature does my religion claim exists
I'll ask one of the AIs, yeah. Maybe I'll ask NASA. Hold on.
You're not a very good cult member for the globe.
Very good what?
Cult member. Acolyte.
What does that mean?
Like religious follower.
Oh, so you're talking... What do you mean? I don't understand.
Because you don't even know the claim of the globe. You don't even know what the story is.
Do you?
You're worse than a religious person.
That's why we don't believe it.
Most religious person at least read the religious text before they believe it. You just auto-believe.
Did your book not tell you the size of this ball that you're supposed to believe you live on?
It might did.
Yeah, your book of globe.
The book of globe.
My book of globe is quite literally
whatever anyone tells you.
A wall-note.
You know.
No, a wall-note.
So how much
Chapter
curvature?
3, verse 8.
So how much curvature was that over 16 kilometers?
I think it just said 66 feet.
66 feet?
Yeah, but in
Okay,
meters.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll take it in feet. So who's measured that?
ChatGPT, I guess.
Huh?
Can you say
Isn't that in your book? Isn't it in your book?
Yeah,
who measured the 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, according to your book?
Yeah, I think it's chapter 3, verse 8.
I think it's ChatGPT again.
You're just mumbling.
I'm not mumbling, bro. What do you mean? You asked a question, I answered you.
Yeah, I asked who measured that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
I told you, ChatGPT. The guy.
No, ChatGPT doesn't measure things. That's an AI program.
Yes, it does.
That came out a couple of years ago.
Much curvature. I just asked it, and that's it.
Are you claiming ChatGPT is embodied?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we already know how much
yeah, what do you
it's
mean?
claimed. We said who measured that amount to know it's true.
The same guy who claimed it. What do you mean? This is
claimed
the
it?
question right now. The guy who claimed it is the guy who measured it. Obviously, why was he going to claim it if he did it?
So no one did.
Can you stop being a gibbering fool and just answer the question?
Yo.
It's spiraling out there,
please
dude.
stop being disrespectful, bro.
Well, stop being an idiot then and answer the question straight.
No, that's not good.
Well, how about this? How about you just breathe? You're spiraling. Okay, take it easy.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And then breathe normally, not breathe like a freak. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're spiraling. This is why you're acting up.
When can I stop breathing, bro?
You're acting like a petulant child that just had their toys taken away.
Yeah, you're the one getting.
Yeah, I'm trying to do you a favor. I'm keeping you on the rails. I could have let you go a long time ago. Be floating off like a helium balloon.
Oh, thank you, Father.
So, who measured that 66 feet of
Yeah,
drop,
save
or has
us,
that
man.
never been measured?
Didn't I just tell you 3 times?
Where did that 66 feet, where does that number come from? Because that's a very specific number, isn't it? 66 feet. Where did that number come from? So where did that number come from?
I'll tell you. You see, when you open Google and you type chatgpt.com and you ask it how much curvature is in 10 miles, it will give you an answer that says 66 feet. That's how you know it's correct.
So who measured that? That's just the claim
Are you
again,
fucking,
dude.
Holy shit, man.
That's just
So
you
does
making the claim again.
So everything ChatGPT says is true. So when I ask it for citations of something, and then it gives me citations that don't exist. Okay, then this is well. Okay, since we don't know if everything ChatGPT is true, says it's true, we have to go check ChatGPT's claims against the natural world. Okay, so who measured it in the natural world?
This may shock you.
There's a direct correlation between how more detailed we get into specifics in your mental state. You
That's
don't
all right,
realize
Dad.
it, but we do.
So we already can see that you already know that no one's ever measured it, which is why you're behaving like this.
I'm behaving anyway.
So isn't that weird?
Saying an
So why has no one ever measured it?
Because they already did. It would be stupid
no
to
one
do
did.
Things again, bro.
No one did.
Well, whatever you say, man.
Okay, well, who did?
This is a stupid question right now.
Yeah, so no one did.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what are you basing your belief on then, if it's never been measured?
Because I do believe in that. What do you mean? I just agreed with you.
God, do you not understand what he's asking you? Why do you base your belief on it? Not if you believe on it. Why do you base your belief in something that hasn't been measured to be true?
Who said it hasn't been measured? It has.
You just agreed with. Are you not following your own conversation?
Yeah, bro. I agreed to make him shut up. That's it.
No, it's because you
now
don't
you're
know
just
of
being
anyone.
dishonest. There's no point in conversing with you if you're just saying things to appease someone. You've got no spine in that case. The hell?
He's just coping. He's just coping. It's okay, because that was a concession when you agreed with me in an attempt to be sarcastic.
How about
you gave away that you don't know of anyone who's measured it. And the fact that you're not even trying tells me that you've probably looked before and realized no one's ever measured it. And now you're in here just coping.
You're right, man. God damn. You caught me.
Yeah, we see it all the time. That's what you guys do. It's just a cope fest.
Spot on, man.
Spiral and cope. So Earth is flat because there's no curvature, which is why no one's ever measured any.
Do you realize that you come in here, we're recording this goes out on YouTube, Twitch, whole bunch of other platforms. About 100 people across all platforms are watching this, and you're convincing them that the Earth's not a globe. What you're doing is counterproductive to your own cause, and you do not realize it.
Whatever, bro.
I've never heard someone say a flat earther convinced me. It's always been shitty global arguments that convince people.
No, I'm convinced. Shit.
What the fuck?
So this is actually convincing. Your sarcasm and your trolling convinces people more.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? And your gaslighting and your nonsense and your
I'm
tactics.
not even gaslighting right now.
Yeah, well, it's obvious you've realized.
Not even gaslighting. You are. That's gaslighting.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, bro. Whatever.
That's all right. If you tap out, just pop yourself on mute, listen along, and if you ever do find some evidence for this spinning spaceball religion, you can let us know.
I agree with you. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah,
we don't care.
We are correct. So
we didn't care. All right, bro.
The truth is independent of your agreement.
Oh shit.
Yeah. No, we know you're a follower of the government. Bro. We know you're a follower of the government space cartoons, dude. It's okay. I know it's embarrassing, and you're a bit ashamed of it, but that's okay. You be you. You just base your entire worldview on cartoons from the government, deny your eyes, deny every human being on Earth's experience.
Yeah.
And you'll be fine. You'll just keep doing what you're doing, which is nothing at all. But if we've got anyone else who has questions, comments, concerns about Dead's behavior, feel free.
Yeah, I don't know what their end game is for acting like that. They probably think, well, I'll just take the piss and then no one will take these guys seriously. And they don't realize what they're doing is actually counterproductive. I don't understand their line of logic.
Yeah, it's because they don't think to plan ahead and prepare a good exit strategy for if it all goes wrong. So it all goes wrong, but they don't know what to do. They just have to stick around and pretend to themselves that being sarcastic and is going to make any kind of case for their globe religion or feigned sense of intellectual superiority.
I mean, Owen Benjamin, yeah, classic that he did a live stream like 3 days in a row, 3 different streams, and said, "Hey, come in and convince me the Earth's a globe." And they turned him into a flat earther, which is crazy. In real time, you can watch this dude become a flat earther in real time. Not because of flat earth arguments, because of shitty globe arguments. Go over, sniper. Do we have any go over snipers in here?
Ed, you still there?
I am, yeah.
All right, let's say we get in a helicopter and we take off in the helicopter and we just hover in place. Would the world spin underneath us?
No, we would spin with the world. What do you mean?
Okay. So no Coriolis effect. Like there's no detection. There's no detection of the Earth spinning underneath us.
Yeah, there is.
Where? So the helicopter, it's not spinning underneath the helicopter. You just said. You said the Earth was the helicopter's spinning with it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't experience any Earth spinning.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, so no Coriolis, no Earth spinning beneath us. No Earth spinning beneath us.
Too many
no
syllables.
Earth spin. Yeah.
Too many syllables.
Yeah, so Earth is Earth's not spinning.
Let me see. Yeah, it may actually be not spinning. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. For it to be spinning, I mean, someone would have to prove that. Right.
I mean, that's correct. Yeah, that's logic. Yeah.
Do you think they've proven it? Yes. No. Did they prove it, Dad? What's happened? See, cut out. Have I cut out? You tapped out. Flatlined.
Hey, yo, my bad. Yeah, I was just taking another shot.
All right. So did they prove it?
Prove Earth is not
That
spinning.
the Earth was spinning?
Oh, they did. Maybe they thought they did.
Well, I'm asking you. Do you think they proved it at any point?
I think they thought they did.
You think they did
I'm
prove
convinced. I think they thought they did.
Oh, they thought they did, but you don't think they
Yeah.
actually?
Well, right now I'm having a stroke, as you can see. So, yeah,
All right, fair enough.
yeah. Give me time. I'm thinking about it right now.
Yeah, think about
Pray,
it.
Gotta
pray to
get all
Saint
my brain
Einstein.
cells right now.
Yeah, pray to Saint Einstein.
Yeah, I gotta get all my brain cells together right now for this one.
Say 7 Hail Newtons. And you might be all right. But yeah, there's no motion of the Earth. No one's ever measured any motion of the Earth. It's stationary, just like we experience.
Yeah, and Saint Einstein said you can't measure it.
Who's Einstein?
Albert
Who are you
Einstein.
mentioning? Oh, that guy.
Yeah, he said there's
Yeah,
no
that's
optical
good.
experiment that can measure the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, well, I did say that, but that Albert Einstein is like lame, bro. The guy doesn't fuck. But yeah.
Well, he's one of the high priests of your religion, or was till he passed away. Now he's a saint.
Well, but GG, bro. Yeah.
They even brainwash little kids with books and movies called Little Einsteins. Crazy.
Well, they do. No, I don't brainwash my kids, bro. Not my kids' truth. Not free will.
Do you have children?
No, I don't.
Okay, so obviously you don't brainwash your kids. It's redundant.
Yeah, I can't brainwash my kids even if I want to.
Yeah, they're only a twinkle in your eye. I mean, I guess you brainwash yourself. Oh, you already did that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how about this? Nobody told you the Earth is a globe. Would you have ever thought of it yourself?
Well, I guess nobody did tell me. I did kind of search it.
No, it's not what you're going by what other people say. They told you, right?
Well, other people did say
You didn't discover it. Did you discover it? Is it your idea? Is that why you're defending it because it's your idea?
No, I'm who said I'm defending it? I'm open-minded right now.
Well, I think you still open-minded. Your brains fell out.
I'm too open-minded right now, bro. Yeah. I think that's called. Yeah, I think that calls for a celebration shot. Hold on. Yeah, I just finished the whole bottle right now.
Yeah, keep drinking. You might make the Earth spin that way.
Yeah, that's a funny one. I'll give you that. If I wasn't like super geeked right now, I would be laughing, to be honest. I gotta focus on thinking right now.
Well, the unpleasant truth is you were presented an idea. Despite the fact that it's contrary to your experience and they didn't present any evidence of this idea, you chose to believe it, along with a lot of people. And
Most people believe because they think everybody else believes it, and they don't want to be the odd man out.
No, I don't think that's why. I think even if I go to
was a mountain of evidence.
Community. No,
Was
no.
it the
Even if I
mountain of
go
evidence
to
they showed you?
yeah, it was the evidence and
the TV set.
Not the TV
screen.
sets, but mostly
The screen,
NASA,
the paper.
Fuck you, NASA.
I don't
No,
get my
mostly
ideas
NASA.
from the TV set. Well,
I don't get my
I don't
ideas
think they were showing you NASA stuff in kindergarten.
What do you mean, bro?
That's when you were first presented with the idea in kindergarten. Wasn't
but
yesterday.
I don't think people in kindergarten are like
Then why is there a
thinking
globe
about
in the
that shit
classroom?
while,
What are you
while
talking
getting
about?
lunch.
Yeah, there's a globe in every classroom, isn't there?
Yeah, but I don't think kids in kindergarten were thinking about flat Earth and in lunch break.
Well,
I don't
no,
think
I was taught in kindergarten that Christopher Columbus proved the Earth was round. That's what I was taught.
Yeah. Well,
They never really
you
said
can
how he
explain.
did that.
Who said?
Well, this story goes like this. There's a bunch of dumbasses that thought the Earth was flat and thought he would sail off the edge. But Christopher Columbus was the smart one, and he got money from the Queen of Spain and to sail to find a shortcut to India because the Earth was round. And then he sailed and got lost and landed in Cuba. But that's not how they tell the story. He discovered Cuba. He discovered America. You know, he didn't discover America either. He didn't do any of those things. But that's the story how they tell it. This is how they sell the globe to children. How they sold it to me. There's even a little song. What is it? In 1692, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Or 1492, rather. But the fact of the matter is, Columbus was lost. And he was starving to death when he landed in Cuba. Okay? The only reason he even reached across the Atlantic is because of the Gulf Stream, and he got lucky. He didn't prove the Earth was a globe. He was lost.
Anyway, I got to peace out, boys, but good to hear y'all. I'll catch you soon.
See you, mate.
All right, man. Have a good one, brother.
Good on you, Wolfgang.
Take me where the April sun gon' treat me so right. The nitro remains unclaimed.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
Not
much.
much. Oh, yeah. Just hanging out in the Flat Earth Discord chat. Okay, yeah. So, what's going on in here?
We're waiting
Oh,
patiently
what are you waiting for, if I can ask?
for someone to come in and tell us why they think that the Earth is a big spinning ball in outer space.
Oh. Do you believe the Earth is round? Because I do.
No, no.
Oh, so this is like
Not
serious.
crazy.
Oh, it's a serious thing, not a
Yeah, no,
joke,
it's not.
right?
Yeah, not a joke.
Okay.
But
So you've heard about the multiple layers, like the locust, right? Yeah. No.
the multiple layers.
No,
I
tell
don't
us
know.
about it.
I don't know. I met this one flat earther. He believed the Earth was flat. He said he found stuff in Hinduism that made him think that it was flat, but I didn't agree with him. But I was just like, "I love you, bye," you know. But
No, that was deep.
Wasn't it? Yeah. I saw some Hindu artwork. Now I'm a flat earther.